V12, Chapter 141 Politics. Earth, United States, Washington, D.C., White House. January 31st, 2026. President Emily Potts leans back into her chair while sitting in the Oval Office. She is drinking from her best mom mug that her kids got her for Mother's Day 15 years ago. It was a hot day in eastern Afghanistan and she just finished her shift. When she got back to base, she had a package from her kids. She wishes that she were at home when she got it, but wished she was at home. She looks through her daily desk reports. The Chinese war in Afghanistan is heating up, China conducting a bombardment on Faizabad, solidifying its position. The Chinese government said they are clearing out Islamic terrorists, but the CIA discovered that dozens of trucks are transporting Afghan civilians back to China. While her intelligence agencies are still investigating, most likely they are being transported to the Xinjiang concentration camps in western China. China has been creating these re-education camps and forcing the many different Muslim ethnic groups into oppression. This has resulted in the regional lands being clear for the state-run mining companies. As the saying goes, you prepare for the last war when trying to prepare for the next. Most wars happened where you least expect them. During the Cold War, everyone always thought the next war would happen in Europe through the Fulda Gap, too, in Germany, but wars happened everywhere else. 9/11. No one expected a 20 war in the Middle East before that day. Reality showed that wars popped up everywhere but that. Since the Chinese coronavirus and the discovery that China was funding cartels on the southern border, everyone thought China would make a move against Taiwan, Japan, or North Korea when they switch sides, or them officially annexing the 9-line in Southeast Asia. But no, China went west for resources and to expand its Road Belt project. And a magical gate appeared in the United States. 2 wars no one saw coming in places no one saw coming. That is enough of drama, she mumbles to herself and then takes a sip of her coffee. What's going on in the Interstellar war these days? She grabs the Uros files and begins getting caught up on the latest reports. 2 rare earth mining sites have been discovered and construction has begun. China represents over 80% of rare earths metals. These metals are vital for the modern economy and a major weakness in the United States and the world economy. Securing other rare earth sites is key to the U.S. defense interests in the new Cold War. She then reads up on the newly discovered metal called adamantium. While the Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement and the United States Geological Survey will have to do more research on that ore, but it looks promising. Stronger and lighter, that could make some massive changes to the economy. She then sees 2 proposed natural gas and 1 oil rig sits recently discovered in the Elbe fiefdom. The alliance with King Duran is providing a major anchor in the region. There already have been 3 major fruit trade exchanges. Not a bad start, she mumbles to herself as she adjusts her glasses. This war is becoming expensive. While she does not want to start a colonial empire on Uros, there needs to be some kind of economic return to pay the bills. She wants to work with the natives to make a win-win agreement. She understands her actions will set the tone for future administrations on how they handle the New World. She then sees a report that Senator Ryan Lehman wants to have a meeting with many of our allies on Uros. King Duran, Countess Mui, and Princess Pina. She then sees Rory Mercury and Lelei Lalina on the list. The new elf on Vanguard, 7, Tuke Marceau, and the new prize princess Selena Sharpe. The Senate has been wanting to have an interview with many from the New World, wanting to experience the aliens themselves. Because the war has been going well, she has been able to maintain control and order with Congress. But now they want to know who we are allies with. Meeting King Duran and Countess Muri makes sense. Both are becoming major trading partners and military allies. It will be good to form a more official treaty with them. The rest she remembers having a great time at the resort. 3. They were so excited to meet her. It was a nice change of pace. She is used to meeting people who just wanted something from her, politics, but they were genuine in wanting to see her. Rory Mercury, being a powerful woman from their world with supernatural powers. She is the U.S. #1 assist and ally. Because of her help and guidance, NATO forces have been able to overcome many unexpected challenges. While NATO would still be winning the war, NATO would have suffered far more casualties and probably created more enemies than allies, just because the U.S. does not know who's who. She loves how she speaks her mind and how much life she has in her. Lelei Lalina, the smartest girl in 2 worlds, or that is how people describe her. She saw her using her magic during the Chinese assault on the resort. It was the most amazing sight she has ever seen. It made her question many of the old legions of Earth's past. She seems to be a very respectful woman. She was impressed by how quickly she understood how the U.S. Republic worked, how American merges from the natural chaos in mankind with order, each balancing it out. She called it mini-pulse. She had to admit, she never saw it like that before. Now here is a new woman who joined our forces, a high elf named Tuke Luna Marceau. While she has not yet gotten a chance to meet her, it makes sense that the Senate wants to meet her, being a fantasy elf alien. Then there is the most surprising one out of them all, Princess Selena Sharpe. She remembers when she met her at the resort. She was so cute when she first met her, but at the same time, she noticed how much pride she had deep down inside. From the moment she set eyes on her, she saw a potential future with her, expecting great things. The one thing she noticed that night was the glow in her eyes and the other girls' eyes when they looked at Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. When she thought she was an alien, her eyes told her everything she needed to know about what the girls see in Sharpe. That is a trust she does not want to break. The only recent issue that she had to deflect was that she is royalty. Since the beginning of the war, they had a political refugee within their ranks in Alness, and they had no idea. One of America's officers adopted a princess of a foreign land. While she does not care about that, and that is because she already met them before that came out, it is still bad optics in the media. Then there is Princess Pina of the Empire. She wonders how loyal she is to the Empire at this point. When the peace treaty fell apart, she was furious at the princess, nearly ordering an assassination. The only reason that did not happen was because of General Donald Grant. Since then, she followed what many are calling it the Pina's redemption path. It would have been easy for Pina to go home and sit out the rest of the war, but she chooses not to. 4. She went off to find the American slaves the Empire took. 5. And the return knowing there was a chance that would have been her last moment. 6. Just because she wanted to prove herself. While she is still trying to form an opinion on her before she decides to throw her support behind her, she does seem promising as a future leader of the new world. One of the big problems with the war on terror was there was no exit strategy, not after the war plan. No one was able to stand up and lead the countries we invaded. Pina with Mui and Duran could help establish a peaceful long-term future. She then goes to the last document she wanted to look over. She has been following his career after the siege of Italica. Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe of the 75th Rangers. She has been impressed with his ability to understand the facts on the ground. She served many years in war, but never had the instincts he had. Sometimes she wonders if it was luck, an act of God, or all just him. She has placed a lot of trust and leeway with him, taking a massive gamble. So far, she believes her bet has paid off. Sharpe has been able to recruit many natives, even getting some Imperial like the Guardian of Legrath, 7, to the NATO side. His dealings with General Crisis Thatoi almost ended the war, which failed. However, it did show her that not all within the Empire are against NATO, and helped show her who is and is not the enemy. It has become clear to her he was born for this war, and his experience in Southeast Asia has definitely helped him lead a new generation of soldiers. With a strange twist of fate, he is ex-Delta and General Holland, head of SOCOM, 8, placed into the 75th Rangers after the Mexico fiasco. But from what she understands that is ancient history and was overblown because of military politics. She recently promoted Lieutenant General Charles Stanford of the NATO Expeditionary Force, the head army the Joint Chief of Staff General Donald Grant, head of SOCOM General Holland and Ambassador Harlan Willington and Secretary of State Bobby Gates came up with an agreement to turn our recent allies and get them up to speed with modern tactics. The 8th Division is a reactivated combined arms division being nicknamed the Alness Division. The division is the first stage of a more permanent future for U.S. presence on Uros. Because the growing native allowed and needed to react to the new threat this work keeps throwing at U.S. forces, it was decided to form a unit dedicated to working with the natives. She wanted Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe to have a major role in this new task force. He has experience in training people from nothing into a fighting force. He seems to understand how to work with the locals, or at least make them feel like they can trust him. She grabs his file to read the latest updates. As planned, he is starting to train the natives at Fort Minck, starting with the Rose Order of Knights and the Legrath Knights led by Baludi, Guardian of Legrath. She then sees the latest report about how Vanguard 7 stopped a raid attack against a traitor. This dark elf named Yauha Dusher explained her people were nearly wiped out by the flame dragon which Vanguard 7 fought against early in the war. Of course, the Sharpe wants to go and help, As she read the report, something caught her eye. The recent report said Major Jackson Sharpe, not Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe. Seeing that, she stands up infuriated. During the conversation, CIA Director Brent Quinton protested the idea of promoting him. The original plan had it where the CIA had a minor role at Fort Minck helping with the training, but she had to remove him from the equation. She grabs the phone and then calls Grant. It takes a moment for Grant to pick up. "Sorry for the delay, Madam President. I am in the middle of a meeting." "I don't care. Get in here," she said and hung up. She starts to pace in front of her desk as she thinks. As the president, she does not have the authority to just promote people she likes, but everyone agreed that it was for the benefit of the nation. God damn it. The fucking Greenland purchase negotiations are less of a pain than this, only because the Danish want to put up a front, Madam President, Grant said as he walked in. "They just want a role in the development of ma'am." She stops and looks at him. Since World War II, the U.S. has been wanting to buy Greenland because of the economic wealth and for its strategic position in the Arctic. While the topic only appears every few decades, mainly as a thought experiment, the U.S. secretly still wanted it. It was just never worth going public because we already were allowed bases there. But like always, China and Russia started gaining influence in the Danish colony. The idea reappeared in 2019, but it was a joke. But then China was caught extracting resources illegally, and the Danish government was helpless to prevent it because of domestic issues in rebuilding its economy. Seeing an opportunity, her administration is working on stealing the massive island away from China and Russia right under them. She looks at him, enjoying the joke, but is too angry to laugh. Seeing the mood, Grant closes the door and walks forward. "Is everything okay, Madam President? Did I do something wrong?" She takes the report and hands it to him. "Read the report. What does the rank say?" Grant stands there and reads the report. He schemes it. "Evacuation mission. Your favorite soldier. Major?" "Exactly," she said. "Major. Why is he still a major? We need him to be a lieutenant colonel for our plans to work. We agreed a major is too low of a rank to operate in this new world. To represent our country." She then stops herself and calms herself down. She adjusts her glasses and then looks at him. "Look, I know you and Brent were not the biggest fan of this move, but we all agreed to move forward." Grant looks puzzled by the report. "With all due respect, Madam President, but I talked to Holland and the order was given." She stands there confused by that. She knows for a fact Stanford would not go against her. She trusts him completely. She had to fight to keep him from staying in charge of the war and not implement the rotational model from the Afghanistan war. She looks at Grant and can see he is confused by this too. Then both look directly in the eye and have a sigh. "Do you think?" "He wouldn't dare to," Grant said. "Even he wouldn't go that far." "God damn it." She mumbles and then walks to her desk and turns on the microphone and calls the CIA Director Brent Quinton. It took a few minutes, but he finally answered. "How can I help you, Madam President?" "I want a yes or no answer," she said, her tone stating she wants no bullshit. "Did you change my orders to have Major Sharpe promoted?" There was not a delay in the response, like he was expecting this phone call. "I was protecting you, ma'am Dashda." "God damn it, Brent," she said as she leans away. "Talk about the definition of the deep state crap." Grant leans forward on the desk. "Director, you have no business to interfere in military matters. This is a massive gross of overstepping. I tried to explain this, but you don't want him to move up the ranks or have more attention on him," Brent said. "Madam President, he will result in your downfall. His fast and loose policy in Mexico nearly created an international incident." She looks down at her phone. "Cut the bull, Brent. I know what happened. We went our best to fight a crazy man. His whole career has been us sending him and his boys into the worst-case scenario situation, and they came out on top. Don't you dare give me this he failed one-time Hollywood crap, so all the bricks must fall." "But Dash," Brent said before he was cut off from Potts. "I was not finished," she said as she leans down on her desk so he can clearly hear her. "I know what happened, Brent. The reason you don't want him around is that you screwed over his unit in Mexico. You tipped off Armando Carvalho about Major Sharpe's Delta team location." This time she noticed that Brent remained silent. He thought she didn't know, but she found out. When she first learned of Major Sharpe, 9, and what happened in Mexico, something always felt off. The joke in the office is that his file is so redacted only the dashes on the date are readable. She used his contacts in the White House and her contacts while she was a major in the Army to do some investigating. She later learned that the CIA leaked Delta Force location as a way to lure out Armando Carvalho to force an encounter. The problem is that they did not tell the military, and it ended up in 2 Delta operatives and 3 Mexicans butchered like cattle. After learning that, she correctly assumed that elements in the CIA are using Sharpe as a scapegoat. The problem she has noticed with Sharpe is that he would accept taking the blame. He is too prideful and accepting of his responsibility, and he would accept full responsibility for the failed mission. He is a perfect fall man to wipe your hands clean of a dirty mess, except for the fact that he never went away, and Brent hates that. "I am sorry," Brent asked. "I know you were directing that operation, and I know you abused that man to protect your political career," she said. "And before you ask how I figured it out, just remember I am the President of the United States and I am your boss. Now he will get promoted, and if I find out you interfere with my will again, you will wish you will be sent to Guantanamo Bay." She then hangs up and sits down in her chair. "Fucking spooks. I don't think I ever have seen you this anger, Madam President," Grant said. "Please not know the madam, sorry," she replies. "Nothing is personal, ma'am," Grant said. "We're all doing our duty. If you do not mind me asking, how did you know?" "Female intuition, General," she replies and looks at him. Something didn't feel right. She takes a moment to relax and takes a deep breath. She then looks up at him and smiles. "I think it is time to meet them all. Make the arrangement, please, and please get that promotion going. I would like to properly address him." The Ticaret Conglomerate, capital city of Ticaret, February 2nd, 2026. Falcon Alton storms into the Tezuko house within the capital city. Outside the house is very decorative with ribbons and hanging rugs everywhere. The home is built into the mountainside with these imported wooden doors that have been specially designed. There are guards at the door to prevent unwelcome guests. While all the other major houses in Ticaret who deal with transactions and contracts, Nara deals with many important guests here and around Falmart, owning a powerful and successful brothel network throughout Falmart. Her main clients are high nobles, royalties from imperial leaders from the empire or vassals' kingdoms, and fiefdoms. She also serves other smaller independent states across Falmart. She has made connections within many of the major cities inside and outside the Ticaret Conglomerate like Rondell, Belnago, Napni, and the capital of Edras, Edmos. The guards do nothing as he walks inside. His house is one of the main 4 that govern the Ticaret Council, and her house is technically under his house. However, he has learned to let her act independently as much as he can. Most of the other families will backstab you in a heartbeat if it benefits them. There is not a single society like you see in most other countries. The Ticaret Conglomerate has 4 major houses on the Ticaret Council: the Tessum Union, Second Sanctum, Alton House, and Gummis House. He glances down at her Machina assistant and bodyguard Kira, 10. She is the other reason why the guards would not want to stop him. Kira would easily kill them. Besides, he would never threaten Nara. It is never wise to mess with a kitsune. Kira stays close, he said in an annoyed tone. He looks forward and heads upstairs. Every time he has come here, he has always admired her beautiful home. She has goods from all over Falmart, different dishes, pottery, clothes, and more. Today he does not care. His family house is above hers after all, and he has the right. He opens her door and walks in. He planned on yelling at her once he entered her chambers, but the first thing he did was stop and look away, seeing 5 naked women standing there. One is a cat people, 2 are elves, both female, one is a brown hair bunny, and another is a succubus. Nara specializes in utilizing other humanoids that are not human. Because humanity is the dominant race in Falmart right now, other races are considered more exotic, thus they give bigger returns. The other reason he has learned is that she employs non-humans to help protect them. Her breasts are not big enough, Nara said as she is analyzing her employees. "They don't like bunnies." Nara then snaps her figure, and this pink fairy flies over and a blue feathered siren. "Taiti." "Yes, headmistress," the fairy Taiti said. "I want these 2, the dark elf and the succubus. They will be heading to Higvlad," Nara said. "Yes, mistress," Taiti said, and then directed 2 other slaves to take them. She then looks to the blue siren. "Tuel, take the bunny and the cat to process. I want them to go to Napni." "Mistress," Tuel said. "Count Asarasha still has not paid his dues from the summit." "That is right," Nara mumbles as she puts her hand on her chin. "If it wasn't for the fact that I make 9% of my profits from that city alone, I could have cut off his balls," She then looks to Tyle, holding her hand at Falcon, ordering him to wait. Forget that. Bunnies and cats are immensely popular in Sadera, and we're allies now, so send them with the rest. I want my new brothel there fully stocked when we open. Yes, mistress, Tyle said. She then bows and walks away with the other two prostitutes. Nara looks at him with a smile. Falcon, it is nice to see you again, but never barges into my home again. He sees the look in her eyes. Kitsunes are a rare and mysterious race and understands that he has to respect her, which he does. Let's not forget I am in charge. Nara walks past him to her drinking station. Yes, let's not forget, Falcon, that your house might be powerful. Without me, it would be a shadow among the others. And your business arrangements with the Hinregs. He clings his fists together with his rage. He then looks to his creation Kira. Machina is a rare crystal that if you stick it to a metal surface, it takes control of it. An example is if you attach it to a knight armor, it will be able to control it. It can move the arms and leg pieces so he can walk and pick up objects. While rare and hard to master, he learned how to do it at the Fire Mage College and created his own personal assistant and bodyguard. Some of the materials he needed came from the mountains the Hinregs are settled in. In exchange for the materials he needed, he agreed to share some of his Machina knowledge with them as part of the mining rights. The only reason he was able to secure that arrangement was because of Nara. Vampires are extreme isolationists, and they only trade or deal with outsiders when they have no choice. Their leader, Higvlad, has a dirty little secret. He likes to have sex with other races, and Nara only offers the best. After his family was murdered, he became a lonely male vampire. He takes a deep breath and calms down. How could you betray me like this? I have been particularly good to you. I betrayed nothing, Nara said as she took a drink from her cup. Water. He looks at her confused. You sided with the Gummis family, the Second Sanctum. And then I learned you convinced Boldus Keswick of the Tessum Union to side with them. I looked like a fool. Nara stands there and takes another sip of her water. He knows he has to be careful with his anger as Nara knows how to play people when they are emotional. He knows this from experience, falling for her tricks twice. Nara Tezuko is one of the most beautiful women he has ever seen in Falmart. A Katusan, humanoid fox with great curves and a well-balanced body. She enjoys wearing robes that overlap each other, intentionally showing her beauty. Depending on her mood or day, she wears these different color roses. She enjoys walking around with these hand fans. The fan is white with a red rose on it. The Ticaret Conglomerate is in the western half of the western desert known as the Kalahar Desert, so it is known to get very hot. That fan is not only to keep herself cool, but she uses it as a quick weapon, scaring anyone who breaks her rules. He takes her offer and drinks from her high-quality cup. Is this one from Edris? Yes, Nara said. Poor things. I loved all their little different cults and their beliefs. It was good for business. Now about Dashda. Then he sees the blue-haired siren walks back into the room. He has seen her before, her name being Tyle. As she walks up to Nara, she takes a glance at him. She gives him a small wave. He smiles and halfway waves back. Tyle is one of Nara's top prostitutes, one he has found attractive. Being a half-elf, his father was a human, and his mother was a high elf. Both were killed in a fire when he was young. Half-elves are not well respected as humans, and elves prefer their own kind. They can work together and be friends, but having children has always seemed to be a taboo. That has made it hard for a business and building romantic relationships. Mistress, Tyle said, we have a situation down below. One of Mortimer's children is being rough with one of your employees again. Nara takes a deep breath. The Gummis family. Why is it always them? I am sorry, Falcon, but today has been unusually busy. You can follow me. He sees Nara walking away, her robe dragging behind her. He quickly follows her, needing to get his questions answered. As he walks past Tyle, she waves goodbye and wishes him luck. They have coupled a few times, paid of course. The first time was after he helped Nara establish the Tezuko Bank, which is now the first and most successful bank institution in Ticaret. Without him knowing, Nara sent Tyle to him as a thank you. He later learned the truth and felt ashamed, but enjoyed the comfort in a lonely life. Since then they met a few other times. I understand you are busy, but I must know, he said as she follows her. Why did you vote for the war? You told me you didn't want to go to war. Why did you even want me to go to the summit with the Empire if you were going to betray me? I now look like a fool. My family estate has dropped dramatically now, Please don't fill your mouth with sand. Nara in a calm, smooth tone. Did you think I was going to go against the second? Their intelligence made a good case for war. The other worlders do threaten our way of life. He knows who she is talking about, Galen. She is one of the rare dark elves. No one knows where their tribe is located, but they appear when they want to. The second sanctum is the primary military and intelligence institution within the Ticaret. All the top warriors and spies work for Galen. Each house can control its own army, but the second is the main unified military. They have been credited on why there has been so much peace in the Ticaret Conglomerate. Families compete and backstab each other for business reasons, but no one wants to cross the red line where the second must get involved. There was once a powerful family hundreds of years ago, and one night it was dismantled in a night. While most would think the second with all their power would just take over the Ticaret Conglomerate, Galen and the other conclave leadership are zealots when it comes to the primary god of the land, Deldort. Deldort is the god of the covenant, contract, property, business, and more. His apostle Martimus Onur is the official sealer of contracts and deals, binding everyone to their agreements. Long ago the second promised to protect the Ticaret, and they entered that agreement with Martimus, forcing them not to overthrow the conglomerate. Galen sees the other worlders as a threat to our way of life. It is natural for them to see them as a threat and want war. Besides, these Americans seem to be powerful, and that is attractive to them, Nara states. But working with the Empire? He asked. The Empire has been the primary threat to the Ticaret, and the second hates them. He thought they would not agree to war solely because it would mean working with the Empire. We might be fighting the same enemy, but we are not allies, Nara states as she walks past some room of her fancy home. But did you notice the second was not unified? He thinks back on yesterday's council meeting. Now that he thinks about it, Galen and her generals seem quiet and frustrated, not with the council but among themselves. This war will be bloody, and it seems they are not in agreement on what to do or who to side with. And since you brought up the Summit 11, I think you already knew that Sandshield Deep and Mortimer Gummis position, Nara states. As he thinks about what she said, he looks around her home. He sees 3 other kitsune wandering around in her home. There are some relaxing, talking long couches, other walking about and walking, another playing with a child. He does not know much about their race. All he knows is that they were exiles from a faraway land from the south, past the ocean. Sandshield Deep is a dwarven kingdom led by Gagnog Sandshield. They are very pro-war against the otherworlders, more for their own ego and pride. Mortimer Gummis controls one of the strongest and wealthiest families in the Ticaret. While most houses and citizens of the Ticaret do not like the Empire, he has always pushed for better relations with the Empire. That is because he wants to expand business into the Empire's market and get into the guild system. War gave him that window for better relations. Yes, but they never would be able to sway everyone else for war if you didn't convince Boldus Keswick, he states angrily. Boldus Keswick is the head of the Tessim Union. He operates the Trade and Wealth Guild and has a history of helping smaller businesses who cannot compete against the larger houses' business. Many thought that was a silly investment, however, that proved to be popular with the people. His advice has helped many businesses, and in return, he got rich. While not as wealthy as the Gummis family, he has far greater influence within the conglomerate. Baldus is usually against war, seeing it as a distraction from his business with the people. But he has learned not to underestimate Baldus, as when he chooses to fight, he is a warrior. He helped accelerate the end of the southeast neighbor, Edris. Baldus siding with the War Pro group what shocked him the most. It came out of nowhere for him, and he had to spend a good sum of money to find out why. That is when he learned Nara Tezuko influenced Baldus to go to war. Why? He asked as they headed down the stairs, heading to her flagship and most famous brothel, the Half Moon. Look where the winds are blowing, Falson, Nara said as she enters the Half Moon. War was going to happen no matter what. I just made it. So we were more unified behind it. If we are divided in this war, we have already lost. She stops and looks at him with a smile. Even the Salamanders agreed with the Empire deal. If they are willing to accept an alliance with the Empire, it was only a matter of time the others would too. He stops and thinks. While Baldus' switch he did not see coming, the Saskak's Fury Skin is a powerful warrior like Draconian tribe. Normally the families and houses would never tolerate a tribe like them, but they have been around since the year of Can, the day of unification of the families. Their kind came from the eastern part of the Kalhar Desert, but the Empire purged their villages, and pushed the remaining to the west centuries ago. They want to retake the eastern part of the desert from the Empire. During the summit, Emperor Zorzal and a few of the Imperial Senate offered to hand that region back to the Ticaret Conglomerate if they joined the war effort. That land transfer alone would double the Ticaret Conglomerate landmass and help allow access to the Falmart economy. While some believe the Empire will betray the offer, there was no way the Council was not going to consider it. Saskax gets his land back and gets to fight in the greatest war Falmart has ever seen. Nara is correct, it was only a matter of time. The peaceful option just had too much against it, even though so many want it. Okay, he said, I see what you mean, but why did you betray me? You didn't even consult me. He then thinks about past events and realizes that she helped push everyone to war, and yet she did not meet with his friend and close ally Elliot Bilberry. Elliot Bilberry runs a small but successful alcohol trading business. His grandfather saved Elliot's grandfather, and since then their business has been interconnected. While he does not have a large say in the council, he does have a position. And why didn't you talk with Elliot? He asked. We both have been kind to you. Are you plotting to merge with another house? Don't tell me it is with Mortimer. I know you've been wanting into the Sadera markets, and I heard you back there. Nara stands there and folds her hand fan. She then lightly slams it against her hand. You know, Falsum, you are a very smart young man, but you fail to see what's between the lines. I don't understand what you mean, he asked. Growing up, he went to the Egidim University to learn how economics works, and then to the Fire Mage College to become a sage. Being half-human allowed him to learn some spirit magic, however, his skills are weaker compared to full-blood elves and humans. He is considered the smartest man in his family. What is left of it? Of course, you don't, Nara said as she thinks. The winds are blowing in the wrong decision, and you are right. I do have plans. She then walks up to him and gets uncomfortably close to him. Knowing he is too innocent, she moves her head close to him as she places her hand on his upper chest. Her other hand grabs his side. I am offended that you would think I would betray you after everything I've been through. He feels his body heating up and takes a step back. Hey, no games. Nara giggles and places her fan between her open armpits. I love how shy you are. Anyway, I must address what's happening to one of my employees. I don't want another one of my girls being raped by the Gummis family. She then walks off in a hurry. He stands there watching her walk away. Why can't she ever speak plainly? He then rushes after her. As he moves through the half-moon brothel, he sees clients from very wealthy families and nobles. The place is not crowded with clients because Nara only serves the rich and powerful. This also means this brothel is not like most others you see on the streets. It is exceptionally clean, with nice and expensive decorations everywhere. You get the feeling that you are royalty when you walk in. As he passes the front desk, he sees this blondish-haired kitsune standing there talking to one of the brothel slaves. He has always been impressed and confused by how Nara views and treated slaves. None of her prostitutes are slaves. Many were once slaves at one point in their life, but they are normal employees. The slaves he has seen are usually doing domestic work like cleaning and maintaining her home and brothels, but none of them have been treated with ill will but respect for slave standards. She once explained it to him that it is harder to defend her male and female prostitutes from abuse if they were only common slaves. So, she employs them just like you would for any other job. And the slaves she does have are treated better than any he has ever seen. He finally catches up with Nara. While her body is very feminine, she is quick with her fox traits. He walks into one of the high-class private rooms and sees this man standing there naked. Nara is standing there, and she looks furious. He then looks over and sees a wood elf and a catgirl prostitutes cuddling this naked monarch wing as the wing woman cries. The monarch wing looks like she has a recent black eye, and some of her yellow feathers from her wing look to be missing by force. He looks up and recognizes the man. He is Mortimer Gumu's youngest son, but he does not remember which wife. But he is pretty sure he is the son of one of the slave wives. He is Dortimer Gummis. What is it, Nara? Dortimer asked in an arrogant tone. Nara looks down at the monarch wing and then looks back at him. She then pulls out her closed hand fan and then starts hitting him. I told you not to rape my girls. They are not common whores for you to do as you please. Dortimer backs away as he holds up his hands to protect himself. I paid for the services. I dashed. She then hits him hard with her hand fan. You know the rules. I had enough. You are banished from all of my brothels. Go to the slums where you belong. My father will not tolerate this treatment, Dortimer states as she heads to the door. Then tell him to come here and we can have another talk, Nara said, showing no weakness. If your father wants to lose more money and my support. He gets out of the way as Dortimer walks out. He looked frightened as he was not expecting Nara to beat him. He then looks to Nara as she hugs the monarch wing. There, Nara said in a motherly tone. The bad man is gone. I should have banished him last time. He watches and then walks out of the room, feeling like this should be a private moment. He heads downstairs and into the main lobby. When he gets there, he sees his assistant Kira standing there waiting. Is everything okay, Master Alton? Kira asked. Do you need assistance? No, he replies. Just domestic issues. I noticed, Master Alton. Kira, I wish to ask you a question. You always do, Kira. Please ask. He replies and sits down. Kira was created 12 years ago and is still trying to understand people's emotions so she can act more human. Why do you humanoids use aggression like that? Hurting others for pleasure? Kira asked as she sat down next to him. He thinks about the question. He himself is not a violent man. He learned magic so he could defend himself and his family estate. A man who can't defend what he has, family and property, is no man at all, his grandfather said. I don't know, Kira. There is no logical benefit. Sometimes people just like to be monsters, he said and looked at her. Because people can, and that's how the world works. Because someone can do something usually means they will. Like murder and rape? Kira, even though someone was being nice to them. So why should people be nice then if it only gets you hurt? He thinks about the question. Because ideally, good things flow back to you. You either flow good or bad spirits to people. I believe most people respond better when you flow positive spirits. People respect the nice. It is just the bad that gets the attention. After waiting for a moment, he sees Nara walk downstairs and address him. I am sorry about that, Falson. Please follow me to my office so we can settle this dispute. Stay here, Kira. I don't think Nara will murder me, he said and then stands up. He follows Nara to her office, a place he has been before. He walks into her office and sits in her fancy guest chair. Nara sits down in her fancy-looking chair with silver stone all over it. Okay, you think I am going to betray you? Well, he mumbles and thinks. He has had some time to cool down and get control of his emotions. Not anymore, but I am still pissed. I have been humiliated as the only real opposition to the council. You went around to the other families and influenced them to go to war. You officially supported them going to war. I know, Nara said in a calm tone. That is how I planned it. Because we need to be unified in this war, he states. Nara nods. Like in any war. And you are not worried about how powerful these other worlders are? If the second spies are correct, they are a coalition led by an even more powerful state called the Americans. They have been destroying the empire like water on paper. I know, Nara said as she pulled out Wayne root from her desk. Wayne root is known to be used as a smoking drug. Nara has a love for the root, smoking it a few times a day. She only buys the highest end of Wayne roots. She lights it and starts smoking it in front of him. I have read yours and everyone else's reports, Nara said. The Empire would never form a coalition to fight them if they could do it themselves. That is the scary part, and that is why the war was coming no matter what. I understand that I don't understand how powerful these Americans are, and yet you speak so plainly about the subject, he points out. He is baffled by her handling of this situation. In all his years, he has never seen her act this reckless unless she has something else planned. What is going on, Nara? I need to know. Nara leans back and crosses her arm, exposing some of her legs. I was going to tell you soon, Falson. I like you and respect you. When my house was on the verge of collapse, you stood by me. Our banking arrangements have been very profitable for both of us. I do feel bad you assumed the worst case. He takes a deep breath and leans back, crossing his arms. Then please explain. As you said, I stood by you during the bad times. I earned the right to know. War is coming no matter what, Nara said. There is not a point in hiding that. So many of the other families will push for it no matter what. Their egos, pride, and self-economic interests will force them to go to war against the Americans. If the rumors are true, these people are abolishing slavery and can provide other means to make wealth. Everyone here will fall into ruin. And now we will fall into ruin because we are at war, he said. We don't know enough about them, and because of that, We are just not as powerful as the Empire, and if they can't win, how can we? Exactly, Nara said calmly as she smokes. This purplish smoke starts to form around. He looks carefully at her and thinks about how she responded. You want this? He then leans forward and thinks carefully. You know we will go to war, and we will most likely be defeated with the Empire. Correct, Nara said. Right now, all we are going off rumors and spy reports. We still don't know who these people are. But I do believe these people are different from the status quo of the nations of Falmart. I am convinced they are anti-slavery. That rumor has been too consistent to be a lie. I do agree with that, he replies and then thinks about the submit. The Empire confirmed that. They just claim they are stealing people. But I know you wouldn't fall for that propaganda. Yeah, Nara said. I do think it is cute but naive that these otherworlders are against slavery. While they are correct, it is an immoral institution that only benefits the rich and powerful. I don't see how they will replace it without plumbing Falmart into an economic dark age. And yet they must have figured something out. Assuming their world has abolished the act, he replies. He thinks about that. They have had many conversations about slavery and other institutions that are considered barbaric. The Alton family has slaves just like anyone else. It is a common practice that you cannot get around. Just like Nara, he prefers having slaves only do the basics of tasks and lean contractors or employees to do the more important tasks. But he prefers official contracts with free folk. While it is more expensive, he feels like he has been able to get better results. He believes his positive flow practice has benefited him in meeting the right people that can help him live up to his values. Not like the Gummis family, Tessum Union, and others which would do anything to get them more profit. So why didn't you talk to me and tried to convince me to vote for the war? If you really wanted a unified vote, he asked, looking back at her. Because you never would vote for war. We all can see you oppose it with all your heart, and you are right to do so, Nara said. He looks carefully at her. Wait a moment. You wanted everyone to rally against me? You wanted me to be the only one who votes no for war? Correct, Nara said, and then leaned forward on her desk. At first your estate will suffer, but that will only be temporary. The war will drag out and become unpopular. We fight defensive wars, not offensive wars. We will be drained, and the people will get tired. The families and houses who needed to be influenced to support war will slowly turn against the war. And then everyone will remember who the family was who voted against it. He widens his eyes as he finally understood what she planned. She wanted everyone to vote for the war to get them on record and back them into a corner. Over time, he will become more popular as people will start to see that he was right and has the better path. This move could rebalance the power within the Ticaret Conglomerate to where his estate would have the most influence, with Nara benefiting from the rebalance. You are plotting a revolution? He asked, but a very certain tone. That is one way of putting it, Nara said as she smokes, confirming how to guess. But why? He asked. As we said before, Nara said, change is coming. Let's say we didn't go to war, then I expect the Ticaret will descend into civil war. The changes of the otherworlders will put pressure on the Gummis, Gagnog, and Saskax families to act and seize power to protect their interests. That will force Galen to start slaughtering half of the Ticaret Council, both tiers of it, to maintain order and balance. This would force Boldus and his Tessum Union to rebel against Gummis and Saskax. And don't forget, your family will get dragged into this mess. I understand, he said as he thinks. He runs everything she said in his head, and he comes to the same basic conclusion. If the Empire falls, that leaves the Ticaret the last major power on Falmart, excluding Queen Famula's Far East Kingdoms. The thing that keeps the Ticaret functional is the balance of power between the different families and houses. Once it enters the civil war, that might be the end. Either way, the only way to save the Ticaret is to go to war now and try to find a way for peace later, he said. That is my plan, Nara said as she takes a puff. But why didn't you tell me before? He asked. Because I needed everyone to see your reaction, Nara explained as she makes smoke rings. Everyone needs to see how you look betrayed. That shock and desperation in your eyes. Otherwise, no one would believe me. Everyone needed to be convinced. He takes a deep breath. While he hates to admit it, she is correct. Why didn't you include Elliot in your plans? Is it because we are friends? Correct, Nara said. It would have been strange if he betrayed you. That would have raised questions I do not want to answer. And besides, no one cares what a hobbit thinks, so he was not worth my time. No offense to Elliot, He understands, he said. There is one problem he sees in her plan: the Americans. She is making a massive bet on an unknown enemy force. For all, she knows they will come here and take her for their own. Travelers, the Second, and the Empire all tell different stories based on their own biases. You are betting a lot on these otherworlders, he points out. Why? That isn't like you at all. You are plotting a revolution based on an enemy force from another world. Speaking of that, how did you even come up with this idea? Nara leans back into her seat again. Change is coming, and how we embrace it will determine the future. I know I am betting on blindness, but I see no other path. You trust them this much even though you know nothing? He asked. Nara takes a breath and looks at him. It is a feeling, Falcon. Do you know of Lelyr Perchwell? Of course, he replies. He is the owner of the Perchwell Merchant Navy. I have a close working relationship with him. He helps move much of my product. While he is a bit strange, I consider him honorable. Well, he was in Italica during the siege, Nara said. You know about that event? I heard the rumors, he said. The otherworlders attacked and the Empire repelled it. He said that, but he does not fully believe in the rumors. Nara chuckles hearing that. That's the Empire propaganda, which makes no sense when you think about it since the otherworlders are occupying the city. That part always confused me, he replies. Anyway, what about him? He was in the city during the siege. He was trying to help people escape with his trading boat on the Row Stream. It was bandits who were attacking the city, not the otherworlders, and you know how much he hates bandits. It was the Americans who swooped in and saved the city, Nara said with a smile. What he said interested me. He tilts his head confused. A lot of things interest you, Nara. What could it be? Nara takes a pipe from her Wayne root and blows another ring. Perchwell said he saw this soldier in strange clothes standing on the wall. He saw the Imperial Knights standing close by looking angry at what he was saying. Nara then looks up at her ceiling. That history has shown the common man able to overcome the great crisis, defeat great armies, and even topple empires. 12. She stops and looks at him. Perchwell said he also heard that American also said he had faith in those common folks, and that they would win. I find that fascinating, Nara said. He thinks about that. Perchwell is a man who loves to tell crazy stories, adding details that were never true to make the story sound better. He is a story man and people love it because you never know what he will say. But if Nara believes his words, then there has to be some meaning behind it, and the truth is, he can't imagine Perchwell making up those words. A man in power telling the peasants that they are powerful enough to overthrow their own government. That is crazy, and yet, Nara seems to believe that statement. Okay, he said, and you trust them this much? Of course not, Nara said. I asked Perchwell to go down to Alness to learn more about these people. As you said before, we do not know enough. We need hard facts to sort out all of these rumors. So why not wait until we get those hard facts? He asked. It seems you made up your mind about these Americans. That sounds cute, Nara said with a smile. Like a child with a long sword. Strong ideals, but no idea how to carry them out. While I am willing to admit when I am wrong, which I have yet to need to do, my heart is telling me to trust them and their intention. Nara then looks at him. She places her legs on her desks in a sensual position, knowing it embarrasses him. Your assistant. You could have made her look whatever you wanted with your illusion magic, but you choose a young blonde woman. And I know you have been taken an interest with my prostitute tool. He adjusts himself and glances away. Well, she is a nice woman. I know you sent her to me that one time. It was a thank you. But I did notice you came back 2 or 3 more times and paid, Nara said with a smirk. Don't feel ashamed that you lack the experience with a woman. Mortimer has what, 5 wives? By the gods who know how many slave wives he has. Do you think he treats them well or understands them? What is your point? He asked. Never underestimate the feelings of a woman, Falcon, Nara said as she started fanning herself with her white with a red rose hand fan. And that is why you are trusting these otherworlders? Why are you starting a revolution? Because of your feelings? He asks. Of course, Nara said. They haven't led me astray yet. Now, do you have any other issues to complain about? He takes a deep breath and stands up. None. But next time, do not play me. I understand, Master Alton, Nara said. V12, Chapter 142 Training Day. Fort Minck, Training Ground, February 3rd, 2026. It is nearly 0900 and Sharpe is walking along the firing line. Across the line is his rangers conducting their daily practice. They are lined up firing their rifles at targets down the range. Today is slightly different. This time the girls are with them. Rory Mercury, Lelei Lalina, and Tuke Luna Marceau are lined up and firing at the targets down the range. Each one of the girls has their own special way of fighting. Rory being a melee fighter, Lelei being the team mage, and then Tuke being his scout and archer. He does not want to take away what makes them special and unique on the team. Their differences have made the team more efficient. Still, he wants them to have a sidearm just in case they need it. And it will be good to get them more familiar with more US technology. He already gave the girls a lesson on the SIG M17, the safety, how it works, the basics, and now they are firing downrange. The firing range is a semi-outdoors facility, where the soldier's stand is covered and leads into a building. The actual range part is outside with a 4-foot wall all around. There is a roof over the range with a track to allow soldiers to adjust the distance of their target. He looks downrange and sees the girls' targets. It is the standard target you see at ranges. All three of them are getting used to the firearm. In the beginning, it is key to get the user comfortable with the weapon. He has to do that with Selena early on. 1. He had to teach her how to respect the weapon and how to properly use it. He is hoping he can multiply that lesson to the girls and knights. He looks over to his right and sees 3 knights on the firing range. It is Pina Colada, Beefeater Ikedi, and Bozko Palesti. He ordered Pina to find 2 others who she trusted to learn the firearm. As he watches, he sees most of them are missing or barely hitting the target. It is their first time, and he expected it. Today is more about them learning the basics. Rory seems to be getting used to her M17, getting close to the target center. To his surprise, Tuke seems to be doing the best of them all even though this is her first time. She has been the closest to hitting the target man in the head or chest. The skill she has learned from being an archer clearly has spread over. The only issue he sees becoming a problem is that she takes too long to line up her shot, treating it like a bow. And then there is Lelei. She has been struggling the most between the girls and the knights. During the first round, she never hit the target. The second round she did hit the target, but on the outer rim of it, never hitting the man on the target. The range drill sergeant blows the whistle telling everyone to stop firing because they all finished unloading their magazines. Ceasefire. Safety on and place your pistol on the table beside you, Jacob orders. As everyone sets down their M17s for safety reasons, he walks over to Lelei. Hey Lelei, how are you feeling? Lelei looks at him frustrated. I suck at this. I don't understand why. I am telling it to hit the target, but it refuses to do so. No, he replies. He thinks about why she is struggling, and then he gets an idea. Lelei, when you use your staff, what is going through your mind? Lelei thinks about how to answer his question. When I am about to use a spell, I visualize what I want and how it works. I have to think about what the spell is and all the elements I need for the spell to work. That is why the more you know, the better the spell is, Lelei adds. What my staff does is to allow me to channel my mana and helps direct my spells. In dumb people terms, you are communicating with your staff. He replies and thinks. I think I see the problem. You are thinking too much. No wonder you're good at this. You never think. Rory comments. He hears everyone that is around them chuckling. He looks over to Rory. And yet you use the simplest weapon out of us all, Shorty. At least I have the lights on. Hey, Rory yells, angry at being called short. And I don't think lights flickering count. Rory shoots back and then gives him an air kiss. Knock it off, you two. Lelei mumbles. That's not helping. He looks back at his blue hair friend. Sorry, Lelei. He then kneels and pulls out his Colt M1911. He holds it out so she can see it. Lelei, this is a simple but powerful tool that must be respected. He sees her looking at it and then looks back up at him. I know. Selena says that all the time. Good, he replies. This is what you are doing. You are overthinking the matter. This is an extension of your arm. You need to close everything else off around you and focus on your target. Lelei blinks in confusion. But the pistol is very complex. You need to aim, remembering the number of bullets. There is the trigger that pulls the gears inside the weapon to trigger the reaction so the bullet can dash. He stops her from continuing. Lelei, right there is the problem. This is not your staff. You need to keep calm and focus. You are clouding your mind too much. He thinks of a movie they watched again a few months ago. It is one of Rory's favorites and demanded they watched it together. It is called The Last Samurai, and it is one he likes a lot. There is a part in it where the American prisoner learning the arts of a samurai, and one of the Japanese men explained that he had too much on his mind, and that was why he kept losing. Lelei, remember the movie The Last Samurai? He asked. Yeah, Lelei said. I like the style of the film. What about it? Remember when the American captain was taken prisoner, he said, already knowing that she does, but wanting her to picture that part of the film in her head. He lost another fight in his sword training, and that other samurai walked up and explained that he was overthinking. Lelei adds, Are you saying I am having the same problem? I think so, he replies. You are treating this like your staff. This is nothing like it. It is far simpler than that. Just aim, breath, and shoot. You need to tune out everything around you and focus on your target. Everything is a distraction. But Lelei starts to protest. He hushes her and then hands her the M17. No buts. Just aim, breathe, and pull the trigger. Don't think about the science behind it. Magic isn't science. Lelei mumbles, but then does what he said. She grips the handle of her M17 and then aims. He sees her stance is wrong. He should have seen that coming. She is standing like she is about to cast a spell. He walks around her and then starts helping her stand properly. He then lightly touches her arm and helps her aim properly. Once done, he takes a step back. Fire when ready. He watches Lelei fire her pistol. She misses the first 3 shots, but then she hits the man on the target. Still not in the kill zone, but a far greater improvement. Good job, Lelei. All around he hears the other girls and some of the knights clapping, celebrating Lelei hitting the target. Good job, he said. Boses begins to chuckle a little. It isn't that hard. I don't understand all this strict training about this. Boses, Pina said. Be respectful. Just saying, Boses said, shrugging her shoulders. This doesn't seem hard. I was expecting more. Tuke looks at Boses. Imperial Knights, always thinking they are better at everything. Hey, we gave up our station in the capital. Boses yells, looking at Tuke. And I lost my village because your people kept attacking Edras and forced them to break a peace treaty. Tuke responds, Knock it off, Beefeater said. Still, Boses has a point. This doesn't seem that hard. Point and shoot. He looks at them as the debate begins. He starts to assume the novelty of their advanced technology might be wearing off. He assumes that because their technology is far more advanced and effective, a pistol is centuries ahead of them. However, the more complex something is, the harder it is to employ and teach people. However, he comes up with an idea to shut Boses up. So, you think it is easy? He said, getting everyone's attention. You're right. It isn't hard at all. I feel like this is a trap coming from you, Boses states. Hey Major, Pina said, how far can you shoot? I usually only see you fight close up. Hearing that, he smirks. He turns around and looks at Rory. Rory is smirking and gives him a nod of approval. Full smartass time. Let us see. He takes over Lelei's station and presses the button to recall the target. He starts to hum the American classic wartime song. Over there, too. He puts a new target of a man on it and starts going down the range. As his targets go past everyone else's targets, he sees all the women around him eyes widen their eyes, noticing how far the target is going. His target gets to the very end of the range. He continues to hum over there as Lelei hands him her SIG M17. He reloads it and then aims, still humming. He then fires his pistol until it is empty. He looks over to Lelei and hands her pistol back. Thank you. He then presses the button to recall the target. As the target comes back, he looks around with a smile on his face. No stress, no worry, no concern, nothing. When the target stops at the station, he can see them all staring at it in disbelief. All the horses shit, Beefeater said as she looks at his target. I have been correct, Boses said in shocked at what she sees. He looks at his target with pride. He sees a smiley face on the man's head. 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Not too bad, I say. Amazing, Rory said. Impressed? Too bad you can't shoot like that in bed. Rory. He yells as he tries to cut her off but fails. He sees Rory snickering. He looks to the knights and they all are chuckling and looking away. Kids. He then looks to Lelei and sees her embarrassed. You realize you encouraged her, right? Lelei said. He scratches the back of his head. Princess of Darkness, I guess. I see you all are having fun, Sarah said. Thank God we don't have an HR 3 department yet. He looks at Sarah and sees Selena and Guardian Baluti, or as he calls her, Pinky. Before he can say anything, he hears everyone greeting her, all calling her mom. He can see this defeated look on Sarah's face. Early this morning, the same thing happened to him. They all called him Pops or Dad. They decided to start dating and thought it would be wise to tell the girls. They found out they all texted everyone breaking the secret. Now everyone has been torching them both by calling them Mom and Dad. Yes, Captain, he replies. He looks down and sees Selena standing there confused. She is in a cute pink and white dress with small flowers on it. Today is her first day of school. He can see her Glock 43 strapped to her leg, just hidden up her dress. Both him and Sarah had a debate about her bringing a pistol to school. The debate started off with Sarah explaining that she is already armed, and he has nothing to worry about. He disagreed on the grounds that there are wood elves with the sole purpose of murdering her, and that she has already proven to be responsible for it, that she feels more comfortable and safer with it, and it is a sign of trust between them. In the end, Sarah agreed with him, if Selena remained disciplined on the matter. He then sees that purple ribbon around her arm, relating to her faith in Merida. While Selena will explain it in more colorful and religious ways, the color of the ribbon pretty much tells anyone who and understands the meaning that she is open for business. Her faith has been a struggle with him. Hey kid, he said, have fun in school. Selena gives him an annoyed glare, showing how happy she is going to school. No promises. Come on, Selena. You can't play soldier forever, Sarah said. Lelei walks past Sharpe. When you get back, I can help you with any studies you might have. You all are going on another adventure without me, Selena said. Half of war is fighting smart, Selena, he said, and sees Rory walk up beside him. The other half is slaughtering your enemies and looking sexy doing it, Rory said. She then looks up Sarah and Sharpe, seeing their reaction. What? He then hears laughing from the night beefeater. He turns around and sees her. By the gods and the underworld of Hardy, Beefeater said, just laughing at the sight. When we first learned about your people, we had all these debates on what you people were. We thought you were these murderous monsters, but no. These scary warriors with these impressive machines that slaughter thousands. Never in the light of Zuffmet, I would have ever guessed you all are like noble schoolgirls at the courtyard. Lelei looks at Beefeater confused. What is wrong with being a student? Stand down, Lelei. Don't worry about it, he said. Pina places her hand on her hip. She is right though. At Italica, I assume the worst, of everything. I actually thought you were going to take me. Now, I don't know what to think. He looks directly at Pina. I have enough headaches around me. Why do I have a feeling you are referencing me? Rory mumbles. Hey, Pina said. I might be here, but I am still royalty. You can't call me a headache. Bozes walks up to Pina and slaps her on the back. Pina, the princess of headaches. He watches as the three knights laugh. He then looks to Pinky, which is by Sarah. The reason he calls her Pinky is that she is a siren like Mute, but her feathers are pink. During combat, he had to make up names for their sudden new alliance, and that was the first thing that came to mind. 5. Hey Pinky, long time no see. Stop calling me that. Baluti demands. My name is Baluti. If you must call me by something else, call me Belle. He thinks about that idea for a moment and then waves it off. Sorry, but that's too hard to remember. It's Belle Major. Pina comments. How can you not speak that? Before he could answer, Lelei holds up her hand. I once was told a phrase. If there is a will, then there is a way. Damn right, he said with pride. So, you are telling me you are choosing to make this harder by saying a made-up nickname over a simple nickname? Bozes asked. He thinks about that and nods. Pretty much. Baluti stands there in disbelief. I should have just died at Legrath. Could've, would've, should've, Sarah states. You will get used to it. Selena looks up at Baluti. Maybe, but then you can't eat the sweets they have. Like Rory's donuts. Also, it's really cool seeing them blow things up. There are a few chuckles as Selena tries to cheer up Baluti. Right then he realizes something. Baluti is the commander of the newly established Legrath Knights. Everyone who switched sides during the Battle of Legrath and aided the Americans is not being integrated into the armed forces, just like Pina's Knights. They are here to train just like everyone else. He starts to wonder where everyone else is. Pinky, where is the... As he said that, he sees Baluti smirk. His eyes widen as he hears something that stomps behind him. Before he could do anything, he feels these large arms wrap around him, locking him in place. He is lifted in the air as the man holding him squeezes harder. Down, Terminator, down. He yells, already knowing who it is. No, Galjoa said in a very deep accent. Baluti is standing there, fist on her hip smirking. He has been wanting to meet you since taking the fortress. He is happy you led him to victory and saved his life. For accepting him and everyone else. I can see that. He mumbles as he tries to speak. He is from a different region where they do not speak the common tongue, so Balut translates for him. Terminator. Please. Everyone is laughing at Sharpe's suffering. Just like Baluti, he called Galjoa the Terminator because he reminded him of Arnold Schwarzenegger from the movie The Terminator 2. He does not know why, but that was the first thing that appeared in his head. Galjoa being this 7-foot muscular man. All right, Sarah said. Don't kill him. We still need him. Just a little longer. Beefeater yells as she cheers. Sarah sighs at that. She looks at Rory and tells her to save Sharpe. Rory walks over and lifts up Galjoa up with both hands with ease. Should I throw them? He looks down at Rory, impressed by her strength. He sees everyone else's reaction and they have the same. He always knew Rory is this strong girl. He has seen her lift up a Humvee during training before, but it is easy to forget because she still has the body of a 12-year-old girl. Because of that, it is easy to forget. No, he struggles to say. Sarah stands there looking at him, thinking, not today, Rory, but we will keep that option on the table for later. Rory sighs. You people are no fun. She then drops them both and lands on the ground. He gets up and looks up this 7-foot man. Galjoa leans down and pats his chest plate. Me, thank, still, alive, he said in a broken way. He looks to Baluti in confusion. He and the other knights are happy that you didn't just kill them. You protected their honor, so that is why he is happy, Baluti said with a smile. He looks around and then back to Sarah. Today is her day off, starting her big day at the school. The earthquake put a massive delay on her project and is happy that it is finally happening. If he here? Yes, Major, Sarah replies. He is on his way now. 15 minutes. He nods. Thank you, he said, and then looks at Selena. Have a good day at school. Be good. Okay, sir, Selena said, not happy that she must go to school. As he watches Sarah take Selena to a Humvee to go to Alness. He then looks to Pina. Princess, rally your knights and assemble. Pinky, rally your knights. He then looks to Rory. Rory, get your militia to form up. It took far longer than he wanted for all 3 grounds to assemble. That's something he will have to teach them. While it is minor, every small detail is what creates an effective soldier. Assembling creates speed, urgency, and discipline. So his drill sergeant explained to him. Now that he thinks back on his days in boot camp, his drill sergeant is sitting in a warm bed, safe, and getting paid while he is fighting on an alien planet that has creatures who will be happy to kill and eat him around every corner. Sucks for him, he thinks to himself. In front of him are 3 groups. The group on the right is Princess Pina Rose Order of Knights. There are 31 standing there. While they have become soldiers, they are still new to the arts of war, and he can easily see that. While not rookies, they still have to be drilled into proper soldiers. The group in the center is Rory's Alness militia. There is a total of 15, as it is still a new group and gathering members. Wolf is standing with a spear in his hand. The others, he sees a mix of different groups. He sees some warrior bunnies. They have scares that they have seen battle and been slaves. He sees a high elf, assuming she is from Ticaret people. A few of humans and many are wolf's people. He can see that many of the militia recruits have battle experience, however. He can see they are more likely to act more independently than part of a unit. They will need to learn to work together as a team. The last group to the left is Baluti's group. Out of all 3 groups, they seem to look more professional. They are standing, weapons in their proper positions, properly spaced, everything he would expect from veterans. Both groups are in their physical training clothes. Some of them had to be specially ordered for people like Wolf or the bunnies. While no one is speaking, everyone is waiting for him to speak. He can sense a lot of tension between the groups. The history of Falmart, the Rose Knights are daughters of men who have oppressed the other group, and Wolf's group has a history of hunting and killing the Knights' people. He already sees many problems he will have to fix during their training. His job is to train the natives and turn them into a modern fighting force to help U.S. efforts in the war effort. A job he plans to do. This is not the first time he had to do a job like this. In 2020 and 2021, he had to help train Hong Kong rebels. Being in Delta at the time, still young and new in command of the unit, he helped train many students from civilians to guerrillas to fight the Chinese occupation of their home. He remembers talking to his Delta soldiers from the 1st Commando Regiment from Australia and the Philippine Special Forces Regiment that a lot of the students they were training wouldn't make it a year once they returned to Hong Kong, and the students knew it. It takes a special type of bravery to do something they were willing to do, but they wanted Hong Kong to be free and independent. He can see some frustration in both groups. He has been standing there quiet for 20 minutes now, just looking at them. He starts to see some nerves appearing as many are annoyed for waiting for orders. He starts to see some glances between both groups. He looks to his left as Rory continues to speak. While she is technically in charge of the militia, she is more of a figurehead. Wolf is the primary commander of the new unit. During their talk about the three groups, she was able to catch many of the same issues he did. You cannot build up if you do not know what to build. Everything has a foundation that must be started on, and with 3 different groups, that will not be easy. He did explain to her about his tour in training Hong Kong citizens. He wants her to understand, so they were on the same page. She was sympathetic, understanding why he is taking this seriously. While training alone cannot prevent soldiers from dying in battle, a major reason why a soldier dies is because of a lack of proper training and preparedness. The more you know, the more you can adapt and adjust. He looks to his right and sees Gray walk up to him. "Hello, Major." "Hello, Rory," Gray said. "Hi, Knight Gray," Rory said. "Gray," he responds. "How long are you going to make them stay still like this?" Gray asked. "Until I solve the first problem," he replies. He then looks back to the knights, hearing someone yelling. "What are you looking at, pointy ears?" Bozes yells as she looks over to the High Elf. The High Elf looks at her, wondering how someone so short was able to butcher my people. "Go home and play dress-up where you belong." "What does that mean?" Beefeater said, looking frustrated at the elf. As more and more of both groups start to yell at each other, a small fight breaks out. "I see what you mean," Gray said. He sees Rory about to yell and go jump into the fight. He places his hand on her shoulder. "Stand fast, Rory. Let them be. As an officer, you must keep your cool and some level of distance." He then looks to him and then looks back to the fight. Pina and Wolf are trying to break up the fight, but slowly started to turn against each other, blaming the other for starting the fight. "Take a look," Gray said. He looks and sees Baluti and the rest of the Legrath Knights standing there, still in formation. Baluti is making sure that none of them break ranks and get involved in the armature fight. Rory scratches her head in confusion. Why are they just standing there? They're not even reacting? "Because they have seen far worse, Rory," Gray said as he crosses his arms. "I was at your bar with a few of them. They were telling stories of when they were fighting your people in the trenches in Ely's 6. He thinks about what Gray said. He wonders what it must have been like sitting there by their comrades, hearing the loud explosions from the Air Force, feeling the rumbles of the ground and the tank approaches. Charge knowing their armor was worthless, but took what they had and used it to the max. All there waiting for battle, knowing they have nothing that could repel the attack, but expected to do their duty. He does not know if that is what the real Imperial Army is like, or was that just crisis charisma and leadership, but he gained a new respect for them. He wonders what is why he was able to reach out his arm to soldiers like Pina and Baluti. He figured out a way to separate the Imperial soldiers like Galjoa and General Herm, a man who does not understand the meaning of honor. "It is true, Rory," he said. "When you went through the valley of the shadow of death, petty things like this mean nothing. But that is why we are doing this. It is not easy to let go of the past." He finishes as he takes a breath. "Still, I figured the princess would be above this by now," Gray said. "She is still young," he replies. "There is a history of them hating each other, not personally but through a historical lens. They are about to go on a tough journey and will have to learn to put aside history and work together. This way, they vented all their issues." "I understand," Gray said. "Back when I was becoming a knight, we had something similar. The empire is vast, so we get recruits from all over the lands. Many of the clans and towns hated each other for past sins. We had to drill them until they worked together." "Maybe Pina is young, but what the hell Wolf is doing?" Rory asked, annoyed. "We do something similar," he replies. "The drill sergeant job is to get all the trainees to hate him. A common enemy." "And is that what you are doing?" Gray asked. "Correct," he replies. There is a moment of silence between the two as them watch the militia and knights fight it out. "All right," he said. "Sergeant Major, First Sergeant, get them back in formation." He sees Randy and Jacob walk to then the two groups and start breaking up the fight. Randy Dodson is a wartime veteran, spending nearly 2 decades fighting in the War of Terror. He knows how to handle a rough bunch of soldiers. First Sergeant Jacob Waltz is a Ranger drill instructor back at Fort Benning, Georgia. While this is the first time he has worked with him, he did train most of his Rangers in Vanguard 7. Once everyone is back in formation, he takes a step forward. I see you all got a chance to introduce each other. You will all be working with each other from now on, so get used to it. You all already know why you are here, he explains. The United States Army created this program because we believe the people of this world should fight for their own homes and people. We believe you all and future recruits will be able to tribute in the war effort. Bring your own special abilities and skills to assist us. I know many of you are thinking, why would we want your abilities? We have range weapons, and you have swords. It is a very good question, and let me answer this. He keeps explaining as he looks at the 3 groups. During the battle against the Wood Elves, rifles were ineffective against their magic, while the Rose Order of Knight Swords were proven to be key in the battle. 7. During the Battle of Combat Outpost Serenity, 8. Wolf here was key in stopping an Imperial attack on one of our bases. We have had a warrior bunny named Delilah who has been assisting us, using her skills as an assassin and natural gifts as a bunny to help turn the tide of battles. And you all know about Rory, Lelei, and Tuke. He takes a short pause to let them think about how people from this world have helped in major ways in this war. You see my point, and that is why you are here today. You see yourself in a role in changing this world for the better. I know many of you have been victimized by the Empire, both within and outside of its rule. Many have been exiled, enslaved, betrayed, or worse, but you are here hoping for a day that will come to an end. I don't know when that day will come, but I know how, starting here. My people believe in controlling your own destiny. Your choices are your own, so claim it. He hears Rory chuckling a little, so he looks over at her. Rory blushes and looks away smiling, fist on her hip. You enjoy this, do you? He looks away and back at the 3 groups. Some of you already met First Sergeant Jacob Waltz. He will be here to help train you in our tactics and terms. Take the lesson. The more you know of our ways, the better you will integrate. 3rd Recon of the Japanese Self-Defense Force will be arriving to assist in combat and tactics on the field, he said. They will be here to help in the next few days. The last is Chief Master Sergeant Carlos Cruz of the Philippine Special Forces Regiment, he said. He is one of the bravest men I have ever worked with. He and I have turned students into rebels back in the way. His unit was the team that killed a major rebel leader in the Battle of Marawi in his country, saving the city of Marawi. I am warning you, he knows more about war than I wish to dream of. You will give him your respect. He looks to his left and sees the Filipino man exits a Humvee and starts walking over to him. He is in his full dress uniform with his ribbons and medals. He walks like he has seen action, perfectly disciplined. He requested his presence because he knows how to take a ragtag group and turn them into effective warriors. He wants this project to be successful and is willing to pull out any stop he can. Carlos walks up to him and stops. He then salutes. He turns to face him and return the salute. And then Carlos lowers his arm. I am reporting for duty, sir. Thank you, Chief Master Sergeant, he said, and then looks towards the 3 groups. As you see behind me is the standard obstacle course we use in the Army. At the starting line, you see Specialist Alicia Moore. Please watch her as she will show you how the course is done. He turns around and watches Alicia start the obstacle course. The Army has many different sections. Many parts are climbing walls and ropes. There are other barbed wire mud pits to crawl through and sections where the trainee must balance or fall over. As he watches Alicia go through the course, he picked her for this demonstration for 2 reasons. The first reason is that Alicia is a woman. He noticed many of his native trainees are women, and while he has nothing against that, women are naturally physically weaker than men. With Alicia doing the course, he wants to try and limit that issue from their mind. With Alicia, she is showing that they all can do it, so there are no sexist excuses. The other reason is that he knows she can do it. When women were more allowed into combat roles in the United States in 2016, many of the branches were forced to lower their standards for political reasons. This includes the 75 Ranger Regiment too. Alicia passed Ranger School the first time, but overheard old-time Rangers complaining about the lowered standards. Hearing that she refused her graduation and did the course again, to meet the older standards. While it was a hell of her, she passed, earning a lot of respect from other Rangers and other special forces throughout SOCOM. As Alicia finishes the course, he turns around to face the 3 groups. This will only be the beginning of your training. You will obey your instructor's orders. Chief Master Sergeant. Have them take a run. V12, Chapter 143. Alness Community, February 7th, 2026. As Tyle walks out of the Apex Liberty after her shift, she heads through the town of Alness. She is heading to the Alness market to pick up some dinner for her and Delilah. They got these spices and recipes from their trip from Earth and want to try making it, something called a pop pie. She has only started getting used to civilian life. Being a civilian and not a queen or slave seems to be quieter and more peaceful than she thought. However, she does find it a bit unsettling. She wants to feel useful again, feel important, like when she was a queen and the responsibilities that came with it. She is surprised how well Delilah has done with her freedom. It almost seemed to come to her naturally. Maybe that was because she did not surrender like the rest of the warrior bunnies. She fought until the very end, escaped, and now she has a new home here. As she leaves the residential area, she passes the newly constructed public bath building. Because of the quake and the growing population, there are 3 such buildings scattered around. Each section is separated by males and females, guarded by the Alness military police. Delilah was explaining to her the American State Department wanted to keep certain cultural practices in place to help ease the transition, and it saves resources on installing a bathing unit in each home like in their world. She then sees the clothes washing market. She sees mostly women and children from many different races walking around, washing and drying clothes. Some are in robes while some are naked as they wash up. Kids running around chasing each other. She has heard stories that the other worlders have these machines that wash clothes for them. She finds that strange and unnatural, wondering why they are that lazy. She remembers the talk about installing such devices here, but many still preferred to do it manually. Just like the bathhouse, she sees police standing there acting as guards. She has noticed the NATO Joint Policing Force mostly station women to these primary female locations while male police are in male areas in the town. She understands why, as they do not want to create a harassment situation. The other worlders see it as inappropriate for males to be around females in this manner. She wonders if they are overcompensating for something, but then remembers her time in Sad Era where such restrictions were limited. She respects the prioritization of female safety, but still wonders if it is too much. Right before the market, she sees the public drainage, or what the Americans call the public toiletries facility. What surprised her the most is how well and efficient their engineering is. The pumping in the ground to allow all the sewage, keeping the town clean. The shiny windows on the roofs that collect sunlight for power. The water collection system to collect rainwater and send it to the water storage plant. As she enters the Alness market, she sees another bunny standing there. In her arms is a bag of fruits. She has seen her before, one of Delilah's friends, and one of the few warrior bunnies in Alness. She has seen more and more appearing in time, some joining the new Alness militia. She knows they know that their queen is here, but none of them have approached her. So far, only Delilah has been the only one to show her love and respect. Everyone else still blames her for her surrendering to Zorzal. She does not blame them, though. She should have known better to surrender to the Empire, but the alternative was genocide for her people. The bunny she sees is named Grind, a white hair bunny. Delilah told her that she was one of 2 other bunnies that escaped with her, the other being Parna, but she surrendered and volunteered to become a slave after the fall. She sees Grind, and she's seen her. She tries to wave at her, but Grind looks away and walks away. Her ears fall, and she walks into the market. As she walks around all the different booths, she notices Corporal Mute and First Sergeant Miloslav Sukanek. They have been partners in the Alness military police since the beginning. Mute is a green-hair siren who tried to raid Italica. Because of her relationship with Rory and being a worshipper, she redeemed herself to enforce the law. Miloslav is a cold soldier who takes the law literally. Unlike most of these soldiers who were sent over here, he volunteered. He is from a small country called the Czech Republic. She has learned that he is not cold because that is his personality, but it is his people's culture, who were oppressed under something called the Iron Curtain for about 50 years. She has seen them work well together, each using their personalities to do something called good cop, bad cop. But she has noticed something different after the quake. She has seen Mute come into Apex more often, bummed out, upset with Miloslav, but she cannot explain it. Even now as she looks at him, she can tell something is off with him. It is a feeling that she feels like she had before, but cannot place it. She then sees Miloslav walk away and see Mute standing there pouting. Unlike her own kind, She does not feel insecure to talk to Mute. She walks over to cheer her up. That could have gone better. Mute looks over to her and then rubs her eyes, wiping away the tears. Hi, Tyle. Sorry about that. Is he still being mean? She asked. Mute stands there, debating on how to respond. I don't know. I feel like something is off. I wish I could help, but we bunnies don't normally do relationships, she replies. We just go out and mate with a male we like until we get bored with them. Since our babies come out as females and male bunnies are rare, we just never saw the need for marriage. We were once very communal. Mute looks at her and blushes. No, we're not dating. It is not like that. Is that how people see it? The way you two have been fighting recently, maybe, she replies and bends her ear down. But I did not mean to imply that. Shows we bunnies are not good with such things. She looks away. Down the path Miloslav went. Maybe he is just a brute. You know how men can be. I don't think so. Mute replies and crosses her arms. I feel like there is something else going on. He does everything like we used to. Nothing is different. Just something seems off. Every time I press it, he gets angry and defensive. Like, what just happened? She spoke. Yeah, Mute replies. It is like something on his mind, but I don't know. Maybe I think I felt something, and I have pushing on nothing. Hearing that she debates if she should tell her that she has felt the same thing. Bunnies are better able to detect more subtle emotions and changes from humanoids. Most people have a set way of how they walk, speak, look, and so on. Bunnies can see those traits for closer than most other races. Any minor change by a person is plainly obvious to a bunny. That is why they are able to see DARs so easily. Humanoids develop a pattern of behavior as they get older and settle down that behavior. It is very rare that behavior changes. While most can see major changes in someone's behavior, most can't see micro changes. Bunnies can see those micro changes just as if they were a life-changing event. At one point, she considered the idea that Miloslav was replaced by a Dar, but he proved to be the real deal. Normally, she would shrug it off, letting humans be humans, but something is driving her nuts about him. Honestly, I feel that something was with him, she said. She sees Mute look at her with this shocked look in her eyes. The look is more of relief than anything else, glad that she is not alone and crazy. I thought I was crazy. Maybe, she replies. But to be honest, my experience with men hasn't been positive, so I might be biased. She then thinks about the 3 years she was Zorzal's slave. Before him, her experience with males was limited. The only other 2 males she has been around the most is Captain Bailey and Major Sharpe. She knows they are good men, but she is still somewhat scared of them. Bailey is friendly, and their trip to Earth was amazing. He seems funny and sweet, but then there is Sharpe. While she knows he is not Zorzal and means well, Sharpe is an alpha male like Zorzal, and that is why she fears that trait. She talked back to him during the quake, too, and she felt bad for doing that, but she couldn't help herself. It is okay, Tyle, Mute said, placing her hand on her arm. I have found most men are not like that, so you don't have to live in fear. Remember Noriko. She had a kid, and she trusts them. That is because she is their kind, she replies. Aren't we all at this point? Mute points out. Let's assume Alness falls to the Empire. We are all equally going to suffer. We are all in this together and need to see ourselves as that. Otherwise, why are we even here? She looks at Mute and thinks about that. I didn't consider looking at it like that. Mute smiles and takes a stressful breath. I should go back on my shift. Thank you for listening to Tyle. I am going to try and see if something else is bothering Miloslav. I need to finish up here and start making dinner, she said. I finally got my own room. The 2nd and 3rd floor of the Apex Bar are apartments. Most of them are for the staff. So far, she has been living with Delilah. Both are used to living in cramped quarters, so it never was a problem. Bailey was always deployed on one mission or another. When he gets back from the war, she usually has to find another place to live so they can be together. Now she finally got her own room with her own stuff. That's great, Tyle, Mute said. I will have to see it sometime, but I have to get back to work. See ya. She waves goodbye to Mute as she walks away. She takes a deep breath as she cheers herself up. Why can't things go back in being simple? After spending a few hours at the market, she heads back to Apex Liberty. She passes the Alness government tax building. That is the one thing she hates the most. Everything has a tax on it. All the services and buildings she saw before you had to pay a tax to use, excluding the public toiletry. Her home country did not have taxes. They did not need any. They did not have fancy buildings or the need to employ large forces. The only reason they ever had currency was to trade with the outside world. She understands why they need to tax, to fund the war and security, to provide the food, and all these amazing luxuries cost money. Sadera was the same thing. You cannot build a massive civilization without taxes. She just hates it. She sees Apex and her apartment window. Before she crosses the street, her nose picks up a smell. She starts to sniff, smelling whatever that smell is before. This is strange. Her ears hear something down the alley, so she looks. She sees this catboy. She saw the boy being chased in the clothes washing market. That is when she sees this human man with the boy. It is a French soldier kneeling to the kid, handing the catboy some candy. She can tell by the flag patch on his arm. She has seen that sight before. So far, she has seen NATO soldiers be very friendly to kids. They enjoy giving them free candy and toys, playing games with them. She is fine with that, finding it adorable, but something seems off. After the French soldier handed the candy bar to the kid, he led the kid away around the corner. Alness has many different paths that go between the buildings, and it is known for the children to run around. She has seen soldiers escorting kids back to their homes after it was discovered that some were being kidnapped. Before she starts walking away, she takes another big sniff, and then her eyes widen. The smell triggered a past memory. It is a hallucination powder that non-magic users use to hide their true skin. Assassins or spies usually use them. What you do is spray the powder on your intended target, and they see whatever you want them to see. It is not that effective, so the assassin dresses the part to help trick their victims. She wonders if the other worlders are using it, but then she remembers they're idiots when it comes to these things. With all their power and knowledge, they are like children and learning new things. The only reason she knows about the hallucination powder is that she had to fight off those assassins before. Why would a French soldier use a hallucination powder on a kid? She asked herself, wait, I smelled it. That means I was poisoned. She realizes that there is no reason one of the other worlders' police would do that. It must be a spy of some kind, maybe taking the kid. She drops her grocery bag and then rushes down the alleyway. She turns the corner and sees the French soldier and the catboy. The catboy seemed to be passed out, laying on the ground. This confirmed it for her. For some reason, this soldier is trying to take this kid. Hey, she yells. She sees the soldier look up confused. He did not get a chance to react because she moved so quickly. Being a warrior bunny, she is faster and stronger than the average human male. She ramps right into the French soldiers, and they start to struggle. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? As they start to roll around, and she blocks some reaction punches from him. She punches him in the head, trying to knock him out. As she grabs him, something feels wrong. He does not feel like a human male. This male seems to be thicker, heavier. She uses her claws and cuts his helmet off. Once the helmet is off, she looks closely at this man, trying to identify him. What she sees is half human, half something else. Her vision of his face slowly started to clear up, and the human parts started to fade away. She can tell she has been lightly poisoned by the hallucination powder. She punches him in the head again, making his nose bleed. She looks closely as she sees the powder lose its effect. She only got a contact high because she was trying to smell it. Her eyes widen at what she sees. A Hario, or what the Americans call them, a pigman or man-bear pig. She has a long history with the Hario tribe. They live around where her kingdom once laid. They tried to assassinate her before and tried to infiltrate her people. They want to erase her kind for Falmart because of how they breed. The Hario tribe are masterminds and tricks, staying in the shadows to claim power. But when confronted, they become cowards. All you have to do with them is face them to defeat them. What is bothering her now is why are they here and doing over here? This Hario is far away from home. She does not understand why they hate her people, but right at this moment she doesn't care. The Hario tribe must be the reason why the children have been taken from Alness. She does not know why they want them, but she will end it. She raises her left hand and releases her claws, planning on ending its life. Before she could end him, an arrow cuts her arm, making her bleed. She jumps back and grabs the kid. Using her ears, she detects where the arrow came from. Looking up to where the arrow came from, she sees a shadowy figure with pointy ears on the roof. She can make out who it is, just assuming it is an elf. She looks back and sees the Hario get up and runs off as he covers himself. His ally on the roof disappears. She thought about chasing them, but she does not know how many there are. If there are two of them, then there could be more. She grabs the kid, ignoring her wounds, and runs out of the alley, going to find help. Schwartz Goat Path, Farmhouse, February 7th, 2026. Yauha Dusher is sitting in the back of Sharpe's metal wagon that they call vehicles or JLTVs. She finds it strange how these people find new labels for things that already have names. She looks around and sees many of the team waving goodbye to this farming family. Apparently, that stopped here before and the farmers took care of them. As payment, they spent a day rebuilding their home and property. 3. So far, she has found this group very strange. Human soldiers from another world. They do not act like Imperial soldiers, and that has been confusing for her. It seems like they are far friendlier than soldiers she is used to. Then there is a high elf. It has been a long time since she dealt with Tuke Luna Marceau's kind. Nothing personal but shocked that she tags around soldiers. Then there is the young blue-haired mage named Lelei Lalina, and she is reading from this thin, glowing device called a tablet. The most baffling member of the group is the Apostle Rory Mercury. So far, both Rory and Tuke have been getting her caught up on all their adventures. So far, they only got to the Battle of Havkrisen and how they fought against Chrysis, how Sarah was kidnapped, and how they defeated the Imperial army there. 4. She looks out the window and sees all the vehicles driving in the convoy. As they left Alness, Major Sharpe explained that 3 Vanguard teams are heading to her village for escort. They are guarding 5 big trucks. While she is uncomfortable with these strange military vehicles heading to her village, Sharpe said the trucks are for transporting her people to Alness. Their first interaction was Sharpe arresting her. While she doesn't fully trust him yet, the one thing she has noticed the most is all 3 girls' loyalty to him. While she worships Hardy and serves Giselle, she respects Rory. Based on the story, Rory has been with these people for a long time, and if she is willing to place her trust in him, she is willing to give him a chance. What is bothering her is that Rory is the one helping them. Her people have been begging Hardy for help, waiting for Giselle to come and slay the dragons and return their lands. She wonders why her goddess enemies is helping her people. So far you all have interesting adventures, but why are you personally here? She asked, confused about their motives. Tuke puts down her phone and looks at her. They helped free my people, so I followed them around and helped out. I am representing my people as we rebuild. She then looks to Rory as she sits there cleaning her halberd. How about you, Rory the Reaper? Rory smiles hearing that. Well, for one, it has been the best fights I can remember, but I support what these people are doing. They are a nation of freedom and liberty, and I want that to spread here. The era of kings and emperors must end for this world to prosper. She thinks about that, finding it interesting that the apostle of war, death, and darkness wants freedom and prosperity. That sounds too good to be true. Rory then crosses her legs and smiles. It is an experience we all went through, so it is hard to say it. I wondered if it was too good to be true, but when we went to Earth, Jackson here showed us one of their history museums. He and others have explained the bad stuff too. America was built on removing native people from their lands when first colonizing. How for the first 200 years of their history they had slavery before abolishing it. None of that bothered me. I liked how honest he was. Politics do bad things, and being a powerful one always ends up doing something stupid. Jackson here made sure we didn't only see the good things. She blinks hearing that. What Rory said reminded her of the Empire. How is that different from the Empire? It sounds like they are no better. You must remember, politics sucks no matter what. Rory states, I had that thought when I first met them, but he saved Selena, the little girl you saw before. He saved some villages from the flame dragon. Then they saved Italica and everyone inside it. Lelei adds as she reads from her tablet. And look at Alness. No one is being oppressed. Some people there think they have been too soft on the population. Correct, Rory states. The Empire has been around for over 600 years, and the United States has been around for over 200 years. In the time span, they ended slavery, spread the rights of man, fought to end discrimination, and most important is the idea of being an American. Lelei. Lelei looks up from her tablet, slightly annoyed having to stop reading. You know we have humans, elves, cats or Nikos, bunnies, and that we each have a label. Yes, she said. The word American does not apply to those standards, Lelei said. As the Major explained it, the name American is an idea rather than a racial group. We cannot stop being human. You and Tuke cannot stop being elves. For them, it does not matter if you are white, black, or any other group. You are free under the law equally, and you're an American. It is a choice, and that's why it is attractive. Correct? Rory adds. Both Lelei and me are American citizens because of all the work we did. Tuke here is still in the process. For her, that was a lot to take in. But that still doesn't explain how they are different. Rory takes a deep breath as she thinks. As the empire grew, more and more people suffered and were oppressed. As America grew, more and more people were granted freedoms. That is the difference. Their ability to grow and change, to admit mistakes and learn from it, or at least try to. Most governments would never do something like that. While not perfect, it is different, Rory said, and then looks at Jackson and Andrew, who are in the front seats. And their people went through a massive shock when the Empire attacked them. While the Empire cannot beat them militarily, they fear this world. They are not accustomed to being attacked, and I want to make sure they don't abandon their ways. Rory is quoting the Age of Discovery, Lelei adds, or Age of Exploration, depending on what source you read. Their people are more advanced than anything we have ever seen, but they seem to be new to other creatures in the heavens. She thinks about what Rory said. The gate, and that all life came through it, is a common legend throughout Falmart. She has heard the stories herself and never put thought behind it. She finds it interesting that she and others have not put the two ideas together. That the gate connects to other worlds from the heavens and others come here. Just like what is happening now. I only came up with this recently, Lelei continues, speaking very calmingly like she spent a lot of time thinking on the subject. When we get back to Alness, I like to show you around the town. That will answer many of your questions. While we never had such ages, this is the second great age of exploration and discovery for them. And what scares them the most is how little they understand. Yup, Rory jumps in. It is very adorable. They have a saying that history repeats itself unless you learn from it. Someone who has lived for 960 years, explains the wrinkles, Lelei states as she goes back to reading. Hey, Rory yells. Hey, Sharpe yells. I am on the radio. Don't yell. Sorry, Rory says, looking directly at Sharpe. She then looks back at her. What she just saw baffled her. An apostle submitting to a human man. Even though Rory is impossibly stronger and faster than any human, so she is surprised she would listen to him like this. She then smirks by that, finding it more trusting and comforting. Anyway, Lelei is right, Rory said. We talked about it before during a girls' night. Their civilization is at a fork in the road, like the one the Empire once did. I like who they are now, and I don't want them to go down a dark path because they fear us. How Lelei explained it when I first came around is that they have powerful weapons, but they are like children learning about our world. Tuke said as she grabs her lute and lightly plays a few strings. They are trying to have a good first impression, not repeating what happened on Earth, but they don't understand our world. As long as we help them, they will have nothing to fear and the bad pulses won't need to emerge. Pretty much, Rory said. That's why I am here. I want them to win, but I want them to win by who they are. Do not get me wrong, they are not perfect. They will make mistakes. They will fall in the mud, but as long as stand by their side, they will stand strong. Falmart deserves a better world than what we apostles can provide. And this is the best alternative we ever had. Rory leans back in her seat and looks in front of the vehicle. We are in this together, and we need each other to better ourselves. Otherwise, both of us will fall into darkness, and not the sexy kind of darkness. Hardy darkness. That is very interesting, she said, placing her hand on her chin to think. That was a far greater answer than she expected. But as they all spoke, she could tell there was just more than just helping another country in their war effort. There seems to be something more personal, otherwise, why would they only follow Sharpe? She looks over to Lelei. Lelei keeps her head down as she presses the screen of her tablet. She is reading about astronomy, studying the different worlds in Sharpe's home. I am here for knowledge. They have learned and seen so many things we took for granted. It has increased my magical abilities tenfold. I understand that, she replies. But why astronomy? They're just stars. Lelei stops and looks up at her. You have no idea. Rory reaches down and pats Lelei on the shoulder. Down, girl. You only found out like a week ago. Just explain. Rory's reaction confused her, but then she hears Lelei going on a rant about everything she recently learned. She claims that those bright lights in the heavens are other flares like their own, and that they have another world like theirs. She laughed at that, finding that silly, but as Lelei continued about the other two worlds, she saw that orbits around flare, and then she showed her pictures of these 7 other worlds that orbit their flare. As Lelei explained, she just listened, struggling to believe what she is hearing. It quickly became clear that this was not a joke or some cultish speaking nonsense, that her world is far bigger than she expected, that Uros is round and not flat. She decided not to argue and trust what Lelei is saying. She does not seem like the one who will lie for power, but a seeker of the truth. One thing that has been bothering her is them calling Falmart. Uros, can I ask you something? What is it? Lelei said. You don't need to ask. You can ask us anything without needing to ask for permission. We are like sisters after all, Tuke said with a giggle. Why do you say Uros? She asked. I think I heard that name before, but why? That is kind of our fault, Lelei said. Legend says Uros was once a god, the god of creation. I have been researching him with what I have. My masters in Rondell have been researching him under my request, and they haven't found much. In the beginning, they called Falmart the special region, but hated that name. Lelei continues. They still call Falmart. Falmart. That is the name of our continent after all. They call over this world Uros. They separate the two. Yeah, Rory adds. We were talking about this subject and Uros and Edos were mentioned, and then they started calling our world Uros. 5. Okay, she said. Assuming I don't get arrested again, I will be happy to look around Alness. My people have always been isolationist. We lived deep in the Roldum Valley, and as long as people left us alone, we left them alone. It worked for centuries, but the flame dragon pushed us out. And let's hope we can do something, Tuke said. Rose Isle Forest, between Rondell and Napnai, Duncat Hario Facility, February 7, 2026. Isaac Duncan is being dragged through the dark chambers. He was taken by these kids close to Camp Galileo in the high hills. He was on a research mission with the rest of his expedition, and he and his other female scientists were taken. Then this pig-like creature who called themselves the Hario tribe took him away, leaving her alone. He has no idea what happened to her, but he cannot think about that right now. He has no idea where and how he got to this facility. The place is dark. The only light he could see is from the torchlight. He assumes this is a dungeon based on what he sees. When he first arrived at this world, him and other scientists got a briefing on some of the basics of pre-medieval society. When he got here, they stripped him naked and are now taking him to this table. He sees this large pit of fire that looks like a forge at a blacksmith. Please let me go, he begs. I will tell you anything. You will tell us everything. One of the Harios said, your kind is so weak without your weapons, but we have other plans. Strap him down on the table, a different Hario said. He looks at them both scared out of his mind. He has been against the war, seeing it as another Western war against weaker people, just like the 2003 Iraq invasion, Syria, Libya, and all the others. He has heard the barbaric stories of these militia groups doing to the locals and Westerners. But right now, he wishes those American soldiers blowing the doors open and storming in here to save him. He forgets all his past criticism and prays to God that they would just come in here and save him. As they drag him into this large room, he can smell blood everywhere, rotting body parts in jars and chests everywhere. He can see 3 others of these Harios standing there, one next to that forge, as he begs for his life. Beginning to cry uncontrollably, they strap him down headfirst on this table. He can hear them saying something and laughing, which just scares him more. He looks to his right and sees the pigman grab this branching tool. They walked over until the pig stands right next to him. It is okay to scream. We like it when they scream, the Hario said. He then feels this extreme hot burning as the branch touches his right shoulder. He lets out a loud, painful scream, his body struggling to move because of the tight straps. What are you doing? We are labeling you, one of them said. So, we know what project you will be for. Don't tell him. Another one says with a chuckle. They don't need to know our plans. The pigman moves the brand away, and the burning sting stops. The others unstrap him and start dragging him along with his feet dragging. His body feels exhausted, it being a long journey. He just tries to picture being back home, safe, and secure with his family. He starts to wonder if he will ever see them again. As they drag him, he forgets how long he has been dragged, just focusing on his memories. He looks up as they stop and sees this cell. The door opens, and he gets tossed inside. He slowly sits up as the door is closed and locked. He looks around and sees 7 other people sitting around the walls. Most women, but 2 of them are men. He remembers the reason they picked him was that he was a man, and this place needed more men. That the other female scientist was going to be sent to another facility. As he looks closer, they are all naked but all human, each one with a brand on their backs, some with 2 brands. He sees 3 different designs of branches, making him believe that they are labels meaning something. Like labeling planets during a science project, that is when he realizes what is happening. This place is a research facility of some kind. Are you new? This woman asked in broken, tired English. Her eyes look like she has seen some barbaric things. Yes, he replies. I was just taken. As he looks at them more closely, some are white, some are black, and one is Latino. That is when he realizes these people came from Philadelphia during the Empire invasion. They must have been taken as the other slaves. Are you all from Philadelphia? He asked as he sat up, trying to control himself. He looks around as no one responds at first. That is when this black man speaks. I forgot the name of that city. Are you not from there? Then this other woman speaks. We all were. They took us off the streets when they attacked. Wait, someone else asked. Didn't you come from Philadelphia? You said you were recently taken? He looks around, and he can see the broken souls of each one. They are only halfway listening, like they gave up hope in life. If they were taken from Philadelphia, that means they probably were here since the beginning. He tries to think of the horrors they have witnessed but struggles to come up with anything. He takes a deep breath as he is being careful of what he is going to say. I was taken recently. I don't remember how long ago. Maybe a week? How is that possible? The Latino woman asked. We're all that is left. He looks at her and takes another breath. No, currently, the United States is here on Falmart fighting the Empire and these pig beasts. They retook control of Philadelphia and invaded this world. Right now, they are fighting through this world. They have a massive beachhead and have been fighting. At first, he sees this confused look on their faces, not believing what he said. And it is not just them. Britain, France, rest of NATO are here. It has been tough, but they took the fight to these bastards. Hearing that second part seems to push what he said into their heads. They finally understand that they are not alone here in this world, but their countrymen are here too, fighting. Why haven't they saved us yet? One asked. They don't know about this place, I think, he said, knowing it will break what little hope he just gave them. But they found others like you and are searching. They are trying. He looks around again. What is going on here? We are cattle, nothing more, one said. They told us there was no hope in going home, this man said, that we are here to serve them during their research. We do not understand why, but they think we have some magical gift because of our cell phones. I don't understand. What he said made no sense to him. What magical gift? What would that have to do with a cell phone? There is no magic on Earth, so why would they keep them prisoner? For that, he wonders if these Hario think that Earth technology is magic. Okay, he mumbles, is this everyone? There are a long silent moment before anyone answered the question. There were more. Most have been chopped up and bled out. They have been dissecting us, another one said, trying to see what is in us. They have been trying to blend their blood with ours. Interesting, he said. Interesting, the Latino women said. They see us nothing as caged cattle. They test us like animals. They care nothing of us. To make sure they don't run out of us, they make our breed. There have already been 3 pregnancies. There is another room. I meant no disrespect, he said. I am just trying to understand. He can see that these Hario do see them like cattle. From what he understands, there are no native humans here. Everyone here seems to be American slaves they took from Earth. This is targeted, and his kidnapping was a targeted attack. He was going to ask why they are trying to breed more children, but he answered his own question. It makes sense. Scientists do that on Earth to keep a healthy pool of test subjects on animals. If these Hario think American DNA is special somehow, they won't want to lose their supply of cattle, and it must be very hard to go hunt for more. He concludes he was an exception in being taken. Where are the children? He asked. So far, there have been 3 kids, but they took them. A different woman replies. For research reasons. We don't know what. His body shakes a bit as he tries to wrap his mind to this new information. He just assumed it was his country's propaganda on how brutal this world is. He knew they conducted barbaric acts like slavery, but this is another level he just assumed was a lie. Before he asks his next question, he hears this man screaming. He looks out the cell, being the only one who does. He sees these 2 Harios dragging this American man down the hall. The man is begging for his life in a desperate, panicked tone. They walk into this large room, and the door closes. "What is in there?" he asked. "We don't fully understand, but they try to merge our blood or another body part together," the black man said. "We rarely see anyone come back. They are trying to merge our DNA with theirs," he said, answering his own question. "I was a scientist before I was taken. I do not know why, but I don't know. We need to escape. If there was a way, you think we wouldn't have tried?" This other man said. "We are stuck here with no escape. Our only hope is for our people to find us." He sits up and drags himself to the wall and leans back. His body and his mind is tired. He knows what that man said is correct. Their only hope is to be rescued. V12, Chapter 144. Alness Community. Alness Public School, February 8, 2026. Selena Sharpe is at her desk at Sarah's new school. It is the first day. Up front, she sees Sarah talking about the English language. Right now, Sarah is explaining how important it is to know how to write the words you speak. Nothing complex, as today is the first day. Currently, she is showing how they can write their names. She said it is important to know how to write your name, that it is part of your identity. She explained that they will need to know this because they do not want to be swindled by a crook and have your identity forged. She also sees Noriko sitting there with her baby Tinchi. She was offered a job to be Sarah's assistant during class. She also has heard of this bat becoming a teacher with Sarah. She was the one who set up the classroom but does not seem to be here today. She looks over and sees how big Tinchi has gotten. He looks so cute, and she wishes she could leave school and play with him. She looks over and sees the other student. There are 8 other kids her age. She only sees 2 other girls. She has not met everyone besides the 2 who picked on her in the past. The bigger boy who is sitting back ignoring what Sarah is saying. The other is this purple humanoid Medusi, 1. She also sees this bat boy off in the corner of the class. She heard that he is Mintiv's little brother. When she was starting to learn how to read, she was picked on by a few kids in the town. They did that because she is a girl and low-class girls are not normally allowed to read. They destroyed her father's tablet as a joke when she was alone. Then they picked on her because of her worship of Merida. Outside strong centers of Merida worshippers, people see them as whores. They have seen a low-class deviant that deserves to be treated as such. Carlin, the kitsune she has been hanging with, has explained to her that this has not always been the case. She is a fellow Merida worshipper, but has beliefs the priestess and Edras would consider heresy. But the more she hears Carlin's ideas, the more she likes them. All the other students are wearing more ragged clothes, showing that they are from carpenter and farming families. Now that everyone knows she is royalty from Edras, all the kids ignore her. Peasants are normally not allowed to associate with noble or royal blood. She hates how everyone judges her based on her country's blood and faith, that they do not take the time to get to know her and see she is a good person. She does not consider herself royalty anymore. The nobles and cult leaders gave her away to the Empire when they took over the Edras kingdom. The only thing she considers herself now is the daughter of a U.S. Army officer, and she does not understand why that cannot be enough with these people. A princess is a leader and symbols of a country, part of its leadership. She does not see herself as a princess because she has no home outside of her father's side. She starts to think about what Tyle said, that she will never be able to escape that it is a part of who she is and that she must accept it. 1. Selena, Sarah said. She looks up and realizes that Sarah was calling her name. "I am sorry." She hears a few of the other students chuckle at her, realizing that she spaced out. Looking at the situation, she notices that Sarah has been calling her name. Sarah takes a frustrated breath and then smiles. "Please pay attention, Selena. We are practicing writing our names. Can you please come up here and write your name on the whiteboard?" She stands up from her desk and heads up front. As she walks up, she can tell she has the nicest clothes in the classroom, making her stand out. Her pink dress with white ribbons stands out. It was Sarah's idea to dress up this nice, saying it would be cute and Sharpe would like it. While he seemed to like it, now she regrets it because it just tells all the other students that she is different. Once she gets up in front of the class, she grabs the blue marker. She knows how to spell her name. It was one of the few lessons she got back in her country. Noriko also helped her learn to spell it in English during their past sleepovers, learning how to spell it in all these different cute and detailed ways. As she writes her name, she internally writes it sloppy, so the other kids do not make fun of her higher class writing. She then gets to her last name. For a moment she hesitated to write it down. It is her father's last name. She then decides that she does not care what the other kids think about her having her father's last name. So she writes down Sharpe after her name, spelling Selena Sharpe. After that, she starts to hear some laughter. "Hey," Sarah said. "Nasiko, knock it off." She turns around and sees the bigger boy in the class. His name is Nasiko, and he is a bully. His father is a butcher, and his mother died by goblins when he was young. "Why?" Nasiko said, leaning back in his seat. "She intentionally wrote bad. So she is faking it. Don't forget her last name." The Medusi named Nasulo said with a chuckle. "Oh yeah," Nasiko said. "She used her father's last name. Why doesn't she use her mother's last name?" "Nasiko," Sarah said in an angry tone. "That is rude. You cannot say things like that. You should understand the most." "I just don't understand why I am here being taught by a woman," Nasiko asked. "I am a man and I am stronger after all. That is what my dad says." Hearing that, she rolls her eyes and looks away. "In your dreams," she mumbles, and then looks to Sarah to see her response. To her surprise, Sarah remains calm. "That is an easy answer," Sarah said. "You're right. Boys are on average stronger, and there is nothing wrong with that. That is just how God designed us." She stops and holds up her figure, showing that she is about to make a point. "But strength isn't everything. You need to be smart." "That is silly," Nasiko said, ignoring her. "The strong always rule over the weak." "That's only because you are seeing me as a human," Sarah said calmly. "Imagine if I was a lion or a minotaur besides as a human, like you and me. Who is stronger, you or the beast?" One of the other students replies from the back of the room. "The monster." Sarah holds up a black marker. "Correct. Now imagine if you had to fight one. If you use brute strength, you will get eaten." Sarah then turns around and starts drawing stick figures people on the whiteboard. "Unless you want to be killed by a monster, you have to be smart. You will need to understand what your enemy is, otherwise, you will be controlled." Sarah then turns around and faces the class. "Have any of you hunted before?" As Sarah talks, she is impressed by how Sarah took control of the conversation without getting angry. She wonders how Sarah did that. If it were her, she knows she would have tried fighting back. She looks back at the other students and sees them paying attention. Even Nasiko is paying attention, even though he just made what Americans call sexist speech. "You see," Sarah said as she finishes her point, "the United States is militarily strong, but we fight smart. There is nothing more threatening than a strong and intelligent opponent. That is why it is important for all of you. Regardless if you're a boy or girl, it is important to get an education. As you all know, Selena's dad is a ranger," Sarah continues. "He has fought many apostles like Talon and Jasus. As we know, we humans are weaker than apostles, and yet he still comes back alive and victorious." Sarah then looks to Selena. "Selena, do you mind explaining why?" Selena looks at her, now feeling nervous. She can see all the students looking at her, expecting things from her. All of a sudden, she realizes that she does not want the attention, not feeling worthy. "Ah, because he fights smart," she explains in a soft voice. "He learns how they fight so he can be ready for the next fight. He brings the right weapons that can hurt them and uses his mind to outwit Talon's strength." Sarah then looks at her and smiles. "Thank you. Selena, you may go back to your seat." She looks at Nasiko. "Now, tough guy, your turn." As she heads back to her seat, she hears the class laugh at Nasiko's arrogance as he gets up. It felt weird having to explain her father to everyone, but she is now glad she did. She is proud of their relationship and knows she should show it more. As Nasiko struggles to write his name, mainly trying to copy Selena's name hoping that would work, she sits down and takes an annoyed breath. She glances over to the right of her desk and sees this small yellow flower laying there. She knows it was not there before. She looks around wondering where it came from. Not seeing any evidence of who put it there, she takes the flower and brings it close to her as the class continues. Sarah Rose takes a deep breath as the kids went into the other form for lunch, giving her and Noriko a chance to breathe. She sits down at her desk and looks over to Noriko. "Today started off with a bang." "Really?" Noriko replies confused. "That one boy is such a sexist. I wanted to slap him." She smirks and takes a breath. "I doubt he even knows what that word means. He is just being a prick. I wouldn't think too much if it, and I expected something like that." She continues. "You got to remember these people still have barbaric values. It was common women being second-class citizens during those times. And besides, I think he is just acting out because he doesn't have a mom. Sometimes people act like assholes because they don't know how to vent their real feelings. She said that as she thinks about how she met Sharpe. He was a major asshole in the beginning, but later learned he just did not know how to vent and talk about his feelings. Him being broken from what happened on his last Delta mission. I guess, Noriko said, that doesn't make it right. She then holds onto Tenchi as he starts to make a fuss. She smirks at Tenchi, thinking of the day when she and Sharpe will have a few of them. She grew up in a more traditional family, not the ultra-conservative type like here in Falmart or other reason on Earth. It was a choice mom and dad made, believing it was important for her and her sister having a mother at home growing up. She liked it because her mom was always there for her and her sister when they needed her. No, it doesn't, she replies. But you can't just cast away thousands of years of traditions overnight. But you can challenge them by forcing them to think. The best way to change someone's mind is making them change their mind without being insulting. That's not what my school said, Noriko said. They would shame you if you didn't agree with their point of view. I see, she replies. That was a big problem a decade ago. Sorry you had to experience that. The topic makes her think about her high school history teacher. He said the abolitionists during the 1800s would have ended slavery sooner. They had popular support, but one reason why they failed in freeing the slaves was that they turned it into a morality argument. They put down, shamed, and insulted anyone and everyone who was not 100% support their movement. That turned away a lot of people who agreed with the idea but did not want to associate with them. Many of the slave owners knew what they were doing was wrong, but they couldn't see a path away from it economically. The United States' first President George Washington and the other founding fathers hated the practice but never found a way around it. If the abolitionist movement focused on helping ending slavery by providing alternative solutions besides using it as a purity contest, the Civil War might have not been needed. That is her theory and trying to apply here. She never thought that lesson would have application in the 21st century, but now she finds it important to break through the beliefs people like Nasako has. Hey Sarah, Noriko said. Why were they making fun of Selena's last name? Kids can be mean, but that seemed like a strange thing to make fun of. She noticed that too and was baffled by it. She wanted to intervene on that, but did not know how to respond. Families traditionally take the name of their father because they are considered the head and leader of the family. I noticed that too, she replies. It is almost if they have a different meaning. I wish I could ask the girls, but they're on a mission. Maybe because she is a princess, or it is an Adrian thing? Noriko assumed as she lifted Tenchi, playing with him. Let's ask Carlin, she said. Carlin Deolo is the local baker who came over with some lunch for the kids' first day of school. She can name 3 students who came for the free lunch. She gets up and heads out the door, requesting for Carlin. She sees her sitting next to Selena as she eats a biscuit. Carlin is a beautiful kitsune who has more of a grandmother's personality. Both her and Selena have been getting close. Both are Merida worshippers, but she has a less extreme version of the religion. Selena did not like her at first, thinking she was some extremist heretic, but Carlin just smiled and accepted Selena's views. Now Selena has started to adopt Carlin's version of Merida. Once Carlin comes into the classroom, she closes the door so none of the students can hear. Hello Sarah and Noriko, Carlin said. She then walks up to Noriko and looks at her baby Tenchi. And hello to you too, sweet thing. You have gotten bigger. Noriko spins Tenchi around so he can see Carlin. You see, she likes you. She then bounces him up and down. And I know, I have to keep getting new clothes. Many of the rangers have been nice, buying new clothes for him, but he is an eater. I have to breastfeed him many times a day. Well, he is a boy. Maybe he just likes your cans? She said jokingly with a chuckle. Why don't you use formulas? I considered it, but it does cost too much money to import something like that here. Noriko replies. The military has been helping out, but I think there is a line. And I want him to be a healthy and good boy. You don't want to be like your father. No, you don't. Noriko then looks down at him and playfully pinches his nose. Besides, I enjoy the bonding. Don't say that around Sharpe, she said. He will give you a 3-hour lecture about how Zorzel is not his father. He is your baby, not Zorzel's. While I do agree, was there a reason why you requested me? Carlin asked. Yes, she replied. In class, the students were making fun of Selena's last name, saying that it is her father's last name. Now that I think about it, if women are considered second-class citizens, why were they making fun of Selena taking Sharpe's last name? Noriko said, and then thought about what she said. I need to stop using his last name for everything. It gets confusing. You will get used to it, she replies. But he is getting better on that. I don't think he no longer minds people using his first name. She then looks to Carlin. We don't understand what was said. Carlin looks at them. I see. I take it children do not take the name of their mothers in your world? She thinks on that for a moment, confused. Wait, what? No. Wives and the kids usually take their husband's surname. It is a sign of unifying the family under one strong house. The man is usually the head, so the family takes the name. That is not the case here. Carlin shakes her head. Amazing. We have similar family structures, and yet it is still different. While the men still head their house, the children get their mother's surname. The reason is that the mother is the one who gave birth to the children. Interesting, but why is that? She is confused by that. If the man is still the head of the house, why wouldn't he want to keep passing down his name? It is a tradition that I think was started by the elves, Carlin said. Some think it started with an older civilization that predates the elves' reign of Falmart. None of this was ever official, so there were different rules in different regions. Long ago, there was a debate about this subject, but there has always been a bastard problem in Falmart. So many children had no fathers, so they would not have a surname. The Empire made this law early on, making the mother's surname official besides a loose tradition. She thinks about that and finds it surprising. It is easy to just see everything about the Empire as evil and wrong, but she found what Carlin said was interesting. The Empire was trying to help protect mothers and children from just being taken advantage of at some point. That is why Pina and Zorzel had different last names, Noriko said, and why none of the old Emperor kids had his last name or similar names. When I was there, I always wondered why none of them had the same last name. She stops speaking for a moment. That means they all had a different mother. She finishes and then holds Tinchi tightly. Correct, Carlin states. When it comes to Selena, it is strange that she took her father's last name. It means she has no real family ties or been disowned. She closes her eyes to think. She had no idea when Sharpe adopted her and gave her his last name at Met, she would become more of an outcast. She wonders why she never mentioned that. Then she realizes she already knows the answer. She saw how she was intentionally writing her name worse, but held nothing back when writing her new last name. Selena took pride in being by Sharpe's side, and she figured that out early on, too. She helped push for him to adopt her, 3, and it finally happened. Even though she is young, she is very prideful and determined. It seemed that she accepted the dishonor of taking his last name so she could be adopted. It probably does not help that she is disowned or banished royalty. While Selena and Sharpe might not care about that, others do. We had no idea, she said. I just assumed that Selena would take your last name once you and Sharpe got married, Carlin said calmly. She was about to respond, but stopped hearing the word marriage. Wow, wait, back it up. We all know you want to, Noriko said. Even Selena started to talk about it now that you're dating. She sits up from her desk. 1. We just started dating. Let's back it up. 2. If when, Noriko corrects as she plays with Tinchi. 2. She continues. We will take his name. But Carlin, is there a way we can stop the kids from picking on Selena? Kids can be jerks, but is she being from Edras that big of a deal? And her religion about becoming a prostitute? Noriko adds. Selena told me much about her religion. I think she was trying to convert me at one point, but then got distracted by the baby. Sadly, yes, Carlin replies. The Edras Kingdom was once a regional power in the West, preventing the Empire expansion. The empires went to great lengths to degrade them to the public. The kids are facing 300 years of propaganda, and Merida is no better. So, you are saying there's nothing we can do right now? She replies. Well, it doesn't help that she gets defensive about everything, Noriko said. Everything is war. I wonder where she got that from, Shin replies as she thinks about Sharpe. He never stands down unless ordered to. That is probably why he gets through so many obstacles in life, and Selena wants to adopt that. There is a short silence as everything thinks. How about this, Carlin said. Why doesn't she come with me after school sometime this week? I could use some help baking. I enjoy our talks. I will bring it up on our way back home, she replies. Selena is sitting at a bench outside, watching all the passing travelers and citizens of Alness walk by. Today seems to be a busy day in the town. So far, she has seen traders from Elis, Italica, and Elba. It looks like trade is growing here. She takes a biscuit out of the bag Carlin brought over and starts eating it. She has grown to love her baking and cannot wait for their next time doing it. She doesn't mind the cooking part, but she is starting to find how Carlin worships Merida interesting and wants to learn more. She had no idea there were other ways to worship her goddess. She pulls out the small flower that she had in her pocket and looks at it. She wonders who put the flow on her desk, baffling her than anything else. Maybe not everyone hates her in the class. Hello there. She looks up and sees that bat boy standing there. He looks nervous. Hi. You did a good job in class, he said. I am sorry I laughed. It is okay, she replies. I laugh at my dad all the time, but I think he intentionally acts silly. She starts to wonder if it was he who gave her the flower. Then she rolled out he could not have been. He was too far, and she would have seen him do it. Then she remembers that he is a bat, and his kind is usually not looked at positively among the common races. She does not care, though. Learning you never know where you will make friends. How are you doing? She asks. People treating you okay? So far, yeah, he replies. She smiles. You are Joseph, correct? Yes, Joseph said. I live here now with my sister. We can't go back home, so. Yeah, I understand, she replies. She understands that feeling, having a similar history. I was taken from my home and betrayed by my people. But that is okay. I am happy here. Why? Joseph asked. Because I have my father, she replies. And I have my friends like Noriko, Rory, Lelei, and Tuke. Plus, the other soldiers. Joseph blinks, surprised by that. Wow, I was taken, but I think your soldier friends captured me and then released me to my sister. One of them wanted to get me to her, but I forgot his name. His name is Private First Class Harvey Frost, she replies. I can introduce you to him if you like. I am friends with him too. Really? Joseph asked, surprised by that. You can just do that? Yup, she said with a smile. You can have a seat if you like. Nah, I think I will remain standing, Joseph said. I just think it is funny we're both not from here. So you were once a princess? She takes a deep breath knowing that was coming up. Yes, but I am not one anymore. I am just her. Okay, but from Edras? Joseph asked. I thought my home was far away. How did you do here? She then starts to explain how she was taken and became a slave. She skipped some of the extreme events, thinking it is none of his business. She did tell him how her father saved her and how she joined a new family. That is it in a nutshell, she said. Sounds like a crazy story, but what does nutshells have to do with it? Joseph asked. She opened her mouth as she was going to explain, but realizes she has no idea what that means. She just heard the other worlders use it. I don't know. I just heard it before. Anyway, she said, why did the Empire take you? I don't think that is normal. Joseph then sits down next to her, but leaves some space. Well, the Empire came into my village before Legrath fell to your people. They said they needed creatures like me, so they could use us to see at night and our sound detection abilities. Joseph looks around as he thinks back on that. We didn't have a choice. They said the other worlder soldiers use these eye plates to see at night and to hear. Hearing that, she giggles. That's called night vision goggles. It allows them to see at night. Everything turns green when you look through them, right? Joseph replies. Well, I am glad you are with your sister again, she said. Family is important. I am glad to, Joseph said. I thought I never was going to see her again. Once the Empire takes you, very rarely someone who was taken comes back. I had no idea she left the clan to come looking for me, Joseph adds. She loved her clan. She was popular and deeply integrated into it. It must have been hard for her to cut all those ties. None of that matters if the ones you love are missing, she said with a smile. Thinking back when Thenwood elves took her and everyone, the Rangers, the Ticaret Knights, and the Rose Knights came for her. We better head back to class. Nice to meet you, Joseph, she said. Joseph hesitates to reply, not knowing what to say. Thank you, if I can. I like to say hi to that Frost man, Private First Class Frost, and I can say hi and tell him for you, she replies. They like to come into Alness to get beers, so I will tell you when. Fort Alness, Headquarters, February 8, 2026. General Charles Stanford has just read the recent report on what happened yesterday evening. Tyle reported to the Alness military police that she saved a kid from being taken by the Hario tribe. He is looking directly at Tyle as she is sitting in his office. Once he requested her to come to his office and explain what happened. She explained everything she knows about the Hario tribe. He is not alone in the office. The head of the Rangers who dealt with them before Colonel Robert Young, Base Defense Commander Colonel William, Head Intelligence Lieutenant Colonel Sanders, and the head of the Alness Military Police French Colonel Severin Bourque. What Tyle said hit an uneasy nerve with everyone in the room. This Hario tribe seems to mean business and far cleverer than he expected. From what she said, they are some kind of mysterious species from the east. They do not work other species, and that they consider themselves the master race of Falmart. They work in the shadows, corrupting nations and people to do their bidding. She dealt with them before when she was queen of the warrior bunnies. From how she described it, they were having a mini Cold War before the fall of her people. Based on what Tyle said, the Hario tribe seems to be these master spies who use tricks and illusions to trick their enemy and gain influence. They corrupt people to position themselves into the hierarchy and place their agents in key positions without anyone knowing. These brain slugs seem to allow them to do this. Tyle said that she does not know much about how they work, but she assumes that the non-Hario races are brainwashed and being forced to work for them. While she cannot confirm this, she is confident in it because the Hario tribe believes they are the master race of Falmart. Hearing that reminded him of the Nazis and Hitler. They thought they were the master race of all of Earth, and it took 60 million people to die to stop him. Assuming what Tyle said is true, he concludes they are facing a similar foe. This is hard to believe. William states, "Within my base, it sounds like one of your horror movies," Severin states. "How are my security forces supposed to counter if they could be one of us? Why didn't you bring this up before?" Sander asked. How was she supposed to know? Young replies, defending her. She said she didn't know they were here until just now. How can we trust her, though? Severin asked, arms crossed. Maybe she has been working for the Empire the whole time? Tyle turns around with this death look in her eyes, like she is ready to kill someone. How dare you say such a thing? Do you know what happened to my people? Young looks to Severin. Colonel, it was my rangers who rescued her from the Empire. I lost a ranger in the rescue. He leans back as he listens to the conversation. He can see Tyle ears drop a bit hearing that, which confirms to him that she is not a spy. However, he lets the conversation continue to see where the mood is with his officers. Don't give me that, Young, Severin said in an annoyed tone. First it was alien humans, then elves and orcs. There is a talking fox that bakes cookies, a talking bat flying around, and now we're talking about talking pigs. What is your point? Young asks, annoyed. My point is I don't know what is normal anymore, Severin said. Christ sake, we were all talking to a rabbit. My point is I do not know what is normal anymore. This is worse than Afghanistan and Mali. At least there I was able to figure out what was normal and do my job. How am I supposed to do my job if I am only learning now that there's pig people in the shadows in my town that I am responsible for and brain slugs? Calm down, Colonel, he says, seeing he needs to calm down the French commander. No one in here is the enemy. William takes off his cap and lights up a cigarette. I hate to say this, but the Frenchman is correct. This is only making this complicated, and in war, complication means defeat. If we are struggling with internal security, how are we supposed to stop an attack on this base? We are also talking about hallucination powder and magic. I hear stories by our troops at the front about illusion spells. Severin takes a deep breath. I apologize. I meant no offense, Tyle. Magic can be a tricky business. Now you see why the Empire invested so much into it. I see what you mean, Colonel, Tyle said as she adjusts herself. The Hario tribe uses your confusion against you. I am just shocked that they are here and assisting the Empire. Princess Pina confirmed in our last meeting the Empire had no dealings with this Hario tribe. 5. While she was there, he adds, I think it is safe to say the Empire and the Hario tribe is a recent development. I hate to agree with that woman, but I must agree, Tyle said. The 3 years I was there I never heard or smelled anything related to the Hario tribe. And if they are here, that must be here for you. I have to agree, Sanders said. I will get my people to work on this. I think I can help, Tyle. During my time as Zorzal's slave, I did as much research as I could on how my kingdom failed. As you people say, the world on the street was that he was this great and honorable general and prince. I thought I could trust him, but that turned out to be a mistake. It bothered me how he beat me and how I could just trust him. Tyle then takes a breath. I found out they infiltrated my kingdom the same way they are doing to you. I spent 3 years trying to figure out how they work. It was not easy, but being a slave for royalty does give you some perks at times. Please explain, Your Highness, he said. As I said, The Hario tribe are masterminds at espionage, Tyle said. I originally thought they were only in the Far East, as one of the dark races, but it is clear I was wrong. They have a presence in Sadera, Ticaret, all the Swestuals Kingdoms, and probably many of the vassals. The Empire is acting like a spider web to help them spread their network. He knows about the kingdoms Tyle is speaking of. The CIA learned from a mole in Sadera that Zorzel is forming his own NATO knockoff military alliance to fight NATO. He put a pause on further expansion until they learn more about this new imperial alliance. Based on what Tyle is saying, he is starting to see that the Hario are the ones working behind the scenes, influencing the warring factions. Thanks to Pina bringing that one Hario prisoner, 6, and they learned the Hario have been trying to round up American prisoners for some reason. They recently did that at Camp Galileo, where a scientist was targeted by the Hario tribe and taken. No luck on the search for him. He is starting to see that while the Empire is the enemy of today, the Hario tribe is the enemy of tomorrow if he does not stop them now. Now that he knows about them, he can start creating counter-operations against them. This sounds like Mission Impossible type of stuff, Williams said, referencing the movie franchise. Why are they after the kids, though? Tyle looks at them all, like she knows she is about to piss them all off. You're all weak. Excuse me? Sanders asked, annoyed. Do not take it as an insult, Tyle replies. What I mean is that you would never consider kidnapping a kid and using them for your bidding. The Hario considers us inferior, so they have no morals about right and wrong. As I said before, they consider themselves to be the rules of this world, the so-called master race. Great, Severin states. We are dealing with alien Nazis. I have no idea what that means, but sure, Tyle said. I was saying they are using your kids to spy on you, probably with those slugs I mentioned before. There might be other reason they've been taking them, but your kindness and overprotective of children is a weakness to them. Fucking a man, Young said. This is too much. Is there anything we have against them? A weakness or flaw? Tyle nods as she looks at Young. They get greedy for knowledge and information. Because they see it as their right, and they think all are inferior to them, they can get sloppy. You people are still knowing this world, and I bet the Hario tribe is just as confused about your people. They are slow to adjust tactics because they are used to living in the shadows. You can exploit their greed. It sounds like you have a plan? Sanders asked. Don't say what I think you are going to say, Young adds. Yes, Colonel Young, Tyle said. I am sad to say the kids who are under their control, there is no hope for them. If the slug is in their heads, there is no way to get them out. We should track them by using your tracking devices. Then we can flush them out. I am not accepting this, Williams said. Using kids. I don't care if they are brainwashed. I haven't spent 20 years of my career starting using kids as bait. Hold on, Sanders said, calming William down with his hand. If the brainwash is caused by a slug, then why don't we just cut the bastard out? You're crazy, Tyle said, surprised by the comment. You can't just cut into people's heads? You will kill them. He leans forward on his desk. Actually, we can, Your Highness. Our medical technology allows us to cut into people's bodies and cure them. We do it all the time on Earth. That is why I was thinking, sir, Sanders said. Anyone who has one of these slugs can put them through surgery and cut them out. Tyle sits there in disbelief. Her eyes blink as she tries to picture what they're talking about. Wait, you can cure them? Correct, he replies. Still, Young said, are we really proposing using kids as bait? He thinks on Tyle's proposal. He hates the idea, but he does not see any way around it. The more he thinks about the Hario tribe and what they are capable of, the scarier it sounds to him. The longer they are in Alness, the more their infections will grow. He starts to worry about what happens if they get a spy in the White House. No, he says, we need to end this now. Our number one priority is the defense of the United States and Earth. We cannot allow the Hario tribe to expand its network onto Earth. Think about what that could mean. He can see the other officers in the room fully understand the negative ripple effect that will have. Earth leaders under the control of the Hario tribe. It does not matter if NATO can destroy legions in seconds. If the leadership has been taken over, the war is lost. It will probably result in a global war, allowing the Empire and their allies to invade. The only one who seemed to be confused, Tyle, as she does not understand the geopolitical context of Earth. Okay, Tyle, he said, we will hear your plan. Everyone, none of this leaves this room. We need to play this close to the chest. Sir, Severin said, are you sure about this? Completely, he replies, looking directly at him. The truth is he is not, but as the top general in this war, he shows confidence no matter what. And you know what? I'm going to call in some specialists that should help with this problem. I know a nearby town who owes of a favor and have the top assassins and counter spies in the region. Countess Mui maids? Young asked. He just nods. Let us begin. V12, Chapter 145 Alness Darkest Night. Fort Alness. February 9th, 2026. Hargis is looking at a recent letter from Sadera. It has his new orders from the Hario tribe leader Buro. These are our orders, he said, the Hario leader in Alness. That is suicide, Jaruki the Dark Elf replies. If we do this, we will be forced to leave Alness. We already built such a network here, using the kids to spy for us. I know, he replies. We have 7 kids and 2 adults wandering around town. However, if we leave them here, the other worlders will figure out that we've been controlling them with brain slugs. Just like the soldier right there. He looks to his human and dark elf helpers. Both of them have brain slugs in their heads and have become loyal servants. The human Borkwal has been a brainwashed slave for the past 5 years, and the dark elf Jaruki has been one for 13 years. He then looks to the other worlder they had recently taken. First Sergeant Miloslav Sukanek is standing, listening into the conversation. During the quake, he tried to stop these people from taking a kid but failed one. His failure allowed the Hario tribe to get an agent within the Alness military police, gaining much-needed information. It does not matter, the human Borkwal said. That damn warrior bunny saw you. Borkwal is right, Jaruki said. It will only be a matter of time before we are discovered. Our advantage was that they didn't know to look for us. That's how we've been able to place misdirection in our operations here. Now that they are becoming wiser, our disinformation campaign will not work. He looks back at his orders. They learned that General Herm will be shipped to Earth soon. Herm is a key friend and general of Zorzel, and his capture was an embarrassment. Herm going to Earth will be a massive loss. That is why Sadera wants them to use all their resources to rescue him. Getting him back would be a major victory for the Empire. But that is not the only target. They have been planning to save Herm for a while now, planting the seeds. The reason why they haven't conducted the operation yet is getting out of Alness. They have a few secret tunnels that lead out of Alness. Miloslav said that the other worlders wouldn't think to check for that because they already scanned for tunnels when they first arrived. They wouldn't expect a recently constructed one by dwarves. Are we going after our recent attack? Borkwal asked. I know it's sooner than we wanted, but if we are leaving, this is our only chance. There is a secondary target that they only recently discovered after they brainwashed Miloslav that Zorzel has a bastard son here. He once had a female American slave that was taken away, too. He explained that one of his and Mute's secret missions is to protect this girl named Noriko and her son Tenchi, the son of Zorzel. While he has not had a chance to report this finding to Buro, he sees that this is a target they must take. Not because it will please Zorzel, but it will please the tribe leader Buro. The Hario tribe sees themselves as the true rulers of Falmart, and that all the other races should serve them. They have plans to remove many of the other races that they think could pose a challenge to their rule, just like what they did with the warrior bunnies. It was not an accident the Empire attacked the warrior bunnies. It was engineered by the Hario tribe as part of their conquest of Falmart. They were one of the few races that could stop their plans to infiltrate the Empire and hijack it because of their natural strength and abilities, and that they only reproduce other bunnies. Here is an idea, Borkwal said. Why don't we use the kids as a distraction and shield? We will take the brainwashed ones with us. They won't dare to attack us if we have them. If we are doing that, then are we attempting our recent discovery? Jaruki asked, referring to Tenchi. Yes, he replies. The boy is just as important for our future plans. It will delegitimize Empress Famula's plans to take over the Empire. Okay, he said. Jaruki and I will take the soldier and get Herm out. Well, get our spies out there. Borkwal, you are going after the boy. All right, he said. We do it tonight. First Sergeant Miloslav Sukanek is walking into the Alness prison. Behind him are 3 guards on the ground asleep. Jaruki is a dark elf, and as an elf they are magical. They use spirit magic, which allows them to create and control natural elements like water, wind, fire, and more. They also have some unnatural spells like the ability to put people to sleep, making them master spies. He spent the last few weeks informing them how NATO security works, like what security cameras are and how they work. thermal sensors, trigger alarms, and more. It was hard for them to understand how advanced the security system is, but now they are now started to understand slowly. Glass. Every security can be broken, especially if the enemy has a false sense of security. He has spent the last few weeks gathering information about the prison, the schedules, and where Herm is located. He gets to the door, armed to the teeth. He looks at Jaruki and his master Hargis there. Behind this door should be 3 more guards, most likely the CIA. They shouldn't be heavily armed. The CIA, your people's version of a spy's corrects? Jaruki asks. I just want to make sure I understand. He explained that the Americans have a spy agency called the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA for short. He is a soldier from the Czech Republic, a smaller European nation within NATO, so he does not know much about the CIA. The basics should be enough for right now. He sees Hargis, a green pig-like humanoid. While they have thicker skin than the average man, they are not stronger. They rely on tricks and planned-out missions to carry out their agenda. When Hargis walks over, he cracks the door open. Hargis large rolls this dark purple orb into the room. He closes the door and hears this man say something, acknowledging the orb. All of a sudden, he hears the agents in the other room yelling and screaming. Hargis explained that this dark orb releases some kind of dark energy that brings out a man's deepest and darkest fears. The effect can last a few hours or a few days, depending on how severely affected the person is and what their darkest fear is. It is a very rare orb, and he was hesitant in using it now, but there was no other way. After he counts to 5, he opens the door and holds out his CZ-805 Bren assault rifle. When he walks inside the prison room, he sees 3 CIA agents rushing around scared out of their minds. One is holding his hands on his head, asking to be forgiven. Another one falls on the ground, covering her eyes. Then he sees the last one pulling out his Beretta M9 pistol, about to kill himself. He rushes up and knocks that man out with the butt of his rifle. Why didn't you just kill him? Hargis asked as he walks over. He looks down at the CIA agent and then looks to his master. Because if I fire a shot, it would trigger the alarms. I will shut up the other 2. No, Jaruki said as he pulls out his knife. If you are worried about noises, cut their throats. He looks to Jaruki and walks over to the female agent. His knife is out and about to slice her throat. He grabs Jaruki's arm, stopping him from killing her. What are you doing? Jaruki asked, annoyed. He hesitated to respond, but then looks directly at him. It would be better if we don't. Killing them will only hamper our escape. That makes no sense, Jaruki states. A dead man can't speak. Remember, we are weak, he said. They value the welfare of their comrades. If we keep them alive, they will invest extra manpower to take care of them. If we kill them, they will send everything to us. They will want to take Herm alive, and if we kill them, they might get trigger happy if we get spotted. Jaruki doesn't seem to believe him, but lets go of the female, then punches her hard in the head, knocking her out. Convincing enough. As Jaruki and Hargis go over to free General Herm out of his cell, he knocks out the last agent. The truth is that he doesn't understand why he stopped Jaruki from killing her. He was correct. It would have been better to kill them, but some reaction made him stop the elf. There was this urge that forced him to. Thank you very much, Herm said as he walks out. He is wearing this orange prison suit. I hope we have an escape plan. We do, my lord, Hargis said. He watches Hargis explain to the freed general what is happening. He sees Jaruki pick up the dark orb. We better hurry. He then drops his backpack and takes out C4. He walks over to this desk that's out of the way to make it harder to find it. He sets it up and then grabs his backup. Let's move. Agreed, Hargis said. Are your explosives ready? It is called C4, he replies. And that depends on your slave kids. If they put it where I told them to, then we are fine. I can blow them remotely if needed. They all move through the facility, passing all the guards that were put to sleep by Jaruki's sleeping magic. They head outside of the building, seeing the amp Humvee sitting there. He rushes to the driver's side of the vehicle as the others start getting into the back. But then this dagger flies and hits Jaruki in the arm. He looks to the direction the dagger came from and sees this warrior bunny in her traditional uniform. He knows who it is, Delilah. She is holding a large sword ready to sprint forward. By her side are these 2 soldiers' weapons ready. He expected this and already had a backup plan. Kids attack. He then sees 4 brainwashed kids that were hiding behind a Humvee and tackle Delilah and the 2 soldiers. He can see one of them about to fire, but was ordered not to by the other soldier. Delilah and the two soldiers are struggling with what to do as the kids try to kill them. He gets in the Humvee and drives off after everyone else gets in. He glances at the three and sees this nervous look. Hargis, Jaruki, and Herm seem to be uneasy riding by artificial means. A vehicle is very different than a horse, and it seems like they haven't adjusted yet. He then hears the base alarm goes off. He was expecting it. Part of his job in the AMP is to know how the base defenses will respond. But this did happen faster than he expected. I hope your exit tunnel will be worth it. Just get us there. Hargis yells. Up ahead, he sees the gate that divides the military base to the civilian town. The German guard there opens fire from his rifle. From the rifle right, the front window cracks from the rifle fire. While it is bulletproof, he knows it won't last long. He doesn't stop and the soldier jumps out of the way. He rams into the pole gate, ramming right through it, but heavily damaging the front of the vehicle. He knows it will only be a matter of time before they get surrounded by the military. He knows the protocols on how the military will contain. The best solution to buy enough time is to create as much chaos as he can as quickly as he can. The more chaos, the more protocols get triggers, which means more forces being moved around to respond. Guard post getting reinforced just in case. Security gets beefed up in places that are not needed to be. Communications get jammed up as everyone is trying to figure out what's going on and demanding orders. That's great if there is an external threat, but during a small internal threat, it has the opposite effect if you already know what will happen. That is why he proposed planting C4 around and inside the prison. They will know Herm was taken, but when you level a building, that freezes every reaction. Everyone will be focused on the destruction of the prison rather than finding them. At least their search and response will be slowed down. He reaches down to the remote detonator for the C4. There are two positions the C4 is located. The kids put the C4 at the vehicles outside the building and the one he set up inside the prison. He flips the switch and presses the first button. He then hears this explosion. The parking lot outside the prison blows up, blowing up the few vehicles at it. He sees the explosion in the side mirror. He moves his hand to press the second button, the one that he set up in the prison. Herm looks at the prison and then looks at him. Nothing happened? I thought the plan was to blow up the prison, Hargis asked, annoyed and frustrated. You said we needed to blow that building for this to work. He thinks back when he planted the bomb. He remembers setting up the bomb, but never activating it. He remembers knowing if he did, he would be killing everyone in the building, his old comrades. I don't know. It was supposed to blow up. You have been setting us up, Jaruki states, pulling out his dagger. He looks at Jaruki and yells, You never would have gotten this far if it wasn't for me. Now let me do my job. Corporal Mute Luna Sires looks towards the explosion. She knows where that came from, the prison inside the military base. Her radio is going off as dozens of people are all demanding answers on what is going on. She has been trying to get a hold of her police partner Miloslav. So far, he has not responded. This never been an issue before, but in recent weeks he has slowly become unreliable. She looks around as she sees civilians coming out of their homes and see what is happening. Everyone back into your homes. Now, some people listen to her, but most ignore her. She is alone, so there isn't much she can do to conduct crowd control. Part of being in the AMP is crowd control during a crisis. That only works when you have enough to do force protection. Alone, there is only so much you can do. She takes a frustrated breath, having to wait for reinforcements. That is when she hears her phone ringing. At first, she thought it was Miloslav, but it says it is Noriko Mochizuki. Noriko, are you okay? No, Noriko says as she cries. A man broke into my apartment and took Tenchi. Her eyes widened hearing that. Because Tenchi is the son of Emperor Zorzel, the American governments want to keep him safe and under their eyesight. One of her responsibilities is to keep an eye on him. Where are you? I am running, but I can't keep up, Noriko said, trying to keep herself focused but still crying. I saw going west. He has my baby. I am on it, she replies and then grabs her radio. I have a code Blue 63, heading somewhere west. All units. Code Blue 63 is the quick response to tell the AMP that Tenchi has been taken and any available units need to respond. The military automatically deploys the troops to help find and secure the Emperor's son. Miloslav stops the Humvee at the tunnel location. It is at a warehouse where Borkwell pretended to work. We got to go. We have been spotted, and I know us moving in this direction at that speed would raise some red flags. Why would they raise red flags? Or any flags in this situation? Jaruki asked, not understanding the phrase. We'll explain later, he replies. He grabs his backpack and rifle. He looks around, but he hears on the radio that the AMP and military are on their way here. He hears Cherokee whistles, and 3 brainwashed kids come out from cover. They have been out there creating a smaller distraction. The idea was that the AMP would go to their positions besides focusing on this warehouse, just to help create more confusion and chaos. We can't leave, Hargis said. What? Herm said in anger. I will not be put back into their dungeon. We leave now, I command you. We need Borkwell, Hargis said to Herm. And you don't command me. I follow my leader Buro. We need what Borkwell has. We can't come back here. As the two argue, he looks around ready to fire his weapon. Borkwell was supposed to be here by now, but now he is getting worried. He can see people running around between the buildings, confused civilians. It is distracting as he tries to look for the enemy. He then sees Borkwell come out of this aisle holding Tinchi. As planned, Tinchi has a tap over his mouth to help prevent him from crying. The last thing they need is a baby drawing everyone to their location. Borkwell rushes up, breathing heavily. We need to go. I am sure I have been spotted. He rushes to the warehouse door. Both him and Hargis open it. The tunnel is hidden inside, Hargis said. He walks in, but then this dagger cuts him in the cheek. This other dagger comes out of the warehouse, forcing everyone to scatter. He takes a step back and places his hand on his cheek, shocked at what just happened. He then looks into the warehouse and sees another warrior bunny standing there, in full traditional warrior clothing and holding this sword. He knows who this bunny is. It is Tyle, General Stanford. I have them at Warehouse 3B. I have Herm and Tinchi here, Tyle said, and then listened to the headset. Roger that, General. I will hold the line. Seeing what is about to happen, he raises his rifle, but is too late. He knows bunnies have faster reaction time, but being so close he couldn't get her in his sights yet. Her blade smashes against his CZ-805 Bren assault rifle. He can see in her eyes that she has no intention of holding back. He bet on that NATO forces would be more hesitant to open fire on friendlies like him, assuming he is on their side. She isn't going to follow that logic. He is pushed back and blocks again with his rifle. Back up, he yells. Tyle grabs him and flips him around and rams him into the driver's side door. His momentum forces the door to close as he slams into it. He looks up as he tries to recover. He sees Tyle easily defeating Cherokee. She then charges at Hargis with anger in her eyes. He can see that they are all going to die if he doesn't do something. He gets up and pulls out a grenade. Tyle cuts Hargis, but intentionally keep him alive, wanting to turn him in with the military. She looks over at him slightly confused. You won't dare. He holds the grenade out so she can see it. In the background, he can hear vehicles and military personnel coming. He looks directly at Tyle, making sure she understands he means business. He will protect his master no matter what. If you don't let go, I will kill us all, he states. We will not serve you. We would rather die in glorious battles as heroes of the Empire, heroes of the Hario tribe. And when I pull this pin, all these kids will die. Tyle looks at him, holding the grip of her blade tightly. You won't dare. Hearing that he pulls the pin of the grenade, letting his actions speak for him. Doing that seems to get her attention as he holds on the lever. When he releases pressure on the lever, the fragmentation grenade explodes, killing everyone around. He can see the conflict in Tyle's eyes as she tries to figure out what to do. She can probably get to him before he does anything, but that would not matter. If she hits him, in any way he lets go of the lever. Run. He yells at Hargo and Herm. He sees them get up and starts running, heading inside. Tyle stands there unable to stop them as they run aside. Once both are alone, he stands fully up. What are you planning? Tyle asked. You don't have to do this, Miloslav. You're an honorable man. He ignores what Tyle said. She is the enemy of the Hario tribe and a threat to his masters. Tyle is the queen of the warrior bunnies. Removing her from this world would be a massive victory for the Hario tribe. The warrior bunny race will never unite if she dies here. Up until this point, NATO barely understood what the Hario tribe is. They losing Tyle will also help the Hario tribe against NATO. They will lose their only source of information on them. For the Hario tribe, as he is about to release the lever, he hears this faint sound behind him. Miloslav. He stops and turns around. He sees Mute standing there with these shocked eyes. What are you doing? Mute asked, confused about what is going on. Mute, Tyle yells. He has been mind-controlled by the enemy. His mind is lost. He looks at Mute. Stay back or I will blow us all. He sees American Humvees, German LAPV Anak, and French Panhard VBL. Soldiers start to dismount, and he sees the situation starting to devolve. He glances over and sees Tyle gone. He knows where she went, to chase his master and Herm. But he knows he can delay these people. I already pulled the pin. If you move, I will let go. He sees soldiers taking cover behind their vehicles, weapons aimed at him. First Sergeant Miloslav Sukanek, Second Lieutenant Carlson yells. This is Second Lieutenant Carlson of the Alness Military Police. Put down the grenade and surrender. If you don't, we will fire at you. He looks at all the soldiers and knows they will fire if this takes too long. But then he sees Mute standing there again, looking at him. For some reason, he can look away from her stare. Corporal Mute, Carlson yells. Get out of there. That is an order. Mute takes a deep breath and walks towards him. He looks directly at Mute and holds out the grenade. One more step and I will pull this. Your kind will not win this war. We, the Hario tribe, will rule these lands. They belong to us, and all of you will serve under our rule. Just like what the communists did to your family? Mute responds. He was about to let go again, but then thinks back to his small home in the Czech Republic. While he was not alive during the Cold War, he remembers growing up poor as his country struggled to rebuild after the Cold War ended. He remembers stories of family members disappearing overnight. He thinks about the small house with a pot of flowers at his mother's house, the smell of the farmlands, and the car noises from the nearby city. He is distracted, Carlson said. Fire. Mute looks behind and then activates her wind magic. She tosses a small guest at all the soldiers to distract them. She then takes a deep breath and uses her magic to create a windshield. He watches as wind flows around them, going around and around. It becomes hard to see what is happening outside than the wind wall. He looks back to Mute, getting nervous. Stay back. Mute stops and looks at him. Her feathers are moving around as she controls the gust of wind. She wanted to cut everything in the world out, so they are alone. She looks at him, using her wind magic to keep him a little unbalanced. Miloslav, she said, upset and trying to hold back her emotions. You are not a member of the Hario tribe. Don't die for them. Hearing that, he looks at her as he tries to keep himself steady. I am a loyal servant of the Hario tribe. They are the true rules of this world. I have been blessed to serve for them, and I am willing to die for their vision. Mute takes a breath, on the verge of crying. No, you are not. This isn't you. We are partners. We kept the streets safe together, and I refuse to accept that is a lie. She then walks forward. Stay back, he orders. I already pulled out the pin. Any loss of pressure on the lever and then both of us die. Mute stops a few feet away but looks up at him. My wind magic will keep the grenade blast contained in here. Then only both of us will die here. She then starts to cry but smiles. Do you remember that 4th of July day? The American independence? Do you remember what you said to the people at the bar? 3? He can't help himself from remembering that event. Some of the Alness civilians were annoyed by the Americans celebrating the birth of their nation. Many of them were questioning NATO's presence and whether they should trust them, if they traded one empire for another. He shakes his head as he tries to forget that memory. His loyalty is to the Hario tribe now, not these people. Mute smiles and then places her hand on his shoulder. I remember. You told a story about how your grandfather lived through the evil Nazi Germany occupation, that the Americans came to your home and liberated your country. A soldier gave your grandfather a baseball mitt. 4. She gets closer to him and places her other hand on his shoulder, giving him her full attention. But after your people were freed, the Russians became a threat again. The Americans came to your lands to defend you. You witnessed your grandfather giving back that mitt to say thanks. He looks down at her and sees her crying but smiling. As he listens, he is forced to think back home again. He remembers standing on the side of the road, hundreds of townsfolk there with him, kids waving hello, everyone waving American and Czech flags as this long column of military vehicles drives through his town. Watching about 100 vehicles driving down the road to Eastern Europe, he learned it was the 2nd Cavalry Regiment, a striker armored force. He remembered his grandfather told him that these soldiers are far away from home, expected to die for his and other countries in Europe. Hearing that story and watching all those military vehicles drive through his home in 2015, he knew he wanted to enlist into the army. As he listens, he wants to let go of the grenade, but his hands refuse to respond. He wants to drop the pin, but for some reason, he refuses to let go. He feels his head starting to hurt and his noises start to bleed. You wondered why someone from another land should fight when you weren't, so you joined, Mute said. And when this war started, you volunteered to come here. Because you felt you had to do your part, to repay a debt. That is why I know you won't let go of that grenade. You can't betray the reason why you came here. Mute looks directly into his eyes and smiles. Please put the pin back into the grenade. So, you can continue serving your country. So, we can keep working together as partners. Please. He looks at her and then looks down at his hands. Both of them are shaking as he struggles to control his body. He sees blood dripping from his nose to his hands as he tries to focus. I can't. I know you can, Mute said softly. It is my fault. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't do anything. I am a bad partner, but you want to know something. I know you can. You could have let go of the lever at any time. That prison. I heard they found an explosive there that was not armed. I know you planted it, and you couldn't arm it. You also didn't kill anyone. Whatever is trying to control you, I know you are stronger. He looks at his hands as they shake. He starts to grunt as he tries to focus on his hands. Slowly, his hands move closer together. He can hear her telling more stories, telling him that he can do it. Suddenly, he sees that the pin is back into the grenade. Seeing that, he falls to his knees, passing out. As Miloslav passes out and falls, Mute catches him. She gets on her knees and rests his head on her. She can see the blood coming out of his nose and ears. She doesn't care that his blood is beginning to stain her uniform. All she does is rub his back and comfort him. You did it, Miloslav, she said. Your grandfather would be proud of you. Everything will be okay. She starts to reel in her wind magic. The gusting wind that was spinning around her starts to disappear so the other soldiers can see them. Once everything is cleared, she looks up. Everything is okay. He put the grenade down. I need a medic. She sees soldiers, rifles at the ready. She knows they are only being safe. She then sees some medics rushing over. She looks up at them. He is bleeding out of his ears and nose. Tyle said he was brainwashed, so I don't know what they did to him. We will take care of him, the Spanish soldier said. Delilah gets out of the Humvee after General Stanford and heads to the warehouse Tyle mentioned. She sees soldiers everywhere as they secure the area. To her left, she sees Mute standing near her partner Miloslav as he gets loaded up into an ambulance. At first, she thought he was a traitor, but Stanford explained that he was brainwashed by a brain slug. That Tyle explained how it works and how modern medicine should be able to extract the slug. The kids who ambushed her and those soldiers have been seduced and taken to the army hospital. Based on what Tyle and Stanford said, those kids will get treated and go back to normal. Well, this has been a mess, Stanford said. Still part of the plan, though? She replies. Besides, my queen is chasing them right now, and we have a helicopter tracking them, Colonel Young said. Vanguard 4 and an Australian commando unit ready to go when needed. Keep them on standby, Young, Stanford said. I didn't expect them to take Tinchi or had one of our MPs under their control. I want an investigation on that. Why are you not sending more after them? She asked. She has been getting caught up as things develop. It seems like there is a greater plan happening. Stanford looks at her. We know of a Hario cell in Italica from the Hario whom Pina took prisoner of. We believe they are heading there and already informed Countess Mui. You set a trap? She replies, surprised. Yes, Stanford said. Now, do you mind assisting your queen? She smirks. Yes, sir. V12, Chapter 146, Schwartz Tribe. Today, Lieutenant General Duncan of the U.S. Space Force reported to Senate Armed Services Committee of the latest update of the Gate Defection Satellite, or GDS. The GDS is designed to detect the unique radiation signature that comes off the Philadelphia Gate. This type of radiation has never been detected before, and to this day puzzles scientists around the world. One of the most confusing things that are puzzling scientists is that this new type of radiation is not lethal. The latest theory is that this radiation allows humans and equipment to travel back and forth between worlds, acting as a stabilizing force for the gate. The GDS is designed to detect this type of radiation if it ever appears on Earth again. Assuming another gate ever appears somewhere on Earth, this will give NATO and other allied forces an early warning system to mobilize and counter the invading force. Currently, there is a debate on how the new NATO Homeworld Defense Initiative should work and who should be involved. NATO was created in 1949 as a military alliance to counter the communist threat of Western Europe. Once the Cold War ended, the question raised what need was there for the alliance. After spending the past 30 years conducting regional stability efforts and counter-terrorist operations, there is a debate to retool the organization to Earth Defense Forces just in case the Empire or a different hostile alien threat appears. However, the NATO Homeworld Defense Initiative is still a proposal and being debated in the U.S. Senate and NATO Parliamentary Assembly. While the GDS is primarily funded by the United States, it will be jointly commanded by NATO strategic forces to maximize security. Jessica Moore from SCNR News. Schwartz Forest, Roldam Valley, February 9, 2026. Major Sharpe walks up to the village elder named Juo. To his left is Lelei, and to his right is Yao. All around him are his 3 Vanguard teams. Johnson Vanguard, 2 teams setting up a defensive perimeter. Vanguard 5 and Vanguard 7 are going to help the Dark Elf civilians into the 2nd Armored Transport Platoon. He has Rory going around with the teams, just to make sure no one tries anything funny. Tuke on top of a jail TV, keeping her ears out, acting as an early warning. We were beginning to wonder what happened to your raid party, Juo said. Yao gets down on one knee. I am sorry, Elder. We failed and were arrested, but I was able to find help. She then looks over to Sharpe. You need to kneel, she mumbles. Lelei chuckles. That will never happen. He glances at Lelei and then Yao. His look tells her that he won't kneel. He looks back at the village elder. He has a rule about kneeling. Free men don't kneel to anyone. While he believes in traditions, ones that degrade the free spirit, he will not accept. Kneeling means you accept that someone is above you, better than you, that you are unequal, and that runs against everything he believes in. The only expectation he started to consider is when a man kneels to his love, an idea he never put thought behind until recently. Yao stands up, sweating a little. I apologize, Elder. This is Major Sharpe of the Alness tribe. Hearing that, he looks to Yao. Alness tribe? Yao looks at him. Are you people not from Alness? They are from a nation called the United States of America, Lelei said. It is one of many countries in their world called Earth. They are the ones leading the war effort against the Empire. Countries? Elder Juo asked, confused by the term. He looks back to Juo, surprised that he doesn't know the term. He has heard Pina mention it before. Based on what Yao said, her people are more culturally and economically isolated. That probably explains why the Elba fiefdom has a direct path into the Roldam Valley. It is a term that is widely used in their world. Lelei replies. A country is a land full of cities and tribes that are unified under one centralized government. So a kingdom or another empire? Juo asked. The elves once had a centralized kingdom, and that fell. Humans have one now, all proven to be sick from madness because of power. Why should we trust you when I can't trust the kingdoms of my world? He sees Lelei about to respond. He holds out his arm, so she doesn't. He notices Yao getting worried, thinking her village elder is ruining their chance for salvation. He looks back at the dark elf and chuckles. I know some libertarians who would love you. Libertarians? Juo asked. People who agree with what you said. Centralized government is bad, he replies. Now look, I am not here to go through a civic lesson. We are a powerful nation just like the Empire, but we are here, and they are not. These are my orders, he continues. We are here to help evacuate your people to Alness until the situation with the Flame Dragon is resolved, so that your people are not starving. Yao here said you were in need, and we have the capacity to help. If you are not interested, that is fine. I am authorized to open trade relations to help support the food crisis. So, we have a choice? Juo asked, mentally debating on the offer. Yup, he replies. However, if the Flame Dragon attacks again, we will not be providing protection if you choose to stay. We heard stories that your weapons are as powerful as the gods, Juo said. Are the stories untrue, or are you afraid of the legendary monster? Neither, he replies. We have the power to kill the damn beast, but we are not stupid to pick an unnecessary fight. Power doesn't mean right. Juo stands there and thinks. He then nods and smiles. I see. Power and wisdom. I accept your offer to relocate. Hearing Juo says wisdom makes him smirk. He glances over to Lelei and sees her roll her eyes at the wisdom part. He chuckles and looks back at Juo. Roger that. Your people have 5 hours to pack what you need, and then we are out of here. Yao said there are about 150 of your people here. Speaking of that, My lord, I notice many of the men are missing, Yao said. He looks at Yao, not liking what she said. You are correct, Juo said. 40 of our remaining warriors went up to Mount Tube to fight the flame dragon. He looks to Juo with a confused look. You are kidding me? Why would you people do something stupid like that? We have rockets, and I don't want to tango with that beast. You have bows and arrows, and you're going to war? Work on your diplomacy, Major, Sarah said over the NW1 network. She is back at Fort Minck overseeing the operational logistics. She uses the radio and camera built into the helmet to see what everyone else is seeing and gathers data to help the mission. The Roldam Valley is deep in the northern tip of the Tube Mountains. Being surrounded by mountains from the north, east, and south, they have been able to keep themselves isolated because of the geology. That same geology has been a major communication obstacle for U.S. forces. It's one of the reasons why the exploration of this region has been a low priority. Once you went into this valley, you were cut off. That is no longer the case. While the valley is still isolated, the U.S. Air Force deployed an old MQ-9 Reaper to help establish stable communication with Fort Tyle and Fort Minck. That is the only way Sarah can communicate with him. He shrugs off what she said to focus on the matter at hand. They were suddenly passionate to retake their lands, Juo said. Reason seems to have escaped them, and they ignored my advice, that the goddess Hardy will save us. You see, Major Sharpe, my people have already suffered so much, and we wish for things to go back to normal. I understand the feeling, but he stops himself, thinking about how he can be more diplomatic. He also doesn't see the point in the debate as nothing can come from it. Okay, go around and tell your people to pack up. Yao, go find Rory and Tuke and go help Lelei with me. He then walks away and heads to his command vehicles. He orders both Johnson and Bailey to meet him there to discuss the new situation. So, I take it you caught all that, Sarah? He asks as he walks, as he passes some of his rangers as they start to help out the villagers' pack. Yes, Sarah said. I don't think he knows what the definition of wisdom is. I agree, Lelei said. He glances over to Lelei. Traitor. He then looks forward as he heads to his JLTV. Isn't it just me? Or does shit like this keep happening? The minute we come is when a quarter of the villagers went off on some revenge quest. Strange. That did cross my mind, Sarah replies. But if the roles were reversed, you would be off doing the same thing. I never have known you to be a man who lays back while the home is burning. He thinks about that. True. All right, pull up any information there is about the flame dragon and this region. Roger that, Sarah said. When he gets to his vehicle, he sees First Lieutenant Charles Johnson of Vanguard 2 and Captain Bailey Robinson of Vanguard 5. Hey, Major, Johnson said. Congratulations, Major, Bailey said with a chuckle. On what? He asks. You know, Bailey said. You and a certain captain finally. Partying, if you get my drift? He gives Bailey his death glare, which Bailey ignores him. He then looks over to Lelei. I think Captain Bailey is saying that you and Sarah are officially now a mating couple, Lelei said. He nods his head and takes a slight breath. He can hear a small chuckle over the radio from Sarah or one of her staff. Thank you, Lelei, for the insight. Let's stay focused. No, seriously, sir, Johnson said. We didn't get a chance back at base, but a lot of us are happy for you. Thank you and noted, he replies, wishing people to stay focused. We are on a mission right now. You are all welcome to humiliate me back at base. He takes a deep breath and looks at both of them, seeing that he is being a dick when they were trying to be nice. Thank you. More things change, the more things stay the same, Bailey said as he chuckles. Roger that, Major. He thinks back to when he told Sarah that he loves her, too. The idea was to tell only the girls and let things slowly develop. They are at war after all, and need to keep focus. However, the girls had different plans. They all texted everyone they knew the news as they told them. He knows he should have expected Tuke, Selena, and especially Rory to do something like that. Lelei, on the other hand, had shocked him. Apparently, relationships are more open in her old nomad tribe than in Western culture. Now the business at hand, he said. I just learned about 40 elf males are MIA. The village elders said they went to that mountain to hunt the flame dragon. When he said flame dragon, he can see this frozen reaction on their face. That bastard is here? Bailey asked. I don't like the idea of fighting it, Johnson said. We barely survived the last time. 3. He thinks back on that fight. They were not prepared to fight a dragon and were just reacting. He remembers jumping out of the JLTV with a stinger, but his attack failed. Rory and Lelei's help saved him and distracted the dragon long enough for a javelin missile to blow off one of its arms. It has been a long time, but that is how he met the girls and started this journey. He feels strange, like everything comes full circle somehow. Standing orders is not to engage the flame dragon, Bailey said. If we come in contact, we disengage and report to Fort Tallis. That is assuming it is here, Lelei said. Please correct me, but didn't your people say the flame dragon flew far away? Truth is, we have no idea, Lelei, Johnson replies. That was more of an assumption because we haven't seen it since the first contact, Bailey explains. It doesn't make sense that the flame dragon has been here the whole time. As they talk, he looks to Mount Tube. Bailey is correct. The odds are low that the beast is here. The odds are low. Yautid say their land was destroyed around the time we fought it. They just have never been able to recover. Still, something is telling him that something is strange here. Sir, Bailey said, our mission is just to evacuate these people, not to go to war. He looks back at Bailey. I know, this was my idea, but we are missing a quarter of them. He then looks to his HUB. Sarah, pull out the latest survey here. Once Sarah does that, she passes the map to Bailey and Johnson. It only has been a few days, so they should be in this area. Taking a quick peek shouldn't be a problem if we stay low. I am going to take Vanguard 7 to the base of the mountain and take a look around, he said. If there is anything we need to know, then this is the time. Okay, Johnson said. What if you do run into something? He looks to Johnson and then to Bailey. Get a man with a stinger ready, just in case. Keep the evacuation going. I am extending the operation by 2 hours. So, we will be here for 7 hours? Johnson asked. Correct, he replies. We will be back by then at the latest. With or without that hunting party. Sarah, contact Tala's command and update them on the situation. Roger, Sarah said. Any questions? He asked. No, sir, Johnson said. I got one, Bailey said. If you die, can I have your condo? No, but you can have the mortgage on it, he replies. Roma Highway, Secret Tunnel Network, February 9th, 2026. Tyle moves through the tight tunnel network. The size of the tunnel has prevented her from using her bunny speed to catch up with the Hario tribe agents. However, she caught their scent and knows she is getting close. She wonders what happened back in Alness. For a moment, she thought she was going to die by that brainwashed Czech soldier. She thought he was a lost cause until the American officers told her they have the technology to cut inside people and cure them without killing them, which means they can cut out brain slugs without killing the victim. She was hoping to stop them at the warehouse, but just in case she arranged for Mute to be there. She knows they are close, being police partners, and saw that she cared for him. As the Americans say, if the shit hit the fan, she wanted Mute to be her plan B. Thank God she arrived when she did, because Miloslav was about to blow her and himself up. She didn't wait to see what happened next, knowing time was limited. The Hario agents have both Tinchi and Herm. Herm is one of Zorzal right-hand generals, and losing him would be a major blow to NATO. Tinchi, being the son of Zorzal, would also be a massive blow. To her shock, she is more worried by Zorzal's bastard son Tinchi. For 3 years, Zorzal murdered her people, enslaved her, and beaten and raped her endlessly. She thought the boy wouldn't even cross her mind, but seeing him around all the time showed her that he doesn't have to be like his father. Seeing Noriko take care of him and watching Tinchi act like any other child, she started to see that evil can spawn anywhere, but that doesn't mean it has to be passed down. As she runs, she can tell that these tunnels were made quickly, most likely by dwarves, as they are the only ones who can create tunnels this quickly. What is bothering her is how they built a tunnel like this so quickly. So far, she has seen dripping water and small puddles, meaning the Roma River close by. She suddenly stops as she sees a fork in the tunnel. This sight confuses her, wondering how there can be multiple directions inside this tunnel. Lieutenant General Stanford, she said, I have a fork in the tunnel. What? Stanford said furiously. Stand by, Tyle. As she waits, she starts to sniff the stale air. She gets a scent from both directions and tries to figure out which scent is whose. Our recon helicopter still is tracking them going to Italica, Stanford said. Continue heading north and engage. No, she replies and then sniffs again. I am getting their scent from both directions. They had to split up. She looks at both directions and thinks carefully. They definitely split up. I have Herm and that pig bastard scent. They went east towards the mountains. Tenchi is heading to Italica, as she said that she thinks about why they separated. There is a Hario network in Italica, and she assumed they would want to go there for safety. And if Herm knew that Tenchi is Zorzal's firstborn son, he would never allow him out of his sight. Not because of some fatherly instinct, but more to present Tenchi as a reward or gift, as a cheap way to gain favor by Zorzal's side, even though he is a horrible general. All right, Stanford said. There is a lot of static, because she is underground. Follow the new path and capture General Herm. I am also directing a Chinook of reinforcements. Get him alive. If you can't, kill him. She looks down the new tunnel and takes a breath. What about Tenchi? The Hario tribe went out of their way to grab Tenchi and Herm, which means they must have a plan for the boy. We can't dash da. Tyle, Stanford states over the radio. I gave you an order. Herm is the primary priority. What? I can't believe it, she yells. I am going to Italica dash da. Tyle, Stanford yells. We trusted you with your plan on dealing with the situation, but now I need you to trust us. I have the situation in Italica under control. I will not allow the boy to be taken by those bastards. He is an American citizen, and you of all people should know the lengths we will go for our people. We do not leave our people behind. Hearing that she thinks back to when she was rescued from Zorzal. 4. It was Delilah's idea, but U.S. Rangers went out of their way to save her at the cost of one of theirs. She saw the battle in the Royal District as the Rangers devastated the Empire just to save 5 of their people. She takes a deep breath and thinks about that. Sooner or later I have to. What? Stanford asks. I said I'm going after Herm, she replies. You better be right about this. Italica, February 9th, 2026. Mamina is sitting on the roof. Are you sure this is the place? That is a barbershop? She is an orange-hair warrior bunny, the most skilled fighter out of Countess Muri maids. When her kingdom fell to the Empire, she was enslaved for a short period, but was able to escape. This noblewoman thought she could tame her, and she learned the hard way that would never happen. She worked her way to Italica, and Muri father Colt Formal granted her freedom if she became a maid assassin. There are 3 other maids. All of them are assassins like her. Maya is a short-hair cat girl who has been helping NATO hunt down moles within Alness or Italica. Persia is a purple cat girl. Aurea is the red-hair Medusa. That is what they said, Aurea said over the radio. Maya said she found clues that lead to here. Right's right, Maya said over the radio. Mamina looks over to their direction. She is amazed that they can talk at this distance even though they are scattered around other rooftops. Aren't these speaking devices amazing? Persia said with an exciting tone. Don't break them, she said. They seem expensive. But think about it, Aurea said. The mighty and powerful Americans asked us for help, saying they need our skill set during this crisis. What Aurea said is true. She was shocked that the Americans asked for help on this one. Muri was more than thrilled to accept as she wants to stay in good favor with Alness. She is happy to help the Americans after everything they have done for Italica. And for her, she still feels guilty for allowing the Wood Elves to kidnap the savior of Italica's daughter under her watch, and she sees this as a way to redeem herself. Let's just remember we finally found those rats in our city, she said. This time we end this, right? Maya said in a cheerful tone. We just need to wait until the trap is set, Persia said. She glances over to Persia's location and smirks. In the meantime, should we talk about your crush on that one American man? What was his name again? She said in a teasing tone. Marvin Scott, I think. Aurea answers. I didn't know this, Maya said. Because you've been in Uhlus, she replies. Persia here has a crush on him for a while. At least I have gotten that far, Mamina, Persia said with an evil chuckle. She glares toward Persia's direction. Before she can respond, her radio crackles on. This is Lieutenant General Stanford. She blinks, not expecting that he would be the one speaking. His speaking shows the gravity of the situation and how seriously they are taking this operation. Our Hello has tracked them back to Italica, Stanford said. We learned that they split up some time ago. Primary target General Herm is no longer in play, however. They have children as hostages. One of them is an American baby. Their safety is a top priority. Okay, General, we have this under control, she said, and looked over to the other 3 maid assassins. Let's do this. Jaruki climbs up the ladder heading into the secret room of the building. It was a long journey to get to Italica, but it seems like he and Borkwell got away. Around him are Harios and 3 other natives of Italica. The 3 are former slaves that had been brainwashed. The Hario tribe prefers to brainwash slaves because they are forgettable and move around a lot. If a slave goes missing, no one ever questions it. Where should we put the brats? Borkwell asked. Over there for now, Cocklo said, the head Hario in Italica. He then looks to Borkwell. Who is this? This is Zorzal's bastard son, Borkwell said. He impregnated one of his other worlder slaves before being rescued long ago. Jaruki sets down his pack. Hargis said he is a top priority and that Buro would want him for your research. I see, Cocklo said. I will make the preparations. Wait, why didn't Hargis take him then? He doesn't want the Emperor to know he has a son yet, Borkwell said. We had Herm with us. If he knew, he would tell Zorzal. I see, Cocklo said. Settle down and relax. You are safe here. He looks around and sees everyone rounding up the kids into the other room. He is surprised by the setup of this outpost. During the rebuilding of Italica after the attack, they must have used that time to sneak into here, using the rebuilding process to make this hidden home. He takes a deep breath, glad that their mission was a massive success. Do you have any Wayne root? As he said that, he hears a burst from the ceiling and someone landing behind him. He turns around and sees this orange warrior bunny. The sight of seeing a warrior bunny in full battle uniform standing there terrifies him. Hello boys, the bunny said. Thank you for the information. However, you are not welcome. He hears another smash and looks up, seeing this purple catgirl standing there. She releases her sharp claws and licks her lips. He looks around and sees two more appear from the ceiling. He sees that they are surrounded like animals in a pen waiting to be slaughtered. He realizes that this was a trap all alone and wonders how they found this place. Mamina tightens the grip of her blade. Let's get the ladies. Don't kill the kids. She takes her blade and slashes at the dark elf. He falls back holding his chest. She looks up and sees Persia jump up spinning in the air and lands behind the strange-looking pigman. Persia then uses her claws and slashes at the beast. The human that was with the dark elf pulls out his sword and slashes at Persia, but Persia jumps away. Cat people have amazing instincts and are able to react far better than most races. Before Persia could counterattack, one of the other slaves attacked her. The man who she first attacks starts charging at her while she is distracted. She bursts from her position and flies towards that man. She passes him, and he falls into two pieces. As she lands, she sees Persia jump on that slave and slices his face. No, you don't, Maya yells. One of the slaves was trying to escape, but Maya lands between him and the door. She pulls out daggers and tears the slave apart. Seeing that, she chuckles. These people think they are clever, but when a real fight comes, they panic. She looks over and sees the last slave. He is by another door. Behind that door is where all those kids are. Stanford said avoid killing the kids since they have a cure. She knows that will make things harder to fight if they can't kill. Stop there. The Hario slave opens the door and 5 kids of different ages and races pour out and charge. I got this, Aurea said as she landed between the kids and the other maids. Her snakehead hair becomes alive. Each snakehead looks at one of the kids and uses their hypnosis ability. Each kid stops once they look at the snakes and stand there as they are affected by Aurea's trance. Ah, Aurea said, they're so cute when they are not trying to kill us. There are 2 types of Medusa. One is the humanoid one like Aurea where they have snakes as hair. The other is more of a beast than humanoid. The top part is humanoid with snake features while the lower part is the snake. The humanoid type like Aurea can use the multiple snakeheads on their head and hypnotize their victims, temporarily controlling them. The beast form is far stronger than the humanoid version. They are so powerful that if any male looks at her, they turn into stone. Great job, Aurea, she said. She sees that the kids are all falling under her control and no longer a threat. I will take care of him. She sees the slave freaking out and starts looking for a way out. She charges towards him, letting out a warrior bunny war cry. She rams her blade into the Hario slave and kills him. She watches as the slave dies, and then she pulls out her sword from the man's corpse. This was fun. She then gets on the radio. Lieutenant General Stanford, we have secured the Hario base. Few prisoners, and we have the kids alive. Roger that, Stanford said. The baby? She looks around and sees Maya rush into that room where the kids came from. She walks out holding a baby human boy. Ah, he is cute, Maya said. She looks at Maya and smiles. With her ears, she was able to overhearing their conversation about Tenchi and who his father is. No wonder the American general was so concerned about this baby. Being the son of Emperor Zorzal, she has no idea how they ended up with his kid, but all she cares about is that mission accomplished, and they removed these rats from their city. "We have the boy, General," she replies. "You can come in whenever." "Roger that," Stanford said. "Great job, ladies. The United States thanks you for your service." Dumas Mountains/Roma River, February 9th, 2026. Tyle has both Herm and that Hario's scent. The scent is strong and she knows she is close. She hoped that everything went well in Italica, but right now she knows she has to focus on her mission. She knows she can't let Herm escape. She is no longer in the secret tunnel, but outside. She assumes this was how the Hario agents in Alness and Italica were getting their orders and supplies. She is impressed by how well the layout of the underground network is and glad it is gone. This is one of many tactics the Hario tribe used against her. Her eyes detect two people up ahead. Her nose confirms that it is the pig and Herm. She takes a deep breath and pushes herself to catch up, going as fast as she can. She remembers that she once would go faster, being a fine and fit warrior. Taking almost 4 years off from training has taken its toll. However, she is still faster than them. "Herm!" She yells and rushes past them. She jumps and lands, blocking their escape. She looks directly at them as they stand there, trying to figure out what to do. "Look, this ends one way or another. They know where you are." She sees the Hario pull something out of his bag. She charges forward, seeing that they won't surrender. The Hario tosses this purple orb at her. She knows what it is, only seeing it once before. A darkness orb. Once affected by it, it brings out your deepest fears. She just goes through the orb and slashes the Hario in the chest. She moves past them and lands, spinning around and then stops, facing them. The Hario said. "How did you not dash? Fall into the darkness? Fear?" She replies in a determined tone. "I lived in that fear for 3 years. Do you think a little gas will have an effect on me? Think again." She then pushes forward and slashes at the Hario, cutting his head off the body. She spins her blade around as she gets into her fighting stance. She then looks to Herm. Herm is backing away slowly, scared out of his mind. "Don't kill me, please." "I won't," she replies. "They want you alive, and I don't think they will be pleased with this." She walks over, but then an arrow lands at her feet, just missing. Then 3 other arrows come out of nowhere. She barely dodges them and takes cover. From her cover, she looks out and sees 5 Imperial soldiers come out of cover. She can hear more hiding farther back, most likely the archers. "Damn, this was more planned out than I expected." She looks around and can see and hear more of them. She should have expected something like this. Herm is a high-ranking general and a close friend of Zorzal. There would be a large welcome party. Herm stands there with a cocky smirk on his face. "Dear Tyle, it looks like you're outnumbered and alone. No one is here to save you this time. I think Zorzal will be pleased to have you back. Get her." She sees 5 more soldiers appear and charge at her. When one soldier gets close, she comes out of her cover and slashes the soldier down. She then blocks someone else's sword and jumps back, looking for some space. Once she lands, she looks around for Herm. He sees him, "Father," back as he heads into the forest. She sees another arrow coming and she dodges it, going for another soldier. She slides down and slices his leg off. As the man falls and screams in pain, she gets up and looks around. She sees about a dozen swordsmen and about 8 archers forming up. Imperial soldiers normally form up in lines, complementing their shields and numbers into a marching force. It is harder to pick off soldiers if they are together in a melee battle. The other worlder's weapon makes that tactic suicidal. She can see how much the army has changed. They are scattered, so they can't get cut down by bullets as easily. The archers are in cover behind trees or boulders, just like what the other worlder soldiers do. As she prepares for her defense, she feels the air changing. Her ears pick up noise, so she looks up. She sees one of the American CH-47 Chinook, one of their big helicopters that carry soldiers. As the Chinook flies over and starts to hover, she watches it descend, impressed by the sight. She looks around and sees all the soldiers looking at it, amazed by such a machine. She sees the archers firing arrows at it, but they bounce off the armor. She sees the back ramp start to open up. "This is Captain Ryder Watson of the Australian 1st Commando Regiment," Ryder said. "We got your back, Your Highness." She grabs her radio. "I am not a queen and watch out. They are everywhere and all over the place. Just calling it as I see it. Highness, Ryder said. She looks around and sees some of the swordsmen getting into a position to fight the new threat. She charges forward and cuts another Imperial soldier down. When the Chinook lands, she sees 10 Australians rush out and begin to engage the enemy. She rushes up and cuts down another swordsman. She looks out and sees the Australians fanning out and starting to pick off the archers in the back. "Hello, Captain," she said. "Thank you for coming." "Just following orders," Ryder said. "Where is the general?" She points her blade into the forest. "He went that way and got a good lead. I cannot smell him with all this blood around, and that gas from your helicopter isn't helping. Plus, I can't hear much." "Point?" Ryder asked. "My point is I think we lost them," she replies. "I wasn't expecting a small army here, and this was too organized. There is no way the general is undefeated. So we probably only face a quarter of his protection. That is assuming they are still on the surface." "What are you saying?" Stanford asks suddenly over the radio. Hearing him catches her off guard. "I am sorry, General, but I think we lost them. We can go after and hope I get a scent, but I know we will be running into ambushes. This was too organized to just be a raid." "I hate to agree, but I do," Stanford said. "We kept getting raids on the Roma Highway 5, but we don't know where they keep coming from. Thermal can't pick them up." She looks back at the direction she came and remembers the tunnels. While they were dug by the Hario tribe, she could tell dwarves helped. She can't think of another race that could dig such a complex tunnel network this quickly. "General, they must be in a tunnel network," she replies. "General," Ryder said, "permission to head out and search." "Granted," Stanford said. "I have the 10th Mountain and Italian force inbound. Sweep the forest." She can hear in his voice that he is not happy at the loss of Herm. She can understand why it is a massive blow to the NATO war effort. She looks down and notices the Hario still alive, but passed out. She can hear the light breaths from the pig. "General, we do have a Hario prisoner with his darkness orb. I think you will want to ask him some questions." There is a short delay in his response. "Good. Tyle, bring him in." "I can do that, General," she replies. She notices the Hario starting to move, so she stomps on him. "What about Tenchi?" "Italica agents have secured the package and Vanguard 3 is inbound to pick him up," Stanford said. "They did well. Secure the package." She takes a breath, happy that they were able to save him. She is still surprised that she cares that much for Zorzal's son, but is happy that she does care. While Herm did escape, she does feel a new purpose again, a feeling she hasn't felt for 4 years. V12, Chapter 147. Rory passed. Schwartz Forest, Roldham Valley, Mount Tube, February 9th, 2026. It took 2 hours to get to the base of Mount Tube for Vanguard 7. The other 2 teams are busy helping Yao people evacuate from their village while they look for their missing war party. "This is your lands, Yao. Where would they go?" he asks. Yao walks ahead and then kneels. She looks at the ground and studies it. "They have been here." Frost walks over and looks down at where Yao is looking. "I see nothing. How can you tell?" Yao looks at Frost annoyed. She slaps him on the leg. "You are standing on a footprint, you toff." "Hey," Frost said as he backed away. "What is a toff?" Andrew asked as he looked over. Lelei looks at Andrew. "You know how you call people ass, relating to your backsides? Well, it is related to when a toff urinates on its prey to dash." Rory reaches out and grabs Lelei's staff. "Don't continue that, please. I don't think they can handle it." He can hear some of his rangers have this gagging or this disgust look after hearing that. Everyone picturing what Lelei was saying or filling in the gap after Rory cut her off. Even he felt his stomach turn hearing that, wondering why an animal would do something like that, and decided he doesn't want to know. "Thank you, Rory," Alicia said. "That's fucking disgusting," Sophia said. "This planet is fucked up." Tuke walks over and looks at what Yao was looking at. "I can confirm. I see dozens of footprints leading inside, but I also see these strange layouts on the ground." He looks at Tuke confused. "Explain, Tuke." "I don't know," Tuke said. "These are not tracks or patterns I am accustomed to." "I do," Yao said. "These are not footprints, but the dirt has been moved around from the air. A flyer that was low to the ground." "Dragons?" he replies. "No," Yao replies. "We have many different flying animals that come here to mate. They like how isolated this valley is, so they come here." She then looks towards another direction. It seems a second group went this way. He looks to the direction Yao is looking at. Why would they split up? Yao stands up as she brushes her hands off. The Elba fiefdom sometimes conducted raids in the valley. They have a fortress east of here. If attacked, we use it to hide in Mount Tube for safety. There are other entrances, so they could have used them to flank the dragons. Assuming they are in the mountain. He looks around as his gut is telling him something is wrong. He can see there is a missing piece to the puzzle but can't find any clues on what that puzzle might be. Randy, take your team and follow the new tracks. Everyone else with me. He watches Sergeant Major Randy Dodson take his team back to the JLTVS and take one of them. Everyone else, Harvey Frost, Alicia Moore, Andrew Steele, Lelei Lalina, Tuke Luna Marceau, and Yao Dusher. They start to gather their gear and ready to move out. Now everyone rolls out, he said, and then looks. Rory Mercury. Rory, I need you to stay back and watch our six. I don't want us getting flanked from the rear. Yes, sir, Rory said in a nervous tone. Rory is the most powerful human he has ever met. There is almost no one he wants by his side when going into battle, and she has become a close friend. It is rare to see her get scared by something. The only time he has ever seen her genuinely afraid was when they are going underground. He noticed this during the first time they went to Earth. They were going on a subway to get around Philadelphia. She became terrified of going down into the tunnel. The whole trip she handles onto his side like a scared child. He didn't want Rory to feel humiliated by asking him for her not to go. The team has a high opinion of her, and he knows she cares about her image. As the girls keep stating he is a bit overprotective, and he knows it. As everyone heads into the caves, he hears Rory call his name. He stops and looks at her. He can tell she wants to say something, but he sticks out his index finger to stop her. It is all good, Rory. We got it. You don't have to go through it. Really? Rory asks. Yup, he replies in a cocky tone. What's the worst that can happen? He then winks. Rory giggles and rolls her eyes. She then grabs his hand and then bits it. The sight of her biting his hand baffles him, and then this sudden sharp pain moves up his nerve system. At first, he tries to retract his hand, but she prevents him from doing so. He can see this strange look in her eyes as she looks at him. After a second pull, she lets go of his hand. He holds his hands and sees blood all over his hand. He grabs it with his other hand and then looks at her. What the fuck, Rory? Rory stands there, ripping off his blood from her mouth. I am sorry, Jackson. Where I was born, in the Kingdom of Eden, we had this tradition. We bit the hands of the one we love, so our souls protect each other. It is a tradition that you rarely use, which you are the first for me. His hand shakes as he takes out a bandage to wrap his hand. He looks at her confused by that. You didn't have to eat my hand. You spill blood to protect the ones you love, so why can't I? Rory replies. She then reaches and grabs his hand again. She takes the bandage and wraps his hand. He lets her bandage his hand, wondering why she did it. Sometimes the woman heart completely baffles him. Yeah, but as a rule, try to spill the ones who are trying to kill us. We'll talk about this later. I bet we will, Rory said. Once his hand is bandaged up, he starts to leave. Hold down the fort. Then they catched up with the rest of his team. What took you so long, boss? Alicia asked. What happened to your hand? Lelei points out. He was about to tell them that Rory bit his hand because of some ancient tradition about souls. He wonders if it is some Emroy religious things, something like Selena has with her goddess. He decides against telling them what Rory did. Everyone needs to focus on the task at hand. I cut myself, he said in his commanding tone, hinting them not to follow up on the topic. Frost take point. Because they are in a cave, he had Frost grab the M590A1 shotgun with slug rounds and take points. He gets everyone into formations as they head deeper into the cave. He also has Lelei use her staff to light the way, so they are not in the dark. Normally he would use night vision or thermal, but not everyone in the group has that. Rory is sitting on the ground while leaning against Sharpe JLTV. She is holding her legs close, head leaning against her knees as she cries. She is angry with herself, sitting back while everyone else goes into danger in a scary cave. She is an apostle of Emroy, the god of war, death, darkness, violence, and more. She is a powerful apostle and has fought many battles and wars over the 961 years old. She has no fear in battle, generally able to overcome to win, but this is too much. She is thinking about all the worst-case scenarios that could happen in the mountain. They all could die because they needed her there, being that extra muscle. But no, she is here crying outside like a coward. While these other worlders have powerful weapons and strong characters, They don't understand the brutality of this world and the many threats that lurk in the shadows. That is one of the reasons why she decided to stay with these people, too. She wanted to help them win, guide them through her world so they could learn to stand on their own 2 feet. But the other part is that she felt drawn to Sharpe. To an extent, he reminded her of Tyle back during the early days of the Empire. Young, passionate, idealistic, brave, and other key traits they both have. But she quickly discovered there was one key difference, and that is what she saw why he is so different than Tyle. Tyle is motivated by his design to bring stability to everything around. That resulted in him committing genocide of all types, forcing her to leave his side. Sharpe, on the other hand, is motivated by love, regardless of how much he wants to deny it. Everything he does, how hard he fights, how far he is willing to go, the opponents he is willing to face, he does it because he wants to protect what he loves. While he couldn't show it early on, she saw it from his actions. Saving villagers, saving Selena, saving Italica. She thinks back to the siege of Italica and remembers him rushing into battle just to take her out of the line of fire from their helicopter. 3. While the helicopter chain gun would have torn her apart, she would have easily put herself back together, and he knew it. He could have just let her be like everyone else would have done, but no. He ran out and took her. She even remembers that he accidentally had grabbed her breast after picking her up and running away. She remembers smiling at him and then smacking him on the head. Thinking of that silly memory, she forces a smile. He's such a stupid idiot. That baffled her so much at first, wondering why he would save an apostle and putting his own life at risk. If it was Alicia, that would have made sense, but her? Then she found out that to him she wasn't an apostle but an equal member of his team, and that he would never treat her differently like that, being a demigoddess or human. As she holds her legs close as she tries to stop herself from crying, scared that she is breaking her promise in protecting him, she vowed that she would never allow anyone or anything to take his life from her. She desperately wants to go with him into Mount Tube, to be by her man through thick and thin. But he went somewhere she cannot go, underground. Hardy, the goddess of the underworld and hell. For centuries, Hardy has been wanting to marry Rory by force. Going underground is Hardy domain, and she knows if she goes underground, Hardy will take her. I am so sorry, Rory mumbles as she cries, holding her legs tight. 565 years ago, north of Rodon Mountains, August 23, 1462. Rory Mercury moves closer to the fireplace she created. She is in a moist cave deep into the mountains that lead north. She is holding her legs right as she cries. She feels her wounds healing after one of the most intense fights she has ever had. She looks over to her halberd, broken in half. She reaches down and grabs her mug of ale and drinks all of it in one go. I thought he loved me. He was just using me. All for his project. She thinks back on the past couple of days. She just broke up with Tyle, the apostle of Uros, the god of stability and tranquility. For the past 230 years, they have been working together to build a new nation on Falmart, all ruled under one empire republic. The battle lasted for hours as she tried to make her escape. Tyle refused to accept that she wanted to leave. When she told him that she was leaving his side, she saw Tyle go into a rage she has never seen before. They both agreed that the Republic of Sadera would be the best choice to lead this grand new project, to transform them from a city-state republic to an empire republic. They had some strange traditions and customs that she never has seen before, and they seem promising. The ideas of rule and law, strong military tradition, discipline, and honor. The legend has it that they are the descendants of the grand human army that put an end to the demonic rage that destroyed the old dwarves and elf kingdoms. Tyle was the one who came to her for help, asking for her powers of war to help bring stability to Falmart. At the time, Falmart was being ravaged by bandits, the dark races, lawlessness, and worse. While she is the apostle of darkness, violence, war, insanity, love, crime, execution, and the warrior death, that never meant that she was evil like Syphilis. It is easy for people to think Emroy is evil because of what he represents, but the fact that he represents love changes everything. All of those jobs Emroy represents can only be caused by love, and that is how she chooses to see and represents them. She thought that was why Tyle wanted her out of all of the other apostles. At first, she almost rejected it, but she had to admit, she liked his idea. Apostles normally are distinct from politics and the world at large. They only answer their worshippers and spread their god's influence. He wanted a peaceful Falmart that was under one rule, so all religions could be safe and debated in peace. A Falmart that ended the senseless bloodshed. Besides all these smaller independent kingdoms and counts always fighting against each other for the scraps of these lands, he wanted everyone to work together. Two apostles working together this long and on such an ambitious project has never happened in record history. She accepted his proposal and then fell in love with him over the coming centuries. They worked together to build this new experiment, this grand empire. During that time, they get closer together, even considering marrying and try to have children. Two apostles getting married has never happened before, and she didn't care. Apostles can't have children. All the gods prevent that when choosing an apostle, but that didn't stop her from dreaming. Over the last few decades, she started growing more suspicious of Tyle. The Republic Empire that they built seems to be going from a guardian of Falmart to an oppressor. Innocents are being slaughtered, and she notices Tyle asking her to do more and more questionable things. Having to betray many old allies like the Henregs, assassinate and execute many people she now regrets like Queen Nephra, Famulus' mother. Now she learned that he was just using her. She doesn't know if he never loved her or that he changed, but she can see now that all he cares about is the Empire and that she was just a tool to make his project successful. At first, she tried to explain to him her concerns, but more and more she notices he just ignores her opinion. Over the final decades, before she left, she noticed the Empire changing, leaving its republic roots to an imperial empire. Besides saving and protecting people, they started to oppress and slaughter anything who resists its rule. They started with the villages who were loyal to the Empire because they saw them as a threat to their hegemonic rule. The Empire was built to protect all the common races against being oppressed and slaughtered, but then they see elves, dwarves, cat people, and others as lesser races, subjects, and second-class citizens. The point of the Republic Empire was to be an alternative of the dark races, to be a light in the darkness. Now the Empire is doing the same, if not worse than the dark races did during the Dark Age. That is when she realized they were not equal partners trying to make the world better, but that Tyle saw her as his. He thought he could use her as he pleases, that her arm belongs to him, that she is a vassal for his will. They had an intense fight in Sadera, and she barely escaped with her life. While she is just as strong as Tyle, she couldn't fight him and the Imperial Army, a force she helped train for hundreds of years. He did not want her to leave and fought hard to prevent her from leaving. She learned during the fight that Tyle believes that Rory belongs to him and no one else, that her place is by his side to do as he wishes. Her wish to leave is misguided and a crime that deserves to be punished. Why? She asks herself as she holds her legs right, crying as she tries to make sense of what happened. As she looks back, trying as she tries to figure out what happened, she wonders if Tyle was also this possessive boyfriend, or did something turn him into that monster. She wonders if she missed something and allowed him to be corrupted into the man he just fought. If something corrupted him, then it is her fault for not seeing it sooner and trying to save him. There. She suddenly feels this light touch on both of her shoulders. She glances up and then sees this beautiful human woman. She glances around wondering where she came from. Do not worry, Rory, you are in safe hands. She looks back at the human woman. She feels her hands massaging her shoulders. Just relax. Everything will be okay. She closes her eyes, enjoying the comfort. She takes a deep breath and then looks back up at her. She wipes the tears out of her eyes and looks more closely at who it is. Hardy. Yes, my dear, Hardy said. She is confused about why Hardy is here, but her mind is full of all these different emotions pulling in different directions to think properly. Why are you here? I saw what happened with you and Tyle, Hardy said. Men can be horrible beasts, tricking the heart of a woman. I know, she replies, and she sniffs again. I don't understand why he did this. We were a family. I finally belong somewhere. There, Hardy said. She moves her hands from her shoulders and moves them down her body. I know what happened to you in the Kingdom of Eden, how they betrayed you and lost your home. A lost soul wandering around looking for a place to belong. I understand. She then feels Hardy's hands move to her waist. What are you doing? Comforting you in your time of need, Hardy said. Come with me back to Belnago. You will be safe there from Tyle and the Empire. She again wipes the fresh tears from her eyes. Her mind feels fuzzy, but she looks at her. Okay. 2 weeks later, Belnago, Hardy's temple. September 3rd, 1462. Hardy is laying there with Rory next to her while at her temple. It is her private chamber where her priests cannot bother her. She has one hand on Rory's arm and the other groping her as she makes out with Rory. "Stop it!" Rory yells as she falls to her knees as she holds her head with both hands. "Get out of my head." She then gets up wanting to get away. She looks down at her prize, Rory Mercury. She has found her to be an interesting apostle, doing things she never has seen an apostle do before. It has interested her in her long and dull life. She has been having sex with Rory for the past 2 weeks, hoping that would spark something inside her, some feeling besides the emptiness of a goddess. Merida, the goddess of fertility and birth, always mentions sex and how that is the most powerful force for a mortal, that it brings much love and joy to the two souls who engage in it. She assumed this would work with Rory and doesn't understand why Rory continues to reject her. The gods and goddesses of this world tend to be emotionless. For her, she has struggled to find anything that piques her interest. Most of the time, she stays in her temple and minds her own business, ignoring the events happening around her. Then she noticed Rory and Tyle, natural enemies, but worked together to forge something new. More importantly, she took interest in Rory, finding her different than most other apostles. She protects people even though they are not her worshippers. She is willing to work with others and value the needs of the common people. She even has shown a new side of her god Emroy. She finds all that interesting. She sits up onto her knees beside Rory and moves her hands between Rory's arms. One hand wraps around and touches her cheek. The other reaches around and massages her breast. "What is wrong, Rory? If you just accept life with me, it would be special." She can feel Rory struggling and weakly push her back. If she was a normal human, Rory's push might have killed her, but she didn't feel a thing. "The more you resist, the more I have to punish you. All you have to do is say you love me, and all will be well." She then begins massaging Rory's body, trying to make her feel comfortable. She knows if she can convince Rory to say she loves her, not even Emroy could bring her back to his control. Rory cries and then grabs her hands. "Okay, I love." "No." She then bursts out of Hardy arms and looks at her. "I do not love you. I never can. I am into men, not women. Why can't you just accept that and leave me alone?" She stands up and looks down at Rory. She did not like hearing that. While gods are emotionless, there is always a defect. Sometimes a god can become psychopaths when they deal with a situation they can't process. It is a cure or curse for being emotionless, and the gods believe it is a balance by the one who created them. She can see Rory backing away as she gets scared of her reaction. She is not pleased with that and gets angry. "I will not accept that. You choose a man after what they have done to you, over my beauty." She holds up her hand and Rory drops to her knees, holding her hand again. If she can't convince Rory to accept her love and marry her, she will break her until she accepts her marriage offer. One way or another, Rory will be hers. "Stop, please." Rory cries out and she rolls on the ground. "Please don't. Stop hurting me." Seeing her on the ground, she walks over to Rory and gets on her knees. She helps Rory back up and then plants a kiss on her lips. She pulls back and looks down at Rory. "I was hoping a kiss would be more," she said. She was hoping that kiss would bring some life into her body, but nothing. She wonders that is because Rory is still resisting. "Just say you love me, and it will be over." "No," Rory said as she cries. "I am not a lesbian. I can't love you." She moves her hair away and then picks Rory up. "I thought you were the apostle of love. I want this feeling that you mortals and demigoddess call love. Let's head back to my chambers and let's experience love again. I know you will accept my offer in time." "Stop, Tyle. Please stop," Rory said as she struggles in Hardy's arms. She tilts her head and then realizes what Rory is dreaming. As punishment, she is forcing Rory to live a horror memory of Tyle. She wants to break Rory and assumes it is related to their breakup. She has been wanting Rory for almost 200 years, but she knows Rory is too smart to come here or lower her guard. That night in the cave was her only chance to influence Rory to come to her temple, and she took it. As she carries Rory to her chambers, Rory breaks free. Rory falls on her knees and then gets up, moving around the temple room. She stands there watching, finding it strange and interesting on how Rory is walking. While she doesn't understand why Rory is resisting, she also doesn't understand why she finds her resistance interesting. She wants to see what this interest in her goes and see if it leads to other wonders. She starts to head back to Rory. Once she gets back to her, she places her arms around her again, wanting to comfort her. But then she stops everything and looks to the entrance. She glares with anger and holds Rory tight. "What are you doing here, Imroy?" She watches this moon elf man walk down the steps and stops at the base. He is in ancient-looking armor, being the warrior he is. It is Imroy himself. "I am here for my apostle," Imroy states. "This is my temple," she replies. "You have no place." Rory willingly agreed to come here. "I play no tricks. She wants to be my wife." She watches him stand there, staring at her. Both he and she have waged war many times as each has tried to claim their domains in the past. "We both know that is not true," Imroy said. "You tricked my apostle here by emotionally manipulating her. That doesn't count." She looks at him knowing he is right. She was hoping Rory would have accepted her marriage proposal by now, but she has proven to have a stronger will. Still, she has no interest in giving up Rory without a fight. "I won't let you take her," she said. "She has to be mine." "You have your own apostle," Imroy said. "Do as you please with your own apostle, but leave mine alone." He then looks to Rory and waves his hand. Rory stops holding her head and falls to the ground, passed out. Imroy looks back to Hardy. "You have been manipulating Rory's mind? Hardy, you are the goddess of the underworld, but you are acting like Syphilis. She will not be pleased that you are acting like her." She was about to respond but stops and thinks. She has been mind-raping Rory from the very beginning, putting everything she loved and experienced against her. She was hoping that this would convince Rory to love her back and show her that it is a cruel place out there, and she will be safe with her. But what Imroy said about Syphilis is correct. She is starting to move into her domain, and she has no interest in going to war against her. "You are correct, Imroy, but I will not surrender her," she said. "You were the one that allowed her and Tyle to work together. Now they created an empire that is subjecting Falmart. The role of an apostle is to maintain balance, and yet she broke that balance forever." She knows Imroy is more distant with his apostles. She knows he rarely gets involved, which helps keep the balance between the gods. Most of the time his focus is on the other continent to the southwest and the brutal wars going on there. "Rory is indeed an interesting apostle," Imroy said. "While she walks close to that line, she has never broken my ways or misleads anyone. Now hand her over, or I will take her." "You are in my temple of power, not yours," she replies. "You have no power here. You are the guardian of warriors. Their souls travel to you for their protection." "The answer is no," Imroy said. She knew he was going to say that. Like all gods, Imroy collects the souls of his fallen. However, the difference with him is that he collects all souls who died in battle, the ones his apostle deems worthy. While she doesn't care about her souls, she knows he does. "Then Rory is mine and leaves my temple," she said. Imroy stands there and thinks. "I have a trade." "A trade?" she asks. "I promise to give you all the Amazonian souls that I have," Imroy said. "They are key warriors, and more importantly, they are female. That is what you want." She looks at him surprised that he is willing to trade some of his most devoted worshippers for Rory. Having the Amazons would strengthen her position on the south of Falmart, on the west of the Avion Islands. "You have a deal," she said. "The Amazon souls will belong to me from now on. I will send Giselle to convert them." Imroy remains quiet for a moment. He then looks at her. "It has been done." Imroy then walks over to Rory and then picks her up. He looks over to Rory's broken halberd. Both pieces hover and fly to him, attaching to the back of his armor. She watches him walk away, wondering what feelings she would have if she was mortal right now. She knows when you love someone you are supposed to say goodbye or something. She struggles to find the proper words. While today she knows that she lost Rory, but she knows she will be able to chase after her. Underground is her domain, and if Rory ever enters that region she will go after her. She doesn't understand why, but she finds her interesting. The first interesting thing she has felt in 2,000 years when the Roman army came through the gate and saved Falmart from the demons. "Goodbye, Rory," she said and waves her hand. She then looks to her hand to make sure she is waving right. She has seen mortals wave like this and has wondered if there is a meaning behind it besides a greeting and goodbye. "I will see you again, Rory, and Imroy can't keep you from me forever." Schwartz Forest, Roldham Valley, Mount Tube, February 9th, 2026. Rory sniffs as she leans against Sharpe Command JLTV, trying to control her emotions. In her hand, she is holding Sharpe's small Optimus Prime figure that he keeps on the dashboard. She always thought it was silly that he had it, but later learned why he does. The cartoon figure was a father figure growing up for him, being something to model off of, something to inspire when he was young. She has caught him looking at it during drives as he thinks or feeling confused. He gets some basic comfort from looking at it, something she doesn't fully understand. She looks at the figure as it looks at her. You are always strong and brave. I don't want to lose him. I don't want to lose another. I finally found someone who cares about me for me and not as a tool. She notices that her hand is bleeding. It is the same spot where she bit Sharpe. She wasn't lying to him when she explained why she bit him. She just left out key details so he wouldn't fully understand what it does. It is a blood pack spell. It allows her to trade her regeneration abilities to the person she bit. His soul now fully belongs to her. She didn't know it would work as she never used it before and doesn't know anyone who has. It is an ancient spell that she only heard about from past apostles. From what she understands, if Sharpe gets hurt, she will absorb the damage. However, there are ways around it. And if they do face a flame dragon, she doesn't know if it will be effective. She thinks back on what led her to this path. After Talon and Hardy Imroy threatened her that if she was taken again that he would not come for her. It was costly for him to save her. There is one thing both Talon and Hardy had in common. Both of them were extremely possessive of her. They both thought they could just have her to do as they please, for different reasons of course. As she looks at the Optimus Prime, she couldn't help herself from chuckling, a break from crying. Sharpe confuses her at times. He is shown to be somewhat possessive like the others, but the motive is different. She loves that he loves her and wants to protect his heart. She looks back to the cave entrance and starts crying again, feeling weak. I am sorry, Jackson. I'm sorry I am so weak. When you need me the most, I just can't. You don't need to worry about your pain anymore, Rory. She sniffs and looks around after hearing that. Who said that? She then looks to Optimus Prime. I must be hearing things. She then holds it close to her chest, wanting the comfort of Sharpe's most favorite toy. I can't believe this sight. Look how far you have fallen, Rory. First, she looks to the Optimus Prime figure, but then looks up. Giselle? Hello, sister, Giselle said. Fuck, it is hot in here, Alicia said as she wipes the sweat off her forehead. Sharpe looks to Alicia and the rest of his rangers. They are all sweating because of the heat. Going into a mountain, you would assume it would get colder. Yao, is this proof this place was turned into a dragon den? He asks. Somewhat, Yao replies. This Mount Tube is unnaturally hot, but not like this. He then looks to Lelei to see if she is struggling. He normally doesn't have her use magic continuously, understanding it drains her mana. He is glad to see that she is holding up without problems. There is an opening up ahead. I think it will give up more breathing room, Yao said. Frost man, take a left there. It is just Frost, ma'am, Frost said. He points to Andrew, and Alicia points to them to rush up. Both of them move ahead of the group to check if the new chamber is clear. Everything is clear, but it looks like someone has been living here, Alicia said. Roger, he replies over the radio. He points to everyone around him and orders them to move forward. When they get up to their position, he sees this large chamber room. He sees supplies there, some looking ancient while others look fresh. He sees some straw beds laying around and an old fireplace. He then hears Yao scream and rushes out into the chamber. She heads to the other side of the wall where he sees this wooden door. Gua, Yao yells. He looks to his rangers. Secure the area. This is a trap, so keep your weapons at the ready. Everyone moves up, looking around as they make sure no one is around. In the center of the chamber ceiling is this long hole going up to the top. He looks closely and he assumes the closed-off part is the top of the mountain. I wonder if this was a volcano. Legend said that this mountain was once the heart of the Demon Empire, using it as a base, Lelei said. That is just a legend, but all I know is that this mountain has been dead. Yao probably will know more. All right, he replies and looks around. He sees weapons, old weapons, and skeletons lying around. Backing up what Lelei said, he sees his rangers moving around as they secure the area. He then remembers video games and movies about fantasy worlds that there is always something special hidden in places like this. Lelei with me. Tuke helps Frost and sees if there's anything worthwhile here. I don't want to come back here, he orders and then rushes to Yao's position. He sees Yao talking to some dark elves. He sees a lock on the wood door showing that they were forced in there. Who did this to you? Where are the others? Yao said. He looks inside the cell and sees only a dozen dark elves inside. He knows Tuke and Yao said they split up outside the mountain, but this is far less than he expected. We've been here for days, Gua said. The rest are dead. What do you mean dead? Yao asks as she starts pulling on the lock. Don't bother, Gua said. We already tried breaking it. It has been enchanted. The door is like a stone. He looks at the door and then at Lelei. Ideas? My sister specializes more with enchantments, Lelei said, but she isn't here. I need someone for you, or I am going to Plan B, he replies. Plan B is blowing up the door. Lelei thinks and then realizes what he means by Plan B. Why do you men always want to blow something up? How else are we supposed to impress the ladies, Lelei? He replies. Would you rather have us have manners? Lelei smirks and then focuses on the door. Tell her to get out of the way. He nods and walks over to Yao. Yao, move out of the way. Lelei will try and open the door. Yao looks at him and takes a step out of the way. Lelei's staff glows, and then she shoots this beam at the door. I am trying to cancel or weaken the enchantment, so this might be a few. No rush, Lelei, he said, and then looks at the dark elf named Gua. So, what happened here? How did you end up here? Gua looks at him. I am sorry, but I don't know you human. And I don't know you Frenchie, but that didn't stop me from trying to break you free, he replies. He sees Gua look at Yao, and Yao looks confused. Ignore him, Lelei said. He likes to provoke people when he first meets them, but you can trust him. Well, he did come here to help, Yao said, and I do want to know what happened. Gua takes a tired breath. We wanted to retake our lands. The Draconian tribe came over to assist us in our mission. You trusted the Draconian? Yao asked in shock. But the elder didn't mention this? Because they demanded this alliance stay silent, Gua said. It wasn't the tribe but a small group. They said they were worried what the flame dragon did will make their tribe look bad. They were not allowed to assist, but a small band of them wanted to help. He looks at Gua. Doesn't that sound strange? That's not normally how things work. That crossed my mind, but we were desperate to reclaim our lands, Gua said. We were lured here, and then Giselle appeared here. Yao suddenly smiles with joy. Our prayers finally have been answered. Where is Giselle? He knows who Giselle is, and hearing that name did not sit well with him. Rory and Lelei explained a few of the other apostles of these lands. Rory once said that she was shocked that NATO has not run into her yet, since this region is her domain. Giselle is the enemy of Rory, just like every other apostle, it seems. It was not a blessing, Yao, Gua said. It was a trap. Giselle is not on our side. As Gua explains how Giselle betrayed them and trapped them into this cell, something clicks in his head. He realizes that Gua mentioned there are other Draconian that led them here. He looks to Lelei. Get them out as fast as you can, otherwise I am blowing it. He then walks away and heads to his rangers. Form up, he orders. Alicia, fire flare up the cave vent. That hole in the ceiling? Alicia asked. Yes, hurry, he replies. As he watches as Alicia fires a flare. As an ex-Delta operative, he has always learned to keep an eye on his surroundings. If there is going to be an ambush by flying humanoids, he assumes they would attack from there. There is another tunnel that leads out of this chamber, but he doesn't expect them to charge through them. Tuke rushes up to him. What is going on? I am hoping I am overreacting, he said. The flares travel up and then explode, lightening up everything. That is when he sees 7 figures hanging against the walls. The 7 Draconians stretch out their wings and start flying down. This long spear is thrown by one of them. Tuke fires a wing blast and deflects the spear. He didn't have to give the order. Frost, Alicia, and Andrew aim up and open fire at the new threat. V12, Chapter 148 Battle at Mount Tube. Schwartz Forest, Roldham Valley, Mount Tube, February 9th, 2026. Sharpe sees these Draconians flying all around in the chamber. His rangers were able to take out 2 of them while they were still bottled in that ceiling hole. They are in light armor and using swords or spears. He looks around and sees one of them flies past Frost, just missing him with his spear. Frost takes his shotgun and fires, taking out one of the wings. He looks over and sees Alicia being Alicia. Let's light them up. Alicia yells and opens fire towards the ceiling. Tuke is running towards a wall. He sees her jump and starts to run on the wall for a little bit. It reminded him of those Japanese swordsmanship movies. She is using the compound bow that he got her for. She fires her arrows as quickly as she can, trying to pick them off. He looks to Lelei and sees a Draconian going after him. Alicia, Protect Lelei while she breaks the door. Sir, Alicia said, confirming that she heard his order. She starts running to Lelei's position. Alicia runs past Andrew as he covers her. She holds up her M4A1 rifle and fires a burst to her left but misses. She rushes past a small patch of old swords and grabs one. Alicia sees a draconian land by Lelei. Lelei uses her magic to create a shield. Hey, you blue-horn fuck, leave her alone, Alicia yells. The draconian looks towards her and swings his blade. Alicia drops and slides past the draconian. She gets up and swings the sword she picked up, slicing the draconian. The draconian spins around and wipes its tail at Alicia, knocking her on the ground. She quickly gets up and uses the sword she picked up and blocks the counterattack. She uses his momentum and ranger training to spin him over her. Alicia then gets up and sees the draconian back on his feet, charging at her. But he suddenly stops because she has her rifle at him. Sucker. She flips it from single to automatic and unloads a clip into the draconian. Thank you, Specialist Alicia, Lelei said. You're all good, kid. Just call me Alicia, and just hurry up, Alicia said, and then looks back to the fight. Anyone else want a piece of me? He sees Alicia protecting Lelei and smirks. That is one less thing he has to worry about. Frost, Andrew, Tuke form up, he orders over the radio. Right now, they are scattered throughout the chamber. A soldier can only look in one direction, and sooner or later one of these draconian get a lucky shot from behind. Fall back to Lelei. All of them move to Lelei and start to cover her. Being all formed up and with the wall to their backs, they now can focus their attention on the same direction. He sees two more fall from getting shot. The one that Frost shot before is running towards them, but he takes him out with a headshot. He then hears a small explosion from behind. He turns around and sees smoke coming from the door. I did it, Major, Lelei said. I'm sorry it took so long. It was surprisingly tough. All good, he said. Now get your people out of her. He then looks to Tuke and Frost. I want you two back to the exit. Create a defense line until the civilians retreat. He sees them do that, escorting the first batch of Yao's people. However, he sees her standing there with her wooden bow. She is trying to talk to her people, but seems to have frozen up. He sees this draconian spotting her and preparing to swoop down with his spear. He gets up and rushes to Yao. Cover me. Before the draconian swoops down and slices Yao in half, he tackles her and lets that draconian fly past. He then rolls onto his back and points his rifle up, aiming for that draconian, and shoots him down. He sits up and looks to Lelei. He sees her fire an energy bolt at one of the draconian. Lelei, widen energy field. Light it up. Lelei looks at him and nods. She looks up at the chamber and waves her hand over the blue orb on top of her staff. She lifts her staff, and it glows brightly. This mix of blue and white light appears all around the chamber, stunning all the draconian in this place. He rallies up his rangers and then starts to pick them off while they are staying still. Once the battle seems to be over, he looks over to Yao. You need to get your head in the game. Yao stands up and brushes her arms. I am sorry. I am just not used to this type of fighting. I am a hunter, not a warrior. And it is just Giselle betrayed us, and she will win if you don't get your head in the game, he replies. We can figure out Giselle's plan later. The first thing we do is get out of here. He then looks at everyone else. Everyone keeps moving out before more show up. He then hears his radio go off, but there is a lot of static. On his HUD, he can tell it was from Vanguard 5. He tries to contact them, but he gets nothing. He looks at Alicia. Alicia, Vanguard 5 tried contacting us. See if you can dash da. Suddenly, everything starts to shake as they hear this loud crashing sound. He sees rubble coming down from the ceiling. Then his worst fears come to life. He hears this loud roar. He looks to the hole in the ceiling and hears this flapping sound. He sees this big dragon flap down and then covers. It looks like the flame dragon he fought before, but much smaller. The skin on its back is green. Fan out, he yells as the dragon lets out a fire breath. Rory swings her halberd and blocks Giselle's scythe. Once she blocks it, she moves down below and swings her weapon up, slashing Giselle. But Giselle grabs Rory's hair and tosses her away. Flying away, she brings her halberd blade down to slow her speed. When it stops, she spins around the pole and then stands on top of it. In front of her, she sees Giselle flying towards her at full speed. She jumps backward, grabbing her handle, and then spins her halberd until it blocks Giselle's scythe. What are you doing here, Giselle? "Are you here doing Hardy's dirty work again?" She asks. "Why don't you call me your sister?" Giselle asks as she pushes down on Rory. "We are family, after all. We are apostles. You say that, but you have never beaten me in battle," she replies. "So, you planned all this just to lure me out?" "Partly," Giselle said. She then pushes Giselle back and cartwheels backward to gain some distance. Once gained, she takes her halberd and charges forward. "I will not go back to her." "Yes, you will," Giselle said, and she laughs. Both collide and attack each other. Their weapons clash against each other as each other block and attack, trying to overpower the other. She and Hardy have fought many times over the past 600 years, but in the past 400 it became personal. Luckily, Giselle has never been the best of fighters compared to many apostles like Rory. Giselle flinches and gives ground. Seeing this, she takes advantage of the situation. She deflects Giselle's scythe and then swings her blade at Giselle. Giselle dodges and moves around. Her tail comes around to hit Rory. She sees this and tosses up her halberd. She jumps and grabs Giselle's tail. She then jumps up and over Giselle and lands in front of her now. She pulls out her SIG M17 that Sharpe gave her. She fires at point blank at Giselle's head. She knows it will not kill her, but it will do damage, blind her temporarily. Giselle covers her face and backs away. She smirks seeing this and puts away her sidearm. She charges forward, and when she gets close, she tosses her halberd to Giselle right to distract her. She then dodges her tail defense attack and rolls to Giselle's side. She takes her wing and jumps onto her back. She can hear Giselle complaining as she tries to figure out what is going on, but she just ignores her. She moves around and swings herself down back to the ground, brings Giselle down with her. Once she lands, she grabs the handle of her halberd and spins it around above her. She then swings it, blocking Giselle's tail attack and moving over to the right. She gets close and slashes Giselle. Giselle lets out a painful moan and moves back. She takes the opening and moves in. She hits Giselle with the bottom part of her halberd and drops down. She swings her weapon at her feet and moves over to the right. She then pulls her weapon, so Giselle falls to the ground. She walks over, spinning her halberd. She then rams the point at the bottom of her halberd right into Giselle. Giselle lays there breathing heavily. She then starts to laugh. "What was that?" She smirks hearing the question. "Something I learned from Jackie Chan movies." Months ago, she watched the Rush Hour trilogy with Sharpe and everyone else. She loved all three of those movies. Besides the fact they were funny, she was more impressed by how Jackie Chan fought, how he moves and deflects and uses his opponent's attack against them. She had so impressed her, and Sharpe started doing some training together to help integrate that fighting style into hers. Sharpe was stationed in Japan and picked up a few martial arts techniques. "Who?" Giselle asked as she looks up, her eyesight recovering. "Never mind," she replies. "Now tell me what is going on here." "You never do anything without Hardy telling you what to do." Giselle just laughs. "You already know. I knew you wouldn't go into the mountain, but you would be alone out here, and yet I beat you." "Like always," she replies. "After all this time, I would assume you would have learned how to fight." She noticed what she said got under Giselle's skin, angrily her. She takes out her halberd from Giselle's back and prepares to cut her head off. As she gets ready, she feels a sudden pain on her right arm, like it is on fire. She looks to her arm and sees all these burn marks on it. It is not turning black, but she can tell that Sharpe is fighting a dragon. "No." She then feels Giselle's tail hit her, forcing her to fly away. She hits a large boulder and falls down. Her body feels hot and tired. She slowly gets up and grabs her halberd. She then sees Giselle walking towards her, laughing. "Did you really think I did all this work just so I could go 1 versus 1 against you?" Giselle said as she laughs. "This isn't just me obeying my goddess. I have been commanded to bring you to her, but I also am testing these people. This has been planned out well." "That is stupid," she replies as she stands up. She can feel her arm healing, but for healing slower than she would like. "Both you and Hardy should already know how powerful they are. This test isn't a test of strength." "But that does not matter," Giselle replies. "You have gotten to close to these people. It reminds me of a time when you got close to the Empire. And how did that go?" She starts to get angry and stands up tall. "You sent a dragon into the mountain?" "One of them," Giselle replies. "One of her 3 babies. I am going. To be honest, Mama Dragon was not pleased by them blowing off her arm. Everyone is going to win. Your new friends will burn to death, and you go to my goddess." "No," She yells and bursts forward, ready to strike her. She can see the fear in Giselle as she tries to counter, but then she feels a sharp pain in her side. It hurt her enough to where Giselle can counter her. Once she passes Giselle, her scythe slashes across her, cutting her deep. Sharpe moves through the air after just missing a tail attack from the green dragon. He suddenly hits the wall and falls. Major! Alicia yells and slides to his side and helps him up. He slowly gets up and looks out into the battle. He sees Frost and Andrew firing their weapons. Lelei fires a freeze spell that deflected the dragon fire breath before hitting the dark elves as they flee. He looks over to Alicia. "Enjoy that, you prick," Alicia said. "Being a smartass at a timing like this? Wait, are we that much trouble?" He takes a deep breath and looks around the battle again. He has noticed he becomes more of a smartass the more he is danger. Just another day. He then looks to his chest. He knows he felt something hit him, but sees no blood. Something is not adding up, but doesn't have time to think about it. What is the plan? Alicia asks as she stands up. He stands up and pays attention closely. Movie night. What? Alicia asked in disbelief. You're kidding me? Right. Tuke asks as she rushes up. I think the hit confused his brain. No, he said. I know what we are watching when we get back. Jurassic Park. Seeing the dragon flying made him think about the Jurassic Park movie. While he knows there were no dragons in that film, but seeing a beast like that reminded him of that movie. And just like that, he came up with a plan. While the chamber is big enough for the baby dragon to fly, it is still limited where it can go. The dragon has no real maneuverability here, making it an easier target. Rifle fire has no real effect against its armor, but he has Lelei, and he has been helping her on a new spell that should kill it. He reaches into his vest and pulls out a flare. Alicia sees the flare and looks up at him. You're kidding? He looks at her. This is what I do, he said in a determined tone. Alicia, get Andrew and Frost to lay suppressive fire. Tell Lelei she has my permission to bring in the heavy artillery. He then looks to Tuke. Tuke, I want you and Yao and attack its wings. Find some Rob and get it attached to its wings. Try and tear them apart and get him low. Leave the rest to me. He watches them rush to do their duties. He follows behind, putting away his rifle knowing it is worthless in this fight. He is convinced they can bring this dragon down. All they need is time. He admits he wishes Rory is by his side right now. Her abilities and personality always made him feel more comfortable doing stupid tactics like this. But this is his job, and he knows what he has to do, regardless of what he feels. He sees his rangers open fire, acting more of a distraction than being effective. He wants them to keep the dragon focused on 3 different points. He stops and turns around and sees many of the dark elves standing there watching. They must think they are crazy fighting a legendary beast, especially after they failed. What is annoying him is that they are not running. Everything he is doing is so they can escape. Get out of here. He turns around and rushes back into the battle. As planned, he sees both Tuke and Yao getting ready to fire their arrows. Now they just needed to stop moving. He looks at the green dragon. He activates the flare and raises his up so everyone and everything can see him. In the research Sarah gave him, dragons have sharp eyesight. They hunt by heat, so the flare should attract it. Hold fire, he orders over the radio. The gunfire from his rangers stops, and they head towards Lelei to support her. He looks up at the dragon, seeing that it has taken notices. Take the shot. We can't. Tuke replies over the radio. It is too out of range for the dragon. It will blow the arrows away. Hearing that, he runs forward. He heads to the side of the chamber wall and jumps on some boulders. His plans are to get the dragon to turn its back to the elves. He scales over the boulders so he can get close to the dragon, being a bigger target. As he rushes up the rocks, he takes out his Colt M1911.45 pistol. He switches out the standard bullets to explosive rounds, a type of ammo he carries around to deal with apostles. He then fires a few rounds, and they explode when they make contact with the dragon. As he fires another shot, he stops, and his eyes widen. Okay, bad idea. The dragon lets out a fire breath right where Sharpe is at. Seeing that, he jumps down, sliding down the boulders. He feels the intense heat coming from the fire breath and expects to be burned. He lands hard on the ground and rolls around. He rolls to lessen the impact and then gets up. Something to his left attracts him. He sees this shiny sword. He reaches out and grabs it when he gets close. He gets back on his 2 feet and looks up. Hey, you scaly piece of shit. Over here. He then holds up the flare. The The green dragon looks at him and widens its mouth. He sees that the beast is about to breathe fire, but he sees an arrow go through its left wing. Another arrow goes through its right wing. The dragon lets out a painful scream as it starts to try to fly away. He sees both Tuke and Yao standing there holding their own rope. They will not be alone as his rangers, and many of the dark elves are helping them pull on the dragon. Lelei, take the shot, he says over the radio. He sees this glow from Lelei. She stands there after finishing her energy projectile. It seems like she chooses one giant projectile than multiple ones. He knows this spell, a hypersonic projectile spell. Lelei learned that the US has been researching and developing weapons based on hypersonic technologies, the next stage of a supersonic speed, so she made a spell based on that. He has been helping her refine it as she can use it in battle. He watches this energy projectile hit the dragon right in the back. With its incredible speed, it breaks through the dragon's armor and goes right through its body. The dragon lets out a desperate screech as it falls to the ground. He gets up and grabs that sword. He walks over to the dragon, hearing it breathing still. In the background, he hears everyone celebrating their victory. It must be an amazing sight, killing a legendary beast. While it is not the big flame dragon, killing a small one is still a major victory. Once he gets to the dragon, he places his boot on the dragon's nose. He looks at the eye, which in return is looking at him. We could have found a way to coexist, but you bited on the wrong horse, he said. He hears this sound from the dragon like it is trying to talk with him. He cannot understand what the dragon is trying to say, wondering if the dragon begging for its life or giving some vague threat. He then wonders if these creatures can even talk like people. As he starts a mental debate on whether he should kill the dragon or let it live, he hears the dragon let out a growling roar. It sounds negative, and then he hears the dragon chuckle. While he did not know what was said, the chuckle was enough to know what the dragon is implying, a threat. He takes this strange-looking sword and rams it into the dragon eye. The dragon takes one more breath and then dies. He pulls out the sword and walks over to everyone. To his surprise, Tuke tackles him and hugs him. "We did it," Tuke said. "You people actually killed a flame dragon?" Yao said, shocked. "I don't believe it." He pats Tuke on the head and looks to Lelei. "Good shot." "Oh, she is totally old enough to drink now," Alicia said in a cheeky tone. "When we get back to base, I am getting her hammered." "What do hammers have to do with alcohol?" Lelei asked, confused. He hears his rangers laugh at what Lelei said, letting off some stress. He admits he found that funny too. He takes a deep breath. "Let's go before another one shows up." Frost and Yao take point. He sees everyone moving through the tunnel they came from. He sees his rangers acting as crowd control, keeping the dark elves organized so no one gets lost. As they move through the cave network, he holds back so he can meet up with Lelei. "Hello, Major," Lelei said with a smile. "Thank you for all the help in our training." "That's all you," he replies and holds out his fist. Lelei responds, and both fist bump. He learned a long time ago that Lelei responds better and learns faster if she gets constant praise, so he tries to compliment her as much as possible. Lelei smiles with pride as they run. "I can't believe my magic was able to pierce through the armor. Legend says the flame dragon scales are resistant against most magic. I guess I proved that wrong." He smiles hearing that, being happy that she is impressed with herself. "My mentor Harper always said that every obstacle has a solution around it. You just have to figure it out. He always said you first must believe that there is a solution." "Great words, Major," Lelei said. "That is the entry to magic. People cannot just go to the Magic Academy. You are either born with the ability or not. At least with humans. Some humans can learn magic, but not everyone can. Sages usually find out if you can learn magic around Selena age. It becomes harder to learn when you get older. Sages prioritized young adults to be admitted to the academy. The sages say because you are young, the mind is more open to learn, which means the possibilities are endless when it comes to magic. As I told you, the more you know, the stronger your magic is. That explains the big head then," he comments with a smirk. She smirks back knowing that he is joking, just making fun of how smart she is. As they move through the cave, he suddenly stops. To his right is another tunnel leading somewhere else. Lelei stops and points her staff towards the new tunnel. She lights up the orb to add extra light. "Do you think more of Giselle Draconian is down here?" He takes a closer look down the tunnel. Something is bothering him, and he does not understand why. It is not some instinct or experience that's guiding him. It is just a feeling. He can hear Andrew telling everyone to stop because he stopped. No, Lelei. Lelei looks at him confused. I don't understand. Alicia rushes up. What is going on? Contact? He ignores her for a moment as he figures out why he stopped. No. What? Did you lose it already? Alicia asks. He gets on his radio. Frost, get down here. Sir, what is going on? Alicia asks in a confused tone. Rory is in trouble, he replies. How do you know? Lelei asks. Did you get a signal from her? No, he replies. Just a feeling. Frost rushes up to him. Sir, reporting. He grabs his M4A1 and hands it to him. Hand me your M590. I don't understand, sir. Frost asks as he takes his rifle. Give me the shotgun, Ranger, he said again. He then takes Frost's shotgun and ammunition and gears up. Everyone takes the Dark Elves back to the vehicles and then waits for Randy's team. Tell Bailey to get up here. Andrew, you are in command. Complete the mission. He sees his 3 Rangers salute and head out, escorting the elves. Tuke go with him and make sure there are no more surprises. Tuke nods and leaves. He can tell she did not want to but knows not to question his orders. He has noticed she has been trying hard to regain the team's trust after what happened with his daughter Selena, too. He starts to leave, but notices Lelei was going to come with him. He places his hand on her shoulder and looks at her in the eye. No, I need someone I can trust to go with them. If you are with them, then I don't have to think about it. He then looks at the sword he grabbed. Something does not feel right about it, like it doesn't belong to him. He realizes that he has had to use these ancient weapons more and more in this war. He decides that he should learn how to use these weapons, but today is not a day for a learning curve. He tosses that sword to Lelei. Also take that. Lelei looks at him, not thrilled by him going alone. You don't want it? I am not a swordsman, he replies. I am better using what I know. Besides, I have a few new tricks up my sleeves. You always do, she said. She then nods and rushes away with the rest of the group. He looks back to the tunnel, feeling more and more confident that Rory is in trouble. He doesn't know how or why, but he can't shake the feeling that she is. He starts running as fast as he can. Rory is lifted by Giselle and then tossed like a rag towel. She rolls around a few times and then stops herself with her halberd. She pulls herself up, holding tightly on her weapon. She looks at her arm, which is black. She feels burns on her back, and her leg feels like it has been scrapped as she feels from a high place. Those are the damages she gained from Sharpe's fight with one of Giselle's dragons. Giselle has been able to capitalize on it. She has cut many of her joints and her Achilles tendon to dramatically reduce her movements. She nearly falls over, but leans against her halberd for support. It has been a while since she felt more damage from Sharpe. She wonders if he was successful in fighting off the dragon, or if he was vaporized by the dragon fire breath. If it was the latter, that means her regeneration abilities were not able to keep up with the amount of damage he was taking. She coughs up some blood and looks up after seeing a shadow. She sees Giselle standing there with this annoying smirk. She starts to move away, but scythe goes through her leg. She feels the blade cut through her leg, and suddenly she is not able to move it anymore. Her other tendon has been cut. She lets out a loud scream of pain. This has been fun, Rory, but it seems you have doomed yourself, Giselle said as she laughs. You put up a decent fight, but this was easier than I expected, which is sad. I really wanted to see if these people were worth my time, but I guess not. She forces herself to turn around so she can look at Giselle directly. You're such a whore, Giselle. What? Giselle asked, annoyed by her statement. All you ever do is do the bidding of Hardy, she said as she coughs up some blood. Her body feels exhausted, unable to move her arms and legs. She can feel her body regenerating, but it is going far slower than she is used to. What I mean is all you ever do is whatever Hardy asked, she said as she coughs again. You never do anything to make things better. You never do anything for yourself or others. Just Hardy. That is what we do, Rory, Giselle said as she pulls her scythe out of Rory's leg. After all of your mistakes, I would think you would have learned that lesson before. I have, Rory replies as she takes a breath. And that is why you are a wiped minotaur. You will be an apostle that will be forgotten in the pages of history. And you think you will be? You will get your wish, Giselle asked. You're the apostle that birthed the empire, that fled and went into isolation for centuries. You angered your own god, and worse of all, you allied with people from another world without even a fight. You will be remembered as a traitor. And yet it has been the best time of my life, She replies and starts to cry. Unlike before where she cried from pain and sadness, this time she is crying from joy. I have met some of the most incredible people in my life. All the adventures, all of the stories, the bonding. She thinks back when they first met, fighting the Empire in the Elise Forest, going to Sadera, all the parties she had with Vanguard 7, going to Earth and meeting the President, celebrating their holidays, all the movie nights, and best of all, the sexual harassment she gives Jackson Sharpe at every chance she gets. And most of all, the food. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I finally found a place that I belong to. People who love me, respect me because of me, she said. I experience things. I have seen things, and everything I learned. Everything is so much bigger than I ever could have imagined, but I feel like I made a difference in it. I have no idea what you are saying anymore, Giselle states and lifts her scythe. You have always been all high and mighty, but this is crazy talk. Do you really trust everything with these people that you sold out your god for? She laughs and looks at her. She has wondered what Imroy thinks of her recent choices, siding with the Americans. He has not taken action, so whatever his feelings are, he must not be angry enough to stop her. Of course not. I just have faith in them, that Falmart future is with them, that they will do more in saving this world than we apostles ever could. They are mortals, Rory Giselle states. They can't do anything right without our guidance. That is because you only follow people because you have no choice, she replies. That is a problem with us apostles. We never really have a choice. People follow us because they must, and we follow our gods because we must. I have faith in them because they are mortals. She then smiles happily. But have you ever followed someone because you wanted to? I mean because you really wanted to, because you believed in him? I have. Someone with all their flaws but always goes above and beyond. I followed because I wanted to, because I believed, and because it felt right. Because you love everything about him. She then looks directly at Giselle. And you will never experience that, Giselle. Giselle looks at her confused and then laughs. What a load of rubbish. She swings her scythe down at Rory. She looks and thinks about her adventures with Sharpe and everyone else. She has no regrets. She then blinks her eyes as she notices something tackles Giselle. What the fuck? She looks over and sees Giselle and Sharpe rolling around in the dirt. She cracks a smile and then coughs up blood. What a lovable idiot. Sharpe stops rolling and lands on his knee. He moves up, holding his fists together, and swings with all his might into who he assumes is Giselle's head. Without hesitation, he then grabs Giselle's arm and twists it and spins her around and onto the floor. He moves around and blocks her tail with his arm, and he grabs it. However, the tail proved to be too strong, and he gets flipped around. He rolls on the ground again but recovers quickly, getting onto his knee. You goddamn mortals, Giselle said as she stands up. She begins to laugh as she looks at him. I am going to. Then she notices these two needles hit her. What are these? As she is talking, he pulled out an M26 taser, the military grade of the X26 model taser gun. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. He sees Giselle screaming in pain as 50,000 volts, backed by 3.6 milliamps of electricity, flows through her body. The amount of energy that hit her brought her to her knees as she screams in pain. After dealing with Jasis, he talked to DARPA for some ideas on how to fight apostles. While apostles are immortal, they still feel pain like any living thing. It was a theory of theirs that a taser might be effective against such an opponent. What is the deepest pit of hell was that? Giselle asked angrily. She slowly looks up at him. He stands up looking directly at her. Normally, he would respond with the smartest comment, but after seeing what she did to Rory, he is too pissed to try. He pulls the M26 trigger again, releasing another wave of electricity into her. Giselle screams again from the shock, but she is able to use her tail and hits Sharpe's hand, knocking the weapon away. He backs away and sees Giselle charging at him angrily. Apostles are faster than humans, and they hit harder. He has learned that from his fights with Talon. When Giselle gets close, he grabs her arm and uses her momentum against her, throwing her around. When he was stationed in Japan during his years fighting in Southeast Asia, he learned jiu-jitsu and learned to use his opponent's attacks against them. However, he realizes her claw-like hands dug into his arm. He flies around and lands on his back. He feels the drop of blood that is dripping from his hand. Not as much as he would expect, but enough to concern him. You brat, Giselle said. Learn your place, mortal. He grabs her next punch and moves his legs around her. He spins her around and rolls on top of her. He holds onto her arm as tightly as he can, trying to keep her from moving. Giselle then uses her apostle strength and tosses him away. He goes about 30 feet and rolls on the ground. He starts to breathe heavily, feeling tired. He gets up and swings his M590A1 shotgun full of slug rounds. As Giselle flies towards him, he fires a round at her. The slug hits Giselle in the right wing, making her lose balance. She stops close to him and starts running. Giselle swings her scythe and destroys his shotgun. After destroying his weapon, she swings her tail at him, knocking him over. He falls on the ground. He then reaches for his pistol, knowing his explosive rounds are effective against apostles. He then feels Giselle step on his chest and pushes hard. He lets out a painful groan. "So, you are the one who has corrupted my sister Rory?" Giselle asks as she is analyzing him. She has such a bad taste in men. "But I do have to admit you put up a decent fight for a mortal." He lays there trying to get her foot off him. The more he tries, the harder she pushes down. She starts laughing, believing that she won. On the NW3, he sees his HUD. Andrew's feed appears so he can see what he sees. He did not do this, which means Sarah must have switched his network for him. What he sees is Andrew laying in a ditch. The weapon he has is the M107 semi-automatic sniper system. It is an anti-material weapon that uses a .50 caliber BMG cartridge, one of the most powerful snipers ever produced. Andrew takes the shot. He yells over his radio. He sees this confused look on Giselle's face, probably thinking that he has gone mad. She does not understand that he has a radio that allows him to talk to his team a distance. The next thing he sees is Giselle exploding into two as the .50 caliber round hits her. He breathes heavily and pushes her foot off himself. He slowly gets up and places his hand on his cheek. He then looks at his hand and notices his own blood, but to his surprise, he does not feel anything. What the hell is going on? What did Rory do? Rory. The second he remembers Rory, he gets up and runs as fast as he can to Rory's position. V12, Chapter 149, Man vs. Dragon. Schwartz Forest, Roldham Valley, Mount Tube, February 9th, 2026. Rory sits up, feeling her strength slowly returns. Maybe this wasn't the best of ideas. Everything hurts. She then hears something in the distance. She looks up and sees someone coming. At first, she thought it was Giselle, but she would not be running. She is a draconian, so she flies whenever she gets the chance. Flying to them is just as natural as walking for humans. She then smiles as she sees Sharpe running to her. Sharpe slides down to her. Rory. She looks up at him and sees him panicking. She has blood everywhere, cuts everywhere, and so on. If she were mortal, she would be dead. "Jackson, I am okay. Everything is fine. I just cannot move right now. She just cut my tendon. They will regenerate, but it is taking longer than usual." She knows what is going through his head. Last time he had seen someone like this was his last team, where 5 people were cut up like her. He must be having flashbacks of his past again. This time it is her fault? "Is that what you did to me?" he asked. "Yes," she replies. "I did tell you I was going to protect you, even from yourself. I lend you some of my regeneration ability so you wouldn't die." "You bastards!" Giselle yells as she gets up. She looks over to Giselle, and she looks pissed. Her body is still forming as there are holes all over the top of her body. She is using her scythe to balance her, unable to stand under her own power. Before she can say anything, she feels Sharpe picking her up in his arms. She looks up at him, surprised for some reason. She smiles anyway, glad that she is not alone anymore. She did give him a blood pack when she bit his hand. It allows him to regenerate like her, but it does not seem to be perfect. She sees this cut in his cheek. Sharpe looks down at her and smiles. "Stay still, I got this." "I can't move," she responds. "I know," Sharpe replies. "This means this is the first time you listen to me." She smirks and looks at Giselle. Giselle does look angry and confused, not knowing what just hit her. "I cannot believe this," Giselle yells. "I will not be humiliated like this. Not by a mortal." Hardy does not accept failure. She wants Rory, and I will not fail her. "Is this what all this has been about?" Sharpe responds in his commanding tone. "Giselle, is it? We have a saying on my planet. Go fuck yourself." Giselle gets angry hearing that and gets ready to attack. "Andrew," Sharpe said. She looks at Sharpe and then at Giselle. This time she looks scared, looking around. She chuckles, realizing that Giselle thinks Andrew's sniper rifle is a magical spell. She hears this loud sound and sees Giselle dodges, but the massive bullet goes through her left wing. Giselle looks at the hole in her wing and then back to Sharpe. You all will pay for this. You think you can defy a god? If this means losing Rory or anyone else, then yes, Sharpe said. You do not have the right to come here and target a member of my team. You Imperial Apostle, did you just call me an Imperial? Giselle asked. I do not work for the Empire or anyone but for my goddess. She can see that Sharpe is confused. She assumes that he thought that Giselle was working for the Empire. She understands that false conclusion. The last 3 apostles have been working for the Empire in some manner. I will explain later, Sharpe, she said. I promise, but she is the apostle to Hardy. Sharpe looks down at her. Wait, she works for the bitch who's been trying to force marry you? She nods her head agreeing with that, he said. He already knows that Hardy wants to marry her into a forced lesbian relationship. Hardy terrifies her and has done everything she can to stay away from her domain. Sharpe looks back to Giselle. Giselle, the answer is no, so go home. I will not give you Rory for your goddess. Giselle yells back. I don't give a damn. Sharpe responds. You clearly know nothing about me and my people. We do not trade our own, ever. I question that, Giselle said. This was a test. My goddess wanted me to test your people and see who you are. If you pass the test, then I have a message for you. One you will definitely want to hear. Hardy will wait. If you are here, then what happened to my baby dragon? She looks at him with wide eyes. You fought a baby flame dragon? We didn't fight it. Sharpe responds. We barbecued it. Going to have some dragon burgers after this. Sharpe then speaks up. We killed that bastard. It is in the cave lying dead. Now Giselle, back away now and end this. She looks to Giselle wondering what her plan is. She knows there is no way this is the full extent of her plan. Giselle looks angry as she adjusts herself with the news of her baby dragon's death. She then lets out a loud dragon roar. I think she is angry, she said. I think you are right, Sharpe replies. Sarah was right. I need to work on my diplomacy. He then looks to Rory. Don't tell her I said that. Around Mount Tube, she sees these 2 small flame dragons, one being black and the other being red color. They fly past them, quickly paw them, and go around. She watches them both come back and hovers in the air, at opposite ends of each other. Then they both start to flap their wings rapidly. This large gust of wind starts to be formed, creating what looks like a windshield of the battle area. She then sees this missile coming from the village. She assumes it is one of the American Stinger missiles. She is barely able to keep up with it as the missiles fly fast. The missile heads to the black dragon, but when it gets close, the missile swings away and loses its target. After losing its target, the missile explodes. Damn, Sharpe mumbles. She looks at him and sees him a bit worried. Their missiles are powerful enough to kill one of these dragons, but if they cannot hit the target, they are worthless. She looks back at the 2 baby dragons and now understands what they are doing. One of their missiles blew off their mother's arms, so now they know the missiles are a threat. The windshield is creating too much turbulence for the missiles to get through. Then she hears the loud roar and knows where that came from. The legendary flame dragon herself. The flame dragon flies down and lands right behind Giselle. When it lands, the ground shakes, which forces Sharpe to fall on his rear. She looks at him and then at the mighty beast. The dragon is standing there, missing that one arm, but more importantly, the dragon looks pissed. She also sees this plane in the dragon mouth. It is the drone that was helping them communicate with Alness Command. Both ends of the MQ-9 Reaper break apart from the crunch of the dragon mouth. Both ends fall and crash to the ground, exploding. Giselle stands there laughing. Where is your confidence now, mortal? I knew Rory gave you her regeneration abilities, but with the Queen of Dragons behind me, you won't survive her fire breath. It is magical and powerful. No force on Falmart can withstand it. She feels Sharpe stand back up, still holding her in his arms. I am sorry, Jackson. This is my fault. If I just went in there to begin with, then maybe things would be different. She begins to cry, not knowing what to do, feeling so hopeless. Rory, Sharpe said as he looks at the flame dragon. Never question my orders again. Wadash. She mumbles and looks back at him. I gave you an order to stay by the vehicles. If you weren't there, then Dragon Lady here would have destroyed our vehicles. The decision was mine, and mine alone, so stop worrying yourself. You were following my orders, and that's it, Sharpe said and looks down at her. It is my responsibility. I made the call. Everything is on my shoulders, not yours. He then gives her a wink and looks back to Giselle. Besides, Sharpe continues. I am a soldier of the United States Army. We prepare for everything. She looks at him and smiles. As an apostle of Emroy, she collects the souls of warriors. As they pass through her body, it releases a strong orgasmic feeling. The more warriors, the stronger the feeling. However, as she looks at him, she feels happy, stronger, a sense of belonging, and someone she has chosen to follow. That feeling has become the most important feeling for her. I trust you. She then looks at the dragons. Dust is flowing everywhere from the wind. She feels her tore-up Lolita clothes waving with the wind. She looks up at him and can see he is working on a plan. She has learned that he always has a plan, a good one or a bad one, but he always has a plan. It is one of the reasons they always came out on top. As she hears Giselle bragging about something, she suddenly feels something strange. She glances down and sees Sharpe's hand on her breast again. 3. She blinks and blushes. Remembering this happened before in Italica, she knows it is not intentional, but finds the situation hysterical and in a twisted romantic way. Last time she was in his arms in a desperate situation this happened, and now it has happened again. Last time she did not understand, but this time she knows, and now she has his soul. She is confident they will get out of this somehow. Hearing Rory said that she trusts him was a major energy boost. He does not understand why, but he knew she was in trouble, and how he can feel her confidence, which he needs. He is staring at an apostle and the flame dragon. During his first exploration mission on this planet, he ran into this beast. The dragon got the drop on him because he did not know how to properly handle the situation. This time he does not feel alone, which is ironic, because he is standing there alone with Rory in his arms. He hears Giselle laughing as she finishes regenerating. She starts giving them another speech, a type of speech which he has heard a million times by bad guys in cartoons, comics, and manga, that it is over and there is no hope. He looks at Giselle annoyed and yells, "Shut up." He has not heard Sarah speak for a while. He thought he would be able to communicate with Sarah once he left Mount Tube, but that did not happen. The drone is destroyed, but he knows she has been working behind the scenes. So he wonders if his radio is broken, and that when Andrew fired was more luck than following orders. He then looks directly to the flame dragon, showing no fear. I remember you. Do you think you scare me? Hey, don't ignore me, Giselle yells. He looks back at her and tells her to shut up. He then looks back to the flame dragon. My name is Major Sharpe of the United States Army, 75th Rangers. I remember you. You stand there thinking you are all that, but I am a warrior from Earth. He solidifies his stance to show he will not back down. On Earth, we have stories about monsters like you. The Leviathan, Lestragonians, the Krakens, Loch Ness Monster, Rock, Dragons, Leshy, and many more. Today they are all just legends, and you want to know why. He can see he got the dragon interest, otherwise she would have attacked by now. He can see on his HUD that his feed is being watched by Vanguard and Tyle's command. Vanguard command is located at Fort Minck up north, while Tyle's is located to the west. They're all dead, he says. You know why? Because people like me killed them all. We are mortals and Earth belongs to mankind, not to beasts like you. And now that we are here, it's you or us. Do you think you can win? You have no idea the wrath you have unleashed. There is a short silence after he said that. Then Giselle breaks the silence by laughing. You are kidding me? Giselle says. You can't go anywhere. You already lost. Burn him. He sees this fireball forming in the flame dragon mouth. He has seen it before in their last battle, and he knows it is ready to be released. However, all he can think about is this one theory he has. During his time on Falmart, he has faced many opponents, more than he likes to count. He has noticed one major difference between the people of this world and his. Chrysis, Talon, Jasus, the Flame Dragon, and now Giselle. They and others keep fighting alone. He knows he is good at his job, one of the best in the army. He has been in the army for a long time and led the best men he has ever met. He trains, educates himself, prepares for any situation, being ready for anything, but he knows one simple truth that many people he has faced. He is not alone and is part of a team. He knows he is the best because he works with the best, everyone doing their part, working together, pulling all their strengths to overcome every challenge. He knows these people still do not get why the US keeps winning, why Vanguard 7 keeps winning, why he keeps winning. It is because they all have each other's backs, one soldier, or the full strength of the American military. The flame dragon releases its fire breath, but then this hypersonic energy projectile hits it. The fire breath explodes in front of the dragon, making it scream. He knows who fired it. Lelei Lalina. Her hypersonic spell destroyed the fire breath before it got close. Then he sees 2 more energy projectiles hit the beast. Seeing his opportunity to escape, he takes it. He starts running back to where his JLTVs are. He looks at Rory as he runs as fast as he can. Rory looks past his arm, looking to the dragon as it screams in pain. She then looks back at him. Jackson. Sometimes, Lelei scares me. He could not help himself but chuckle after hearing that. Sometimes she scares me too. He hears Andrew fire another .50 caliber round, probably trying to cover him by keeping Giselle pinned down. The last thing they need is Giselle dropping into this ditch, because with Rory too wounded to fight, they would be sitting ducks and slaughtered. He then sees the vehicles. The Dark Elves are taking cover behind the JLTVs while his Rangers are taking cover in a small ditch. He sees Andrew there with his M107, Alicia on the radio, and Lelei standing there after just finishing her last attack. He slides into the ditch and takes cover. "Thanks for the cover fire. We thought you two were dead," Frost said. "Holy shit, Rory," Alicia said in shock. He sees everyone looking at her. None of them used to seeing Rory wounded like this. Tuke and Yao. Take Rory and start patching her up. Both elves move over and take Rory. She lets out a weak cry as she feels the pain being moved. After handing Rory to the 2 elves, he looks to Andrew. "Good shoot." "Thanks, sir," Andrew said. "I kept asking you if I could, but you didn't respond. It's starting to look bad." So Lieutenant Rose gave the order. He looks to Andrew confused. "You didn't hear my order to shoot?" "No, sir," Alicia said. "We've been trying to contact you since we left the mountain and never got an answer. We assumed your radio was busted." He looks back at Andrew and nods. He realizes in his absence she took control of the situation and used his and Andrew feed from their helmet cameras to coordinate a sniper attack. "I need to get her flowers," he mumbles. He looks around. Everyone stays focused. "We have a dragon to kill." He then looks at Alicia. "Is that Sarah?" "Yes, sir," Alicia replies. She is on the horn with Tyle's command. 2F-22, 1F-35A, and B-1B bomber inbound. 5 minutes. "Not soon enough," he said. He then takes the radio and rolls over. So he is on his stomach. He looks out and sees the flame dragon revolves from Lelei's attack. "Nice shot, Lelei. You seem to piss it off," Frost said. "I was trying to kill it, but I already used too much of my mana," Lelei said. "All good," he replies and speaks through the radio. "Vanguard Command, this is Vanguard 7 Lead." "Roger that, Vanguard Lead. I am glad you are alive," Sarah replies. "Tell Colonel Yang and Tyle's command and I am authorizing Tango 38 protocol and requesting assistance," he replies. "Please tell me the bomber has the weapon." Before he left on this mission, he and Yang had a private meeting. Both felt like something was off on this mission, given their track record. While they both believed the odds were low that they will encounter any flame dragons, there was still a chance. So, they created an insurance policy just in case. The army always prepares. "Roger that," Sarah responds. Tyle's was already warned of the possible situation. The B-1B is armed with a pair of AGM-183A ARRW. Both are on standby and waiting for orders. "Roger that," he responds. He looks over to Frost and Alicia to get the targeting laser. "We will be lasing the bastard up." He waits a moment and then speaks softly. "Thank you, Sarah. Doing my job, Major. And besides, I wasn't going to let that bitch beat my man up," Sarah said. He hears some snickering to his left and sees Alicia and Frost trying not to laugh. He then hears Rory laugh. "That's what she said." Alicia laughs, unable to contain herself. "Not how I meant it," Sarah said over the radio in an embarrassed tone, but then switched back to a professional tone. "Stand by for AGM-183 assault." The AGM-183A ARRW, or known as the Arrow, is the next-generation hypersonic missile. While most of the details are classified, the missile is known to hit speeds up to Mach 20, and it hits like a son of a bitch. To his knowledge, this will be the first time this weapon has been used in an act of aggression. Alicia and Frost get beside him and get the target laser in position. They lock on the flame dragon. "Target lock, sir," Alicia says. "Ready to go. Let us bring this son of a bitch down. American style," Frost yells in excitement. He looks over, glad that they are pumped up. He looks back to the flame dragon, ready for this nightmare to be over. Fire. Roger that, Major, Sarah said. Vanguard command to Golden Eagle. You have permission to fire AGM-183A. Target is locked on. While the aircraft is far away, this hypersonic weapon will be here in seconds because of how fast it can travel. He sees the flame dragon trying to take off, but the wings are wounded from Lelei's attack. It starts to form another fire breath, but out of nowhere, the AGM-183A hits the dragon. The flame dragon explodes in front of everyone's eyes. A combination of the kinetic energy from the missile and the explosion from its own fire breath, creating a chain effect. The blast is so massive both baby dragons were forced to stop with its windshield to get away. A large shock wave hit him and his ranger but did not do any damage. He can feel the heat from the explosion. He looks up from his cover. This is Vanguard Lead. Flame Dragon is neutralized. Damn, we saw the explosion from way out here, Raptor 3 said. I know. Captain Amanda Smith responds. That was a pretty explosion. She just saw for the first time the next-generation hypersonic missile, the AGM-183A ARRW used in war. The missile is so large it must be carried by a bomber, in this case the B-1B Lancer bomber. Only a few seconds ago it fired the missile, and it was the fastest object she has ever seen. She looks out her cockpit and uses her helmet-mounted display system, or HMD. Besides for the F-35 Lightning II, and has been adapted for the F-22 Raptor and F-15X Super Eagle. The helmet replaces the need for a HUD in the cockpit, putting everything right into the helmet. It streamlines the process and simplifies everything for the pilot so they can focus on engaging the enemy. Looks like we have two bandits, the F-35A pilot said. Transmitting data now. She sees the image from the F-35. The F-35 has the most advanced sensor fusion on two worlds. It has the most advanced situational awareness and commands and control capabilities than any other aircraft. The fighter is becoming more of a flying command center than a fighter, able to talk to friendly aircraft and drones and relay data to the needed fighter. She sees two dragons appear on her queue. Roger that. They look smaller than the main one. They look confused, the F-35 pilot said. Let's show them who are the true kings of the sky, she said with a smirk. She signals her wingmen, and both hit the afterburners. This is Vanguard Command. We have units down below that have been engaged by the dragons, Sarah said. They need assistance. Roger that, Vanguard Command, she replies. We will give them a show. Burn it. Both F-22s fly right past both dragons, getting their attention. She looks back and her HMD allows her to see behind her. She sees both dragons starting to chase them. Crisscross. You bank left, I bank right and then engage. Roger. Rapier 3 said. She moves right and both fighters pass each other. She can see this confused both dragons, and then they both start to follow her wingman. She moves around and locks on with her HUD. She lines up, following behind them. Target lock, Fox 2. She fires an AIM-9 Sidewinder, an air-to-air missile. It has been the backbone of the U.S. military since 1956, and it has yet to fall out of favor. She watches her Sidewinder fly away and hit the red dragon. The target explodes, and the dragon starts to fall to the ground in pieces. Nice hit, the F-35 pilot said. The last target moved away and now is trying to flank you. Where? Oh, there, she replies. She sees the black dragon flying right to her. It breathes fire as it tries to hit her, but she dodges easily. She moves out of the way and sees the dragon trying to catch up to her. Per kid, we call these babies raptors for a reason. I have the target in sight, Raptor 3 said. I am coming right in front of you. Roger, she replies. Banking right now. She banks right and floors it. She levels off and looks down in her cockpit. Her HMD allows her to see past her cockpit because of the sensors around the aircraft. She sees the black dragon trying to catch up to her. This is Raptor 3, Fox 2. She sees this AIM-9 Sidewinder coming from her wingman. The missile moves through the air and punches through a cloud. Seconds later, the missile hits the dragon. She sees the dragon burst into flames and begins falling to the ground, splitting into 3 different pieces. Tyle's command, all air targets have been cleared, she said. You are clear to bring in-ground assets to secure the area. Giselle stands there as she watches the black dragon fall to the ground. She cannot believe what just happened. All 3 flame dragons died in moments of each other without a challenge, for if you include the one dead inside Mount Tube. She looks up and sees both of those strange-looking dragons fly past. They do not look like dragons, but they are faster than any creature she has ever seen. She wonders what kind of animal they are. She looks to her left at what remains of the mother flame dragon. She is still trying to figure out how it died. One moment it was about to breathe fire and spray the whole area, turning it to glass. Then it explodes. Her apostolized senses thought she saw something in the sky, and then the flame dragon exploded. It happened so fast she cannot be certain if she even saw anything. She looks back to the otherworlder position. She can see the soldiers taking cover in a ditch and dark elves hiding behind their strange wagons. The fact they have the elves she imprisoned proves that they killed her other dragon. She hears those strange flying machines again as they go by. She starts to laugh, finding all this humorous. I can't believe it. Hardy was correct about these people. She made a wise choice. She starts to walk towards the otherworlder's position. Hey, let's talk. What is this? As she was waving her hand, she saw this strange-looking green dot. She tried grabbing it, but it moved to her chest. She pats herself as she tries to get the green dot. She realizes that it isn't real, but she doesn't understand how she can see it. She then looks back to the otherworlders, and then looks to the left, hearing something else. Oh! Sharpe is laying in the ditch, looking out the top. Alicia and Frost are beside him as they use the target designator. He orders both to target Giselle with the laser and paints her position for the B-1B Lancer. He intends to drop. This is Vanguard 7 lead to Golden Eagle, requesting a bombing mission on priority target. Target is an apostle, he says over the radio. This is Golden Eagle, we copy you. En route for a bombing mission. I have 4 dams. 1, ready. This will be close, Golden Eagle said. He looks up and sees the B-1B Lancer coming from the west. It is moving at high speeds until it flies right past the valley. He then sees these 4 guidance bombs falling in the air. Seconds later, all 4 dams hit around Giselle's position. 4 large explosions appear right where Giselle was at. The explosions engulf the surrounding area and smoke starts to spread. Golden Eagle, this is Vanguard 7 lead. Good hit, he said. Going to confirm the target is down, over. Roger that, Golden Eagle replies. Setting up for a second bombing run. Call if you need it. Out. He puts down the radio and looks out. He sees the smoke and dust slowly starting to vanish. He knows how resilient these apostles can be, but even they cannot withstand heavy ordnance. While it cannot kill them, it is not an experience they like to go through again. Everyone stays here, he orders as he gets up. Andrew, cover me. He starts walking to Giselle's last known position. He pulls out his Colt M1911 sidearm and loads it with a new magazine that has .45 explosive rounds. While not perfect, he has found them to be the most effective. He then hears some footsteps coming from behind him. He turns around and sees Lelei catching up. Lelei, head back. This is extremely dangerous. With all due respect, Major, I don't have to listen to you. I am a civilian, Lelei states and continues to walk. She was not being serious, just making a point, using his own logic against him. He looks at her and laughs, enjoying how she is using his logic against him. Follow my lead. They walk through the smoke, heading deeper into the battlefield. They see body parts everywhere from the big flame dragon, pools of blood and small fires everywhere. Major, Lelei said, I noticed you like to use that Colt. I also have noticed everyone else using the same sidearm. You even trained us to use the M17, but you don't. Why? The Colt M1911 was once the standard sidearm for the US military. It has its limits. That is why it was replaced, but it is a personal favorite with me and many in the SF community, he said. This one, though, it has been passed down for 3 generations. Delta's leader to Delta leader. It was given to me when I took command of our platoon. He then holds up his pistol. He can see on his HUD that others are watching and listening. He does not mind nor cares anymore. This pistol has gotten me out of so many scraps. Once the .45 round hits, you go down for good. I understand, Lelei replies. I feel the same with my staff. I could have gotten a better one, but it means a lot to me. He looks at her and nods. He hears someone coughing within the smoke. Lelei, if she makes any move, do not hold back. I understand, Lelei said. He looks back. Good. Giselle is laying there. Her body is all over the place after those explosions. What were those? Who are these people? She asked while in pain. She looks around and sees that her head is still connected to the right part of her body. Her right arm is still connected, however. Her hand is gone. The rest of her body is scattered all around. She can feel all her body parts. Being an apostle, she has regeneration powers so that she does not die. All she must do is get them close to her body and then reattaches. She does not have to worry about blood and smaller parts of her body as they will grow back. She just can't grow full body parts. However, she is not fully confident about that ability right now because she has never experienced anything close to something like this. The closest thing she can compare to is when an apostle falls into an active volcano. There is this story about an apostle who lost against another apostle thousands of years ago. The apostle tossed the other one into the active volcano. Because of how hot magma is, the regeneration ability was not able to keep up with the magma heat, so the apostle in a sense died. Some apostles think that the one who was tossed into the volcano just was stuck deep within it, burning and regeneration until his or her 1,000 years were up. No one has ever tried to test that story because both options are bad, and there seems to be no way to tell others the truth. The only reason she thought about that story was because of what just happened. She does not understand what just happened and is worried about what that could mean on her body. She coughs and keeps looking around. There is my leg. I can sense it. And she then sees two shadowy figures coming towards her. The smoke is blocking her vision, so she cannot see who it is. Until right then she sees that soldier she fought, and then she sees a blue-hair mage woman walking beside him. She must have been the one who used that strange magic against the flame dragon fire breath, allowing him to escape. She watches them walk up. The woman's eyes and staff glow as she points the staff to her head. The man called Sharpe stands there, and she sees the barrel of his weapon. She remembers that weapon. Every time he fired it hurt a lot and tore a part of her body away. She glances around and decides she was defeated. Hi. She waits for a response and then gets nervous that he did not respond. Sorry about all this, but I was telling the truth. This was a test and you passed. Now take me to your leader, please. My goddess Hardy has a message for your people. Oh, Sharpe said in a cold tone. You will be meeting with my leaders after this mess. I promise you that. She blinks after hearing that. She starts to believe that maybe this test was not the best of ideas. Based on their fight, she knows he cannot do any real harm to her. He is just fast and well-coordinated for a warrior. However, that tone is what scared her the most. Okay. Schwartz Forest, Roldham Valley, February 9th, 2026. Rory is sitting in the back of the JLTV. The team medic specialist Jerry Willian bandaged her up so she can heal faster. She looks like one of those mummies from the Mummy movies. But that is not what she is focused on. Right in front of her is Sharpe. For the past 10 or 15 minutes, he has been yelling at her for what she did. He figured out that she transferred some of her regeneration abilities to him when she bit him. She knew he would get pissed, but this caught her off guard. She and the other girls have found that he is a bit overprotective, so when he saw her banged up like that, it must have pushed him over the edge. He is clearly not happy that she did this. She sits there, eyes wide open, feeling a bit nervous. This is not the first time he has yelled at her like this, but this time seems different. Okay, but I just didn't want you to die. Sharpe places his hand on the hood and leans in. I don't care. You had no right to put yourself in danger like that. Just look at what happened. But, she said softly. Sharpe holds up a figure. Rory, your tendon was cut in half. You only just regained the ability to move your foot. This is not acceptable. She takes a sad breath and tears up. I am sorry. Damn it, Sharpe said and places his hand on his head. He then looks at her. I know you wanted to protect me, but my life is expendable. This is what I am. A trigger on a rifle. You can't put yourself in a situation like that. But I can't die, she responds. I will be okay. No, you won't, Sharpe replies. This was about getting you. You have a target on your back, and it is my job to prevent that. I cannot do that if you keep doing these little games. What if I did not decide to break off from the group? Giselle would have taken you before any of us would know about it. She tilts her head confused. What? No, he said. No more games. Sharpe then holds out his right hand. She looks at his hand, confused about what is going on. Get rid of it. Now, Sharpe said in his command tone. She looks at his hand and then at his face. He has this determined look. She looks back at his hand and takes a sad breath as she tears up a little. The truth is she does not want to remove it, that she has his soul and keeps it warm inside her. She made a choice, but it seems that she has overstepped, seeing that maybe this was more of a one-way relationship. She can change the blood pact to where he cannot regenerate like her, just protecting his soul, but does not want to do it. But she does not want to displease him anymore and doesn't have the energy to fight. She closes her eyes. I don't have to bite you. Give me a moment. She thinks about how she wants to arrange this. She opens her eyes once she changes the pack. It is done. She then watches him pull out his knife and cut his hand. Blood comes out of his hand and drips down on the ground. She can see he did not trust him, so he had to cut himself. She closes her eyes as she tears up. I see. She then feels his hand on the back of her head, and her head moves forward. She realizes that he moved her head to his chest as he leaned closer. She opens her eyes and looks up at him. His eyes are close and have this worried look, the same look he had when Selena was found after the Wood Elves' kidnapping, too. She then looks away and closes her eyes. She can feel his heart pounding, going far faster than it should. Based on the sound of his heart, she can tell how worried he was. Suddenly, everything feels warm as she listens to his heart. Look, Rory, Sharpe said. I am sorry about that. I just can't accept it. She opens her eyes and looks back at him. She can see that the cold side of him is gone and that he is trying to fight back emotions and failing. Sharpe leans back and looks at her. Fuck, Rory, look, you are all important to me. Lelei, she makes me feel important again. Like I am doing something that is worthwhile, like I am giving something back after taking so much. Selena, she makes me feel pure and that everything I do has some stakes. Besides doing this for a country, I am doing for a future for her. Tuke, besides all the drama with the Edris crap, she always sees the joy in the world, and I like that. Sharpe then leans down, so he is looking directly at her. But then there is you. When we first met, you made it your personal mission to fix me. You brought back something I thought I never would see again. You brought back my humanity. She looks at him and smiles. She wipes the tears from her eyes. I know, it wasn't hard. It was in the glove box. Sharpe smirks from that, enjoying her being a smartass. Look, I made a promise I wasn't going to let anything happen to any of you. I cannot let what happened to happen again. Period. You see, Rory, he said, I can't do this without you. I cannot be a leader, a father, or more without you being there, by my side. I don't know if any of that made sense. It's the only thing you said that has ever made sense. She replies and smiles. She doesn't know what to say, but her heart is telling her that being by his side is her place. While he never likes to admit it, being too macho man, but everything he does, the good and the bad, is motivated by love. And that is what separates him by Talon and Hardy. I understand. Sharpe nods his head as he tries to collect his thoughts. You are my best friend, and I can't imagine or accept if anything happens to you, Rory. She thinks about what he said and smiles. Let's say there is this psychopath goddess who is trying to kidnap you. Rory, he said. You should know what we say by now. 1 in the head and 2 in the chest, Rory said with a devilish smirk. Sharpe nods in agreement. And this is something you need to learn. We do not leave our people behind. People from Earth or people from here. We are all in this together. She smiles hearing that. She reaches down into her gothic Lolita clothes and pulls out the Optimus Prime toy and holds it out to him. I am sorry. I was talking to it when you guys were gone. We had an interesting conversation. I see why you like him. Sharpe looks at her hand and is surprised to see his favorite little toy in her hand. He places his hand over hers and pushes it back. Keep him for now. I have to get back to work. She cries. Some of it is from the pain, while the other side is that she is simply happy she does not have to worry so much about Hardy anymore. Sharpe walks away and heads to the other Rangers. Rangers, we are rolling out in 10 minutes. She shakes her head and looks down at Optimus Prime. It still bothers her who was comforting her before Giselle attacked. She assumes her mind was telling her what she wanted to her. In the distance, she can see and hear helicopters flying over to Mount Tube. The massive Chinooks carrying soldiers, scientists, and engineers to study and secure the Flame Dragon's remains. She then notices Tuke and Lelei appear. Tell me, Tuke asked, how does it feel being carried by him? I was wondering myself, Lelei asked too. She giggles and smirks. It felt amazing. It felt empowering and safe at the same time. Snuggled into those big arms. She added that last part to tease Lelei. She holds up her finger. Oh yeah, there is one thing. If you end up being carried by him, watch out. While it was unintentional, his hands like to grab where the breasts are, so be warned. He is a grabber. Is that all? Tuke responded. Pervert. Lelei mumbles. She laughs as both of them begin a short debate on the matter. "Hi guys, Lelei. Nice job with your magic. Now can you attract a boy with it?" Tuke said with a giggle. Lelei looks at them, confused. "I don't understand. Why would I do that?" She rolls her eyes hearing that. She loves how clueless Lelei is even though she is a bookworm. V12, Chapter 150 on the way home. Fort Alness, Helicopter Airfield. February 11th, 2026. General Charles Stanford is standing on the base helicopter airfield. He is waiting for the arrival of a key prisoner, the Hario who led the Alness spy cell raid. While Tyle failed to recapture General Herm, she was able to secure the ringleader who freed him. He is hoping having the ringleader will answer many questions of this new enemy. All around he sees helicopters parked. While most are American like the CH-47 Chinooks, UH-60 Blackhawks, AH-64 Apache, and other major NATO powers, the United Kingdom, France, and Italy all have a decent amount here. The other two major non-NATO nations, Japan and Australia, both have a decent force stationed here. While many nations in the NATO Expedition Force are not part of NATO, it is common for non-NATO nations to work with NATO nations. The war in Afghanistan with the International Security Assistance Force, or ISAF, is an example of NATO's growing relevance on the world stage. In 1949, NATO was formed as a regional defense alliance against the Communist bloc. During the War on Terror was the first real military war outside of Europe and laid the seeds to expand NATO from a regional defense organization to a more global defense alliance. The threat of Russia almost pulled NATO back into a regional defense alliance, but the Red Dragon of the East, China, and their allies scared many within the organization. While countries like Colombia, Japan, and Australia have always been close to the alliance, they have always been seen as cousins within the NATO family. At the 2023 Athens NATO Summit, it was agreed to prioritize China's presence on the world stage. While everyone was worried about China expanding into northern Afghanistan, military buildup in Pakistan, expansions all around Africa after many of the countries destabilized after the 2020 virus. The final push was how the Philippines nearly descend into civil war. While the Philippines didn't descend into civil war and become a puppet state of China, it was a wake-up call for many Western leaders. Then the gate happened in the summer of 2025, and that changed everything. NATO triggering Article 5 for the second time in its 76-year history. Both times were because the US was attacked, which is ironic, because the alliance was created under the assumption that Europe would be the ones attacked. In his recent conversation with President Potts, French President Fabrice Giroux, United Kingdom Prime Minister Oscar Lowe, Italian President Alano Vellota, and Canada Prime Minister Jordan Banks, they were talking about what if a second attack happened and how the alliance should respond and prepare. While nothing of substance came out of the meeting, there has been more cooperation than there has been for a while. He is just happy that politicians are taking the meaning of this war seriously. He remembers his 7 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. One of the things that bothered him the most was watching American politicians treating the wars as a sideshow that they mention and then forget about. He was leading his soldiers into battle, watching them die with leaders who didn't care. He is hoping that mistake won't happen again, and why he has been working hard not to make the same mistakes. In the distance, he sees the CH-47 Chinook flying towards Alness with its 2 AH-64 Apaches escort. Inside are security personnel transporting the Hario that Tyle captured. He let Tyle go to Italica to personally bring back Noriko's baby son. While she failed to capture Herm, she did prove herself in trusting him. He knows that must have been hard with her past, but she put duty before personal desires. He knows he has to respect and reward that. Besides, he trusts her to transport the baby back to Alness. "This is going to be a good day," Branson Castillo said as he smokes his cigarette. He looks over to the Hispanic CIA agent. Branson Castillo is the head of the CIA operations on Falmart and recently arrived. They have had a rocky relationship. "The prisoner is under military jurisdiction, Agent Castillo," he states. "Right, of course," Branson said. "Are you going to put it in the same prison that Herm escaped from?" He looks away from him and back to the incoming helicopter. He sees 2 Apaches as escort making this final pass. He knew Branson was going to bring that up and knows he is going to use that against him on who gets to control the Hario prisoner. "And yet we contained the situation and found out how they infiltrated us. We are already cleaning up the mess. The Hario tribe uses these slugs that attach to the back of the nervous system and takes control. He doesn't understand the biology behind it, But the doctors and scientists told him they release a powerful chemical that suppresses the host's ability of self-thought. It reminded him of the film Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan, a situation where Khan had these slugs, or worms who did something remarkably similar. They said they can remove the slugs without killing the host, but there will have to be a lot of preparation to do. He ordered a mandatory screening of everyone on the base, starting with the civilian population because that seemed to be their base of operations. He ordered them to keep the real reason a secret, stating that it is a vaccination program, just making sure to prevent a plague. It will take time, but everyone will end up getting screened. In his opinion, he doesn't expect to find many new cases besides the Czech soldier and the kids. The fact they used a foreign military police for the breakout implies that they didn't have an agent in a better position to do their rescue operation. And this mess might have been avoided if you had been more open with intelligence, he said. Excuse me, General, Branson said. You know what I mean, he responds. You have one in Guantanamo Bay Naval Base. You must have learned something by now. Regardless of recent events, if I hand this pigment to you, I know I won't get anything in return. Branson adjusts his glasses. Off the books, the Hario that the Rose Knights brought to us is dead. 1. I couldn't give you more information because he didn't have a source. He looks at him shocked by that news. How is that possible? We don't know, Branson said. We saw him dying, but before we could do anything, he was dead. We decided he somehow committed suicide. He looks back to the Chinook as it gets ready to land. All around him are APCs, IFVs, and 2 platoons of infantry and security ready to take the Hario. He did not want to take any chances with this prisoner. I see, he said. It seems this new enemy has many tricks. I agree, General, Branson said. I think we need to work together and keep the politics out. Unlike the Empire, these Harios seem to be clever. That means you have to inform me of the integration, he said. No secrets. They have our people, and we need to find them. I read the report about the scientist, too, Branson said. Nasty business knowing they are hunting us. I do want to know why. I do too, he responds. It also shows we haven't gotten back all of our people. They have more, and we just need to find them. If you get the information, we will hit them. Understood, Branson said. He watches as the Chinook gets closer to land. He can see the pilots, still far away, but he can see the pilots' figures. He starts at him. Branson was walking about their plans for the prisoner. He was about to respond, but then the Chinook exploded. He takes a few steps back, an arm covering his face as he feels the heat from the flames. The Chinook bursts into fire and then hits hard into the ground. Sirens go off and soldiers start securing the area. He stands there looking at the flames, trying to figure out what just happened. He sees the base fire department rushing over to put out the fire, so it doesn't spread to other helicopters. Damn it, he mumbles. This is why I smoke, Branson states as he drops his cigarette and steps on it. They are clever indeed. He hears Branson walking away as he watches the Chinook burning. Italica, Diplomatic Outpost Alpha, February 11th, 2026. Tyle is sitting on the bed in the guest room at the American State Department outpost in Italica. The outpost was built after U.S. forces saved the city. They have been helping rebuild the city and restore the economy and government of the city. In return, Italica has been one of the most loyal to the U.S., excluding Alness. On the bed next to her is Noriko and Zorzal's son Tenchi. He is asleep, sucking on this strange object called a pacifier. She takes a deep breath, glad that the baby is okay. She never thought she would care about anything related to Zorzal. She places her hand on her shoulder, feeling the cut she received from Zorzal wipe. She thinks about everything he did to her, raped her, tortured her, humiliated her, forced her to watch her people be treated the same as her, sometimes crucified. But she grew to respect Noriko's strength in putting aside the Zorzal side and embraced the baby. She always, though Noriko was weak, but found she's far stronger than she expected. She decided that she wants this child to not become like his father, but a better man. One that respects women and the other races of Falmart, to be a good, honest ruler if that becomes his fate. She then hears a knock on the door and wonders if it is one of the outpost's servants. She asked for some baby supplies to help Tenchi until she can get a ride back to Alness. To help Italica's economy and to show trust, the State Department hired a few locals to work inside the outpost. Come in, she said. She sees this warrior bunny open the door. She sees this orange bunny in a maid outfit, being one of Countess Miri Formal's assassin maids. She knows Lieutenant General Stanford asked for Italica's help in stopping the Hario tribe, and Mui sent in her assassins to deal with them. However, she was not expecting her. "Hello, Mamina," she asked. "Can I help you?" "I came to see you and the baby," Mamina said. She gets defensive hearing that. "Your mission was accomplished. Now the child is my responsibility." "I know," Mamina said. "Persia handed him to you. The only reason I didn't protest was that I also want to maintain Italica's relations with the other worlders." She tilts her head, feeling threatened. She feels this deep motherly feeling taking over as she feels the baby is threatened. We all like to stay on their good sides. Mamina closes the door and walks over to a chair. "I overheard these spies talking. The baby there is Zorzal's son. I was not expecting that." She stays sitting there, just watching Mamina. She doesn't personally know her as she dozes with Delilah, but she has heard of her reputation. She was a skilled warrior like everyone else in her kingdom. "I have to be honest. I felt disgusted saving that man's son," Mamina said. "I don't see Zorzal anywhere," she replies. "He can't be a father if he has no role in his life. And yet his blood still flows through his body," Mamina said. "After what that man did to our people, and then I find out my queen is protecting the son of Zorzal. I know you were his sex slave until the Americans saved you." 3. "I also heard one of them died and another was wounded, all just to save you. What is your point?" she asked. "You disgrace their sacrifice and the fall of our people by saving the son of the man who's responsible," Mamina said, trying to control her anger. "And what he did to you. I am shocked that you haven't shredded him yet." "He is a baby," she responds, "with a good mother. What crime has he committed to be murdered?" Mamina holds off in her response. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath and then looks directly at Tyle. "The queen I remember would have held up that baby head after plucking it off from rest of the body. Knowing that baby is Zorzal's son and everything he has done to our people and you never would have hesitated. You have changed." She was about to respond but then stops. What Mamina said is correct. She would have done something like that, especially to her enemies. Her number one priority was to protect her kingdom from being invaded. She wouldn't care what race they were. They weren't bunnies. She looks at Tinchi and sees him move his foot while he is napping. All the warrior bunnies had to change. All the races of Falmart were once the enemy, and now they are either slave master or savior. She looks back at Mamina. "Maybe that is why Rory abandoned us during our darkest hour. It took humans from another planet to help us, because they don't know anything about us?" Mamina said. "I noticed that too." She takes a deep breath. "Things have changed, Mamina. The old ways no longer apply anymore. The Americans do not blame the children of their father's actions, and if I kill this baby, they will not understand. I have noticed," Mamina states. "My point is, I won't let you kill the child. He has done nothing wrong. It doesn't matter that his father is Zorzal," she said. "I don't care. What I care about is killing the man responsible, not a child that he doesn't even care about. So, explain to me why you are here." "As I said, I came here because of the baby," Mamina said. "For what?" she asked. "To kill him? You will have to fight me for the baby." She sees Mamina just sit there, looking at her. She is trying to figure out what Mamina is planning. Why is she here? She wonders if Mamina is willing to put everything on the line just to murder Tinchi. If Mamina values the American protection of Italica, is she willing to throw all that away for revenge? "What are the plans for the child?" Mamina asks. "Whatever the mother wants," she replies. "And what about us?" Mamina asks. "For years of being enslaved, beaten, raped, families are torn apart. Most will never be reunited. Our people are broken with no home or future." "There is always a future," she replies. "Especially now. We can either take advantage of our new friends and start to retake our country back. We can make the empire pay. Are we going to slaughter them all?" Mamina asked. She thinks about that question. She takes a deep breath. "All I want is my people to be freed, to have a home again. I am going to help the other worlders, and when this war ends, I will secure a home. Maybe our old home." She then looks back to Tinchi because she heard a baby noise. "But to do that we will have to make changes. As you said, I have changed. I needed to change. You're right. People I didn't know got hurt saving me. Delilah has changed too, falling in love with an American boy. We can't keep going on alone. We need to be free, but for the right reasons." She then sees Mamina stand up from the chair. Mamina places her fight on her chest and bows. I agree, my queen. When the time comes, I shall stand by your side once more. Then Mamina walks out of the room. She blinks confused about what just happened. She then figures out that Mamina just tested her, and she seemed to paw. She then looks to Tinchi. You are nothing but trouble. She then sniffs after saying that and realizes Tinchi just pooped. Humans, they always get the last laugh it seems. Now, let's get you back to your mother before she cries to death. Schwartz Goat Path, February 13th, 2026. Major Sharpe is in the passenger seat of his Command Joint Light tactical vehicle. All three Vanguard teams are escorting the transport platoon in the 4M-1083 carrying Yao people to Alness. Over the radio, he hears nearly 30 Rangers cheering, celebrating, and singing. Everyone is hyped up that they killed not one but 4 flame dragons. On top of that, they captured an apostle. The Rangers' morale is exceedingly high, and everyone wants to celebrate it. In the back of his vehicle, he hears Alicia and the girls singing a song from a rock band he doesn't recognize. Earlier, they were signing songs from Metallica, Akkad, Sabaton, Two Steps from Hell, and others. Alicia is helping them with the words so they can follow along. Even he feels pumped up. At first, he didn't think that much of it, dealing with Rory and what she did. But now he is in a great mood. He takes a look into the back and sees everyone having fun. To his surprise, Tuke took the lead of the singing. Her Godlin Area allows her followers to have the ability to sing beautifully. It brings this soothing, calm feeling inside his heart. He sees everyone else happy and enjoying themselves. He finds Lelei being cute, trying to keep up with the song. He can see from her reaction is that she is trying to think before she sings, so she is lagging. Everything is an equation for her, and he finds it adorable. Rory smiles and having a good time with Alicia. She still has bandages around her head and hands. Seeing Giselle cutting Rory apart like that, seeing Rory laying there in a pool of her blood, unable to move, the sight terrified him, reminded him of what happened to Tim, Quincy, and the Lopez family. 5. He thought it was going to happen again, and this time it was Rory he was going to lose. Now he feels calm and relaxes because of Tuke singing. He looks back forward smiling at the fact everyone is happy. He hears Lieutenant Johnson speak through the radio. Sir, I have a report from my forward scout team. They have reached the farmhouse. He grabs the radio, but then Rory peeks her head through. Can we stop at the farmhouse? We can't, he replies. Then Tuke peeks her head through, next to Rory. Please, they were really nice people. They can't feed all of us and that's taking advantage of them, he said back. Then Lelei pokes her head. I will be happy to offer my help in cooking and in the process teach Rory how to cook properly. Hey, Rory said, and then gets hit on the head by Lelei's staff. And as payment, you men could do some more projects around the farm like last time, Lelei said. He looks at her and can see Andrew with the same reaction as him. Andrew is the one driving. What? You're kidding. All three of them look at each other and then at him. Acting like dorks around women and leaving a mess for us to clean up, Tuke said. To do all the manual labor so we don't have to, Lelei adds. To kill the scary monster and protect little old me, Rory says in a sarcastic cute tone. He looks at them baffled at what they said. Really? All three of them look at each other like they're talking to each other telepathically. Then they all look at him nodding in agreement. Those are the big and only 3 things, Jackson, Rory said. Back in my tribe, that's pretty much how it was arranged, Lelei said. Women had to do most of the work. I just always assumed men can only do the hard but simple tasks. That is true, Tuke said. Father always hunted and fought wars when not mating with the ladies. That's kind of it. And you sum all that up with me? 3 things, he asked, baffled by the conversation. Ya then sticks her head out with the other 3. I know I am new here, but I agree with everything they said. He looks at them as he tries to figure them out. He is shocked by the amount of sexism that was said, but then he realizes something. You're all just hungry, are you? All 4 of them look at each other, nodding at each other. Then they all look at him and nod in agreement. He hears Johnson ask for him again over the radio. Could have just said so. I think I have more than 3 things. Maybe 3.5, Lelei said. He again hears Johnson on the radio. Traitor, we will stop and say hi. Saying that he sees them all get smiling and happy. He grabbed the radio. Report, Lieutenant. Sir, Johnson said. His tone shows that something is bothering him. You are going to want to see this. Lelei gets out of the vehicle and looks to Rory. You should stay here. This sucks. Rory mumbles and crosses her hands. Then keep an eye out because I won't be there to keep him underground. I understand, she replies. Maybe Tuke can help you walk. She looks down at Rory's legs, seeing them all bandaged up. Giselle tore up Rory's tendons so she wouldn't be able to escape. Normally this wouldn't be a problem because of her regeneration abilities, but it is taking longer than normal to heal. While she can move her arms again, she is still unable to move her legs. I can, Tuke said, trying to break a smile. No, Rory replies. Go with Lelei and prevent something bad from happening. That is my order. She nods and walks over to Sharpe's direction. All around her is the parked convoy. Rangers are all around as they secure the area. She walks up to Frost and Scott. Hello, guys. Hey, Lelei, Frost said. Do you want to go through? Scott asked. That will be lovely, she replies. Frost takes a deep breath. Good luck. She nods and walks through. She can see that happy attitude they had before coming here is gone. She can see that with all the ranger. On the way to the farmhouse, everyone was happy, excited, singing, celebrating their victory against the flame dragon. Now everyone is quiet. She can see that farmhouse that they said before. 6. They were nice people, taking in a bunch of strange, scary-looking soldiers from another world and feeding them. She enjoyed spending the extra day with them, helping the mother around the house as payment. As she walks to Sharpe, she looks at the house, or what is left of it. The building is gone, and all that is remaining is the stone wall where the fire pit was. She can see fire marks everywhere. She assumes the house was burnt down. She looks over and sees the barn also burnt down. At first, she thought this was an accident, but she can tell that this was intentionally burned down. There is nothing left but destruction. She sees Sharpe walking to both Bailey and Johnson. They seem to be having a tense conversation. She walks up to Sharpe, and then she sees what they see. She sees both the father and mother. Both of them are on a cross, crucified. She stands there, eyes widened, not wanting to accept what just happened. She looks over and sees the three of them debating on what to do. She can see Major Sharpe not pleased by the situation. Another farm family he knew was murdered. As they debate, she can tell they think the Empire did this because of the crucifixion. She is not sure that it was the Empire that did this. While the Empire is known to crucify people who are enemies of the state, they don't do it to random farm families. In addition, why and how would an Imperial force be here? This is deep in NATO territory. Tuke walks up, with her hand over her mouth. She looks up at her. Tuke, what can you see? I see 2 families murdered. Tuke responds. Can't you? Of course I can, she replies. But you are an elf. Use your elf eyes. Maybe you can see something we can't. Tuke takes a breath as she pulls herself together. She looks around and then gets this confused look. I don't see footprints. Besides ours. Really? No footprints? That makes no sense, she said and thinks. Those only means elves. She then looks to Sharpe and pulls on his jacket. She sees him turn around and look at him. What is it, Lelei? Sharpe asked. Your theory is wrong. The Empire couldn't have done this, she said. Sharpe takes a deep breath and crosses his arms. All right. Coming from you, I assume you have an alternative theory. Tuke said she can't see footprints, she said. If humans or another race was here, they would have left footprints. Bailey walks up. Imperial elves? You said you didn't think the Empire did this, Sharpe asked. Why did you say that? Because of that, Tuke said and pointed. Sharpe looks to where Tuke is pointing at. It is this one of the few remaining wooden walls of the building. It is all black fire. The fire. That is when he notices something off color. He heads to it, passing the 2 bodies of the farmer couple. Get these 2 down now. He hears Johnson respond and orders his ranger team to take the couple down from the cross. Right now, he is trying to fight off flashbacks of that farmhouse in Mexico, walking into the barn and seeing those 2 parents hanging there. He walks to the wall and notices there is a cloth nailed to it. He takes the nail out and holds the cloth. He then realizes that this cloth was once part of Selena's dress, the same design when she was taken by Lord Lashen, leader of the Wood Elves. From what he understands, Lashen wants to sacrifice her to some god called Palapon. The reason is that Selena is a princess from Edras, and he wants revenge because of who her father was. While he thinks Lashen is full of shit, there is one thing he agrees with him, that Selena is his little princess. All of a sudden, everything makes sense. Somehow Lashen's goons have been spying on him and noticed that they stopped at this farmhouse. They burned it to the ground and murdered the family. They left a piece of Selena's dress from last time to send a message. They are always watching. What is it? Lelei asked as she walks up. He hands Lelei the cloth. Selena dress. As Lelei takes the cloth, he pulls out his phone and calls Sarah. Major, why are you calling me like this? Sarah asked as she picks up. No bullshit. Straight to the point. Where is Selena? He demands. He can tell by Sarah's silence and breathing that he took her off guard by his question. She is at the school, Sarah said. Mintiv is there teaching them today. Why? Call Mute and tell her I want security details there ASAP, he said. I want her to stay with Noriko for the night until I personally pick her up. I don't want you or her traveling between Alness and Minck. Jackson, Sarah said. What is going on? Lord Lashen is back, he said. Just do it, Sarah. I will explain later. Selena likes to spend time with Noriko and the kid. Just tell her it's a sleepover or something. She is just safer in Alness. He then notices a hesitant reply from her. Sarah? Noriko isn't in a position to watch Selena, Sarah said. Tenchi was kidnapped. His eyes widened after hearing that. Jackson, Sarah said in a calm tone. He is okay. Tyle rescued him, and he is on his way back. Noriko is a bit emotional right now and cannot watch Selena right now, but I will make another arrangement. Delilah, no, how about? What is going on? Tuke asked. He turns around and sees Tuke, Yao holding up Rory and many of the rangers. They all seem worried and confused. Alness was attacked. Tenchi was kidnapped while we were gone. And the Wood Elves were the ones who burnt this place. They left a piece of Selena's dress here as was a reminder. He can see all of their worrying reactions. Sarah, there has to be someone. Send Selena to Carlin, Rory said and then coughs. She is a friend of mine and adores Selena. Trust me. Did you get that? He asked. Already making the arrangements, Sarah said. I will explain everything once you get back to base. Don't worry. Roger that, he said and hangs up. Where is the boy? Lelei asked. Didn't they have a son? I remember, Tuke said. He looks around hoping that he would see another cross and hoping he doesn't. He was wondering the same thing, but hearing about Tenchi distracted him. Maybe he ran away? Tuke said. No. He corrects. I know this playbook. They have the boy, and this is a trap. The dead parents and the burnt house are a lure. They have the boy to lure the father into their trap. He then looks to Bailey and Johnson. Mobilize your teams. We are Dashda. With all due respect, Major, we can't, Bailey said. We have civilians to escort, and we have an apostle. We need all of our strength to guard her. He is right, sir, Johnson said. I want to go out there, but as you said, this is a trap. We cannot go out and fight them. We will be outnumbered and outmagicked. We still have a mission. We need to go back to base, load up and regroup, Bailey said. This isn't Rambo time, sir. He then looks to Lelei, feeling her pulling on his jacket. I hate to agree, but we needed the Rose Knights last time we faced them, Lelei said. If they're going by that playbook, that means they won't kill the boy. He looks around. He has had to make a lot of bad calls. It is part of the job. He knows he cannot leave Bailey or Johnson alone to escort Yao's people and an apostle to Alness. He knows he can't go fight Lashen's people with just his team. It took Italica Maids, Knights, Rose Knights, and his Vanguard unit to fight them, and that was a hell of a fight. As he hears the debate, he looks to everyone. His first priority is his people and completing the mission. Report this in and get everyone loaded up. We are moving out, he said. Tuke is sitting in the back of the JLTV. Before the farmhouse, everyone was happy and celebrating, but now that good mood is gone. She thinks of that farming family. They were fun, and she enjoyed herself with them. Spending this much time with these other worlders, she almost forgot how random and brutal Falmart can be. She looks to Alicia, the team radio operator. She then looks at her lute and picks it up. Hey Alicia, if you don't mind, can you put me on the radio? Alicia looks at her confused. What? I don't think that is a good idea. Please, she said. I need to do this. Alicia thinks on it and shrugs her shoulders. Sure, not like it matters right now. She then hands Tuke the radio set. She sets herself up to play a song over the radio. Because she has a love for music, she has been doing research music from Earth. She remembers stumbling on some traditional music, and she feels like this is a good time to play something like that. This one song comes to her mind. The Battle of Hymn of the Republic 7. It is an American Civil War song about soldiers going to war, blessed by God and doing right to free the slaves. She starts to play the song over the radio so everyone can hear her. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. I have read a fiery gospel writ in burnished rows of steel. As ye deal with my contemners, so with you my grace shall deal. Let the hero, born of woman, crush the serpent with his heel. Since God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. He has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah. Our God is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. While God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah. Our God is marching on.